what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into that darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny, you can say and cry out loud, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny, you can say. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart. wish to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into that gas night, maybe you can give the radio open your heart and show your other side. Yeah, you're the king. You can say and throw your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your other side. Yeah, you're the king. You can say
Void coffee.
We don't need a flashback to me not knowing how to unmute my stream. Yeah, uh, Void Coffee, this is what time it is. This is what I'm... Chat, I stayed up so late last night. I stayed up so freaking late. If you haven't been following me on nocommentchick, my gaming channel, I've been playing through Fallout New Vegas, and look, I love to play a little game, stream a little stream late at night. It's really cool to do. Where did my brush go? I don't know. But it's not playing like, you know, I don't know. I want it to be like a 2-hour stream, and but I also need to like set up an objective and finish it. Oh my god, seriously. Like, how did this disappear? Already, chat, we're off track. Already we're off track, and I wanted to come to you with so many more of the things set up than I had yesterday. But I got my Void Coffee, I guess that's important. Where's NXCC? Wait, what is NXCC? Oh, wait, I'm NXCC. That sounds like I'm a cult. Am I a cult, chat? NVM, is that another cult? There was like a Nexium cult, right? Where they would all take Nexium? Is this a real thing? It doesn't sound real, but I think I've heard it was real. Oh my god, no, I'm just looking for my... Literally looking for my hairbrush here. And which I just had. Oh my god, I don't know where anything is, chat. I don't know where anything is. Don't do that, it scares us. Yeah, it scares me when I can't find things. And it's just gone. I don't like the way that the universe works, where there's like many dimension portals everywhere and stuff can just fall through them, like your socks in the dryer. Like, instead of just the socks in the dryer, I have my like hairbrush on my desk, and it disappears. It disappears away. Nexium for the 24-hour relief for tummy issues. What is Nexium anyway? Like, what is the medication? Oh my god, I've got entirely too much stuff open here. We can close some of these down, the Anakasperian thing. Oh yeah, I wanted to say something. Thank you for voting in this poll. Look, we've almost got 100 votes in this poll. I told you what I've got in the works as far as segments, and you told me that you want to see Brianna Wu versus Big Joel and Jesse Gender, which I'm almost done with. It's gonna take me a little longer than I thought it was, but I'm pretty like that should be coming out to you tomorrow. Gokunaru Muscle Mommy. Oh yeah, and I'm supposed to put gaming out as a possibility for the donor poll now. Because there's so many gaming frogs, but what there isn't is a fucking hairbrush, and it was like literally right here. Like seriously, I don't understand. Like how does a hairbrush disappear? There it is. Oh. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. It's one of those days though. I stayed up till 3 o'clock. Yeah, what I was trying to tell you about the gaming stream is that like I like to play like 2 hours of it, right? That's like my ideal thing. And the missions, like theoretically, they should be about 2 hours. But if you get lost and you can't find, you know, like missions or like quests, right? And you're kind of like, you got to go do this, and you're like, okay, that's like over here, right? And you're like going over there, and you're like, oh, what am I supposed to do? And you fuck around for like an hour. Bad lefty, I take a Zemprazole every morning. Oh, sorry, I'm reading out chat's medical history accidentally. I don't want to be in violation of HIPAA here. But yeah, last night's quest, like it took 3 hours and 15 minutes instead of just taking 2 hours, and so as a result, I stayed up until 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was terrible. It was terrible. But I got the mission done. So yeah, follow me over at nocommentchick if you want to check out the gaming stuff after the fact. I usually stream it on this channel as a short, but then I also stream on the gaming channel. Lexical, thank you for the gifted membership to someone. Someone just got a gifted membership. Someone just got 2 gifted memberships. Someone just got 3 gifted. No, just kidding. Lexical, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Human Without Borders, Laura Evans, Holly Janae, Dark Canuck, Brayden, you all just got weaseled. 5 memberships. Yeah, and I haven't even put up. Okay, so we've been doing this thing in the last few days where, like, obviously what I'm going to cover on the stream. We're talking about Demon Mama, Demon Mama's reaction to the Keffals situation, and apparently this has been a difficult thing for her because there's so many people in Demon Mama's community that were also in Keffals' community. They have like quite a crossover in between them, even though I suspect, and Demon Mama kind of confirmed this for me in her content, that things had not been good between Demon Mama and Keffals for a while. Keffals was acting sus, and DM had kind of sniffed that out. And so, just like I called it, right, over a year ago, Demon Mama and Keffals do not get along, even though a lot of the people in their chats are like the same people. And so, yeah, Demon Mama's basically got to say something about this, considering that she donated to Keffals, considering that she supported Keffals' GoFundMe. And considering that, there's so many of the people that are still, positive about Keffals are in her community. So she stepped up to the plate, and, she took care of business. So good on her. It is 5 people. It is not, well, yeah, anti-corporatists. It's like, I was just joking. I was joking like I thought, like I didn't know what was going on, but I do actually. No, I'm not that tired, but I am pretty tired. I did stay up till 3 yesterday getting through the Vault 22 mission. It's such an annoying one too, because it's like one of those missions where like spores are infecting people, and they're turning them into spore collectors, and they run around and they hide in the plants and they try to jump out at you and stuff. And like, I always see them. I'm like, what are you doing there? You think that you're hiding? I can see you. You're not a plant. You may be green, but you're not a plant. Here is the flamethrower. You know, it's but they're still annoying. The whole level is massively annoying. There's something like levels like this where like it's like, oh my gosh, a bunch of people got infected by spores and they're turning into spore people. It's like, it's, you know, it's going to be annoying. You know, it's going to be an annoying, not straightforward level. And indeed, it was a pain in the ass. Like I got through with the main part. I got the data that NCR wanted after. Anyway, chat, I'm explaining way too much about a video game that not all of you are watching, and that's okay. Okay, that's why it's on the gaming channel. That's why it's not on the main channel unless you want it to be. And that's what I was getting to, right? So yeah, we've been doing this thing where I make a poll, I say what's next, and what I mean is like after I cover the Demon Mama, which of course I'm gonna cover. I'm not gonna put that on the thumbnail and then like leave you hanging and not cover it. What are we gonna watch next? Right. So from yesterday, we had a few poll options that did pretty well, didn't win. We ended up watching Owen's conspiracy theory, Owen Morgan of Telltale's conspiracy theories, which were wild. Like I thought that I'd seen all the weird QAnon and conspiracy theories. No, it turns out that there's somebody out there that thinks that there are eggs in the vaccine, and the vaccine is like this is kind of like the spores. Actually, whoa. Isn't it weird how the second topic that we covered yesterday corresponds almost entirely with with what happened in the video game that I played last night? I find it kind of strange, right? So we ended up watching that. We didn't pick Gokunaro's Muay Thai Muscle Mommy, which I thought was pretty funny. Gokunaro is a video essayist. He's made a couple of like takedown videos on people like Ethan and most recently Sneeko, right? You gotta watch it. We should watch that Sneeko video sometime. It's very long, but it's one of the best YouTube videos honestly I have seen. Like it's perfect. It's the perfect video essay. This man has written the perfect video essay, and it's on Sneeko too, who deserves to be taken down more than a few pegs, right? So speaking of Sneeko, we've also got Noah Samson coming out with a video about Sneeko, exposing Sneeko even more. It turns out that Sneeko's worse than we thought. Noah Samson can tell us more about that if you choose that option. We need 2 more options. We need 2 more options, and I thought I would have time to look at those. But it turns out that I haven't had time for anything because I feel like I just woke up. I mean, I didn't just wake up, but it feels like I just woke up. It's definitely one of those days. But we can get through it together, chat, and I feel like we can have a pretty good time along the way. Wait, what playlist? Okay, let's see what's on my playlist. Oh no, there's Destiny stuff. Should I put that on there? I guess I can put that on there. You don't have to choose it. If you are tired of Destiny, I am right there with you. Like I will read the room. I will go with what chat feels is right on this one, because I don't know. We might have had too much Destiny already. It's entirely possible. Yeah, it looks like Destiny got into it with a channel called Wisecrack. One in chat if you know who Wisecrack is. Ooh. Okay, I've got another one. I'm gonna add to this Rumble. So you remember that video that we watched on we watched a video on alt-right social media platforms. The person who made that video has another video that's just about Rumble. Those platforms that I'm trying to remember who this was, what his name was. Leo Richardson is the guy that makes these videos, right? He did a video on alt-right social media platforms, and he was talking about all the ones that have failed. And you know some of these, like, right? Some of these you don't. Some of these were new ones on me too, right? But you know, it's like Truth Social and Gab and all that kind of stuff. Parlor, right? He just talked about all the failed right wing parallel platforms. You know what I'm talking about? Like if you ever watch the Quartering stream, he'll have his socials listed, but they'll look weird because they're not like what you're expecting to see: YouTube, Twitch, etc., etc., etc. He's apparently banned on a lot of those platforms, not YouTube yet, but so instead he has like these weird you know, alt-right versions thereof. Okay, now we have a new Philosophy Tube video on Judith Butler. I don't know, chat. Wait, let me take the temperature of chat first. Oh yeah, that's what we should do. Chat, what? Okay, so one. So some people have heard of Wisecrack. Yeah, should we put this on here as okay? Oh my god. Wait, we got Rumble, the alt-right YouTube. Destiny's flipping out about people talking about the fact that he says the N-word. And Destiny, if you're out there, or the GGG hate mob is out there hate watching me, right? There's one simple solution. If you don't want people talking about Destiny saying the N-word, how about if Destiny doesn't say the N-word? Any form of it, any ending of it, any N-words at all are going to be cringe. Even by your weird arguments that like somehow if somebody's like, if a white person is like immersed enough in black culture that theoretically Destiny's not that guy. Destiny is not that guy. Destiny is the opposite of that guy. And I don't even think that that guy should be saying that proverbial guy should be saying the N-word. So yeah, there's one simple solution. You don't want people talking about you saying the N-word. Maybe don't say the N-word. I don't know. Is that a spicy take? In his community, it is, right? I'm a fucking omega woke scold for saying that a white dude saying the N-word is fucking cringe. But yeah, we got Destiny versus, yeah, I guess Destiny versus Wisecrack. That's it. I think we got it. Unless anybody's got a last minute. And I'm going to put gaming up there on the, I'm going to give the Gaming Frogs a chance, okay? So here's the deal. Gaming Frogs, if you want the second segment to be gaming, you can donate, all right? And if you win the donation poll, right? If you have more money behind gaming than anything else, I will game. I'll tell you right now, though, like I think there's a lot of people here that like it's such an odd thing because with the deal with gaming is that like you know, a lot of us are into like one game or another, but it's just very unlikely that the game I happen to be playing is a game that you, the chatter, are going to be into. And even though it's Fallout New Vegas, which is definitely a crowd pleaser, right? I know that there's like a lot of people that just don't want to see that, but I will give the Gaming Frogs the chance because they're a presence in the community. And I want that. I don't want them to be like, you know, redheaded stepchildren. Where does that phrase even come from? I feel like that phrase has got some weird racist history, but I don't even know what the redheaded Destiny versus Wisecrack. Okay. Yeah, because like you know, I'll offer more Destiny, but I'm not gonna force it down anybody's throat. Gaming, yeah, gaming. We'll give the Gaming Frogs a chance. Look, I'm not gonna put it on the poll, but I will put it. It is on the donation poll. So if you want to donate money to force me to game, I will. You can twist my arm, make me play that Fallout New Vegas game. I like Destiny as a nickname. You know, it would be cool if Destiny wasn't Destiny. If like somebody else was Destiny. Wait, what is this Shakespeare long incel pandemic? What is the can you explain the long incel pandemic to me? Alicia Long, the true cause of the incel epidemic. But what is this about? Because I gotta set this up, and we also have to. Speaking of things that I have to set up, oh my god, like nothing is set up. Look at that. Look at how messy I am today. I'm just messy. I'm so sorry. I mean to be a professional streamer, but I'm like also doing a gaming stream and it's making me less professional. There's a good Destiny out there. I would love to meet the good Destiny. We should have the good Destiny on stream. Also, I feel like I missed a member chat earlier. Yes, Charles Martini. Charles Martini, member for 2 months with the dancing emojis. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for sending you were sending it like while the music was going, so it makes sense that these are I didn't even realize these emojis existed. What are these? I haven't seen the disco dancer emojis, but you have introduced them to me. Tempotronica says, I volunteer to be the good Destiny. What is what I mean? Oh, nice. Well, we need a good Destiny to defeat the evil Destiny. Okay, I think I've got what we're doing. Okay, I think I've got what we're doing. I'm gonna hit that poll for. God, I need to like copy these somehow. Okay, the poll's up for Shorts. Shorts is now live. Let's see if I can copy the text. Ooh. There we go. Copy that text to my notepad. And then I'm going to add gaming with an exclamation point. And then I'm going to add Vox Populi, which is if you're donating and you want to maintain whatever's getting voted for the most, you can put your donation behind Vox Populi, and thereby you will not be, if you don't want to, like, right, so the donations are your chance to put your thumb on the scale as far as what we're doing for our second content. But if you want to unthumb the scale, if you want to put your thumb against other people's thumbs who are on the scale, you can put your money behind Vox Populi to be like, yo, the people get to choose. Some people are people of the people, and they want the people to decide what the people want to decide. Start poll. We're gonna get this out of the way right away, right? What's next? Yeah, because the only thing I don't like about this new system is that sometimes I spend a little too much time talking about the content that's coming up second, and it might be a little bit boring, and we want you in the audience to know that we really care about you, and therefore we're going to get to the content as quick as we can, and we're not going to make you sit in what feels like a PBS, what is it called again? The thing that PBS does? The PBS fundraiser thing? What is that called? A pledge drive. Yeah, it's a pledge drive. Yeah, we're not trying to do a PBS pledge drive. That's like the worst thing in the world when you're watching, you're at home, you're bored, you know, change the channels, it looks like Doctor Who is on PBS, and you're like, oh hell yeah, this is like old school Doctor Who. I love this shit. I love this shit. This is so good. And then they're all like, hey everyone, we're doing our pledge drive this week, and we'll get back to Doctor Who in a minute. And they don't get back to Doctor Who. They yap. They yap about the tote bag. They yap about the CD. They yap about, like, viewers like you support PBS. And yes, it's true. Viewers like you support PBS. Viewers like you support me. I'm only able to come to you because of viewers like you, because of people who are generous and who donate through super chats, through memberships. Like, oh wait, I forgot to ask. Lexical donated memberships. Lexical, do you want to put those memberships behind one of these content options? People who sub on Twitch, people who donate bits on Twitch, people who there's a million different ways you can support me. Oh, speaking of which, the new Patreon, I ended up publishing the new Patreon tiers, and I'll tell you why. Somebody told me that they went to my Patreon, they tried to sign up for it, and they were not able to. And I was like, what is going on there? And it turns out what happened is that I set up new tiers, but I made those tiers private because I wasn't like 100% sure. Like it's like a contract with you. When I set up tiers, I'm saying like, you're going to pay this amount of money and you're going to get this, 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 and this for it. And I want to make sure above all that I can get you this, 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 and this, and it's not going to be a problem. And it's not going to like, mess with, it's not going to make me, late for any of my other obligations. I want to make sure that like you're getting what the tier says that you're getting, right? So I didn't want to let those go live yet. I wasn't quite ready yet. We don't have Weasel Cord up and running, but I ended up just making everything live because apparently otherwise my Patreon was closed. I accidentally closed my Patreon, and it's silly. It's really silly of me to do that. Let's see. What am I looking for? I'm looking for fan funding. Yeah, Lexical gifted 5 memberships. Lexical, let me know if you want to put wait, let's see. Do we have this up here though? Oh, there it is. It's right there. It's right there. There it is. So like I said, you could if you're donating, oh my god, Shakespeare with the 199, putting that 199, which I will round up to $2 because I don't like doing math. I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind me rounding your donations up, but I will. Give me the tiers. Oh, do you want to see the tiers? That's the other thing too, is I wanted to like, I don't know, I just wanted to make everything perfect. Lexical chose Vox Populi. Yo, that is some serious money going behind Vox Populi. So that is $15, I believe, right? Because I'm rounding, it's $2.99 for a membership. It gets rounded up to $3 and it becomes $15. And that is $15 right off the bat for Vox Populi. So Vox Populi out to an early lead. Like I said, gaming is on here. If you gaming frogs wanna, buy yourself a gaming stream, that's an option too. I get that not everybody is, here for gaming. So I haven't put it on the poll, but if there's like if there's a bunch of gaming frogs that just like wanna, twist my arm and force me to play video games, I guess I will allow that, because we had a question about that the other day. Destiny versus Wisecrack, Rumble, the alt-right YouTube. Noah Sampson on Sneeko. Noah Sampson versus Sneeko. Looks like the Jerry Lewis telethons were on Labor Day, American Labor Day, not to be confused with International Labor Day. Yeah, they kind of fuck us on Labor Day, right? Real Labor Day is May the 1st, but that's a little too communist for America. Wait, what is once every 13 years? Oh, cicadas. Did you know that Destiny doesn't know wait, what did I see? Like, I feel like Destiny either doesn't know how to spell cicada or how to pronounce cicada. Yeah, he was calling it like a circada. Like the circadas, like circadian rhythm. I don't know what the deal is. Like, right, he doesn't understand cicadas, apparently. This is more proof that Destiny does not go outside. More proof. Okay, I'm getting there, chat. I had to drink a little bit of void coffee just to wake myself up. But yeah, this is the poll for what content that I'm trying to give you more choice in what you want to see, right? Because you make this channel happen. You are the ones supporting me, allowing me to do this. I am grateful for it. Like I said, I don't think a lot of creators actually get the chance to do this as a full-time gig, and it's my passion. So that means a lot to me. So I want to do stuff that you, the viewer, are into. And so far you're letting me know that you're into Brianna Wu, the Brianna Wu versus Jesse Gender video, which it's a Twitter story, but I think it's an interesting Twitter story. And I'm sick of Jesse getting bullied. She got bullied by Keffals. She's getting bullied by Brianna Wu. And like, Brianna Wu just deserves to be fucking roasted. Okay. No, don't harass anybody, of course. Right. I don't mean it like that. I just mean like, I'm pissed. She's being mean to Jesse, and Jesse is probably the nicest person I know on the platform. I don't know. Jesse does not deserve this. So, yeah, it'd be nice to put that video out, and I'm actually close to being done with it. I just want to put some finishing touches on it, make it look professional, and it should be out to you, I think, tomorrow. I hope tomorrow. I don't want to like get you excited. Telethon. Yeah, it's called a telethon, says Shower Chat. Is it called a telethon or is it called a pledge drive? I thought it was a pledge drive. The telethon is like Jerry Lewis, right? He does the telethon for muscular dystrophy, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, chat, but I'm starting to wake up. I got a hold of Void Coffee. I got a hold of my Void Coffee, and my brain is starting to wake up. We got the poll going already, so that's good. I mentioned the gaming channel. Oh yeah, I mentioned the Patreon thing. Let me see if I can show you really quickly what tiers we are looking at. The tiers of the Weasel. Sounds too much like... I was trying to make a Tears of the Kingdom joke, chat, but it fails massively. I don't know. Let's see if I can muster some mustard. Yeah, I don't know what it is about Saturday streams. Like, why am I always so drowsy and dozy instead of fresh and rosy? I don't know. For the gaming streams. Okay, so here's what we got for the Patreon. For anybody who's interested, I do have a Patreon. The link is down in the description, and we do finally have tiers, right? People were asking for a long time, why are there not tiers? It's because I haven't set them up yet. I haven't set up the tiers yet. I did now. I kind of got in a rush to do it, so hopefully everything goes good. Like I said, the last thing I want to do is promise more than I deliver. But I got my hands forced here because apparently by just I made the tiers and I set them as private, or I set them as unpublished, right? Which I didn't know, but that actually just closes down my Discord, right? If I set up tiers and they're not public, that means nobody can nobody can donate to the Discord, and that's silly. So we can't have that. But yeah, Weasel Cord, we will be getting together really soon. We're going to bring on the mods first to the new Discord, then we're going to bring on the patrons, and then we're going to bring on the subs and members, and then chat, the ultimate goal is to migrate everybody over to the Discord, because I don't really want to have like a separate Discord for patrons. That kind of feels weird, right? I don't want to have anybody feel like there's like a Discord that they're like locked out of or whatever. I'm not trying to do a Keffals thing. I just upgraded from $1 to $3. Does that count? Oh, what? Yeah, it does. Wait, what is... You want vote for the alt-right platform? You're voting for an alt-right platform? How could you? No, just kidding. You're voting for the video about Rumble, the alt-right platform. Yeah, if you donate to Patreon, let me know, and I will add your... we need to do... There should be like a way to make a... I think there's like a... Is there like a notification that I can set up, maybe? But anyway, let me show you really quick what we got on as far as the tiers go. So here we go. This is the Patreon of nocommentchick. We got base weasels, right? Base weasels get access to members only Weasel Cord, which is coming soon. That's the thing that sucked about it, right? Though I didn't want to put these out until I had the Weasel Cord up for you, right? Because it's like, here's a perk that you don't get until I fucking get off my ass and actually make the new Discord and actually set up those permissions and everything else, right? You also get members only premium streamium access. So yeah, every month we try to do a premium streamium. It's every month thereabout. Shaxba just subscribed for $5 on Patreon and puts her money towards Muscle Mommy. Yo, Muscle Mommy is out to $7. But Vox Populi looking strong down there. Vox Populi looking... Have I missed anything? Chat, I feel like I'm in danger of... I'm trying to... You got like the new setup for chat kind of sucks. Like I used to be able to scroll up and down to read your chats, but now I'm in this window that doesn't scroll because my software broke on me. Anyway, chat, I'm just complaining. You don't need to hear me vent. All right, so we got the base weasel, $3 a month, gets weasel cord, gets the premium streamium. The fancy weasel catches the worm or whatever it is that weasels eat. What do weasels eat? I never thought about that, chat. Do they eat like carrots or what do weasels eat? I don't know. We'll have to find out because I want to be able to feed the weasels. Anyway, that would be the cutest thing in the world to feed weasels. I gotta look that up, chat. Can somebody tell me like at least one thing that weasels actually eat? So fancy weasels get early access. Yeah, the fancy weasel catches the early access. It's kind of like the worm. It's kind of like the, oh my God, it's so cheesy. Unedited, uncensored cuts of upcoming YouTube videos. Yeah, so the first thing I ever do with a segment, whether I'm gonna make it into a YouTube video or not, if I think there's any chance, I turn it into a segment. That means that I cut it out of the VOD. So, you know, instead of watching the whole VOD, you're able to watch just the segment, and that's up on my Twitch, right? You can go to the highlights. That's where these things live at, and you know, so I was thinking a good place for them to live now is on the Discord. I was thinking about putting them up for fancy weasels. If you're a fancy weasel, you get the perks of because it's not that hard for me to get like a version of the now this is you know, unedited, uncensored, so your mileage may vary, or you might see something that, like, you know, I'm kind of like, oh, it's not for prime time, not for the public, but you're gonna get to see it anyway. Like the night that I got a little bit faded on stream after getting frustrated by the game that I was playing crashing on me when I couldn't get into the old Mormon fort in Fallout New Vegas. I want to put that up there, right? Because like I've taken it off of everything because it's embarrassing, chat. I don't usually do that. I don't usually roll something up on stream and like, and I don't know how like that works for like monetization, but I do know that that's something that we could put up on Patreon. I do know that some people will appreciate that. Basically, I do that and then I watch a bunch of Gorka videos. So, you know, if you like the Gorka content, you want to see more of that, and you want to see me act an absolute fool in a way that I would never do in public normally, that's going to be available for you too. Premium only, members only. Okay, so yeah, that's the same thing that you got here. Members only premium streaming access, fancy shout out on live streams and videos. Yeah, so wait, do we have this here? I'm trying to remember where I put this. Oh yeah, I think it's like here. No, that's the unknown. Oh yeah, so I did one of these, right? I tried to do like all of the YouTube members. You know, like how the Vanguard does, like they thank their patrons before and the beginning and the end of every stream. So I tried to do this for my members, and it turns out there's like a lot of you. There's like a lot of you, right? And I don't know how to keep this thing updated. I don't know how the Vanguard does it. I would totally DM Gavin, except that like I'm sure that he's super busy. Like, right? I don't think he has time to answer my DM. We do follow each other on Twitter, but yeah, like I don't want to like. But like, yeah, they got theirs together, so there's no reason why I shouldn't be getting mine. But yeah, I thought that maybe we'd keep that for the fancy weasels to make this a little easier for me to do, since I seem to not be able to handle doing all the subs, all the members, and all the patrons. So we're going to try to do some shout out kind of similar to this on and your name will be on there. And your name will be on there. Actually, I don't know. I don't even want to add that for the base weasel. That's what I mean, chat. I wasn't done editing the stuff. I still had some thoughts about like maybe the base weasels should be on there too. I kind of think so. I think all the weasels. I think all of Weasel Cord, all of the Weasel Patreon should be up there on that sheet. Okay, so we got the fancy weasels for $5 a month, and then we got the fancy weasels. This is a steep price climb, but hopefully a steep upgrade too. It's what I was aiming for. Early access to unedited content. You get that with this. Access to members only Weasel Cord coming soon. You get this with both of these up here. Members only premium streamium. Fancy shout out. Weekly. Oh yeah, this was the big thing, right? Weekly after stream Discord hangout. So I wanted to like use the Weasel Cord to do some stuff, and I thought that it would be cool if I hung out with the fancy weasels after stream on Discord. And again, I might change this. I might like try to see if I can bring more people into that, because that seems like it would be fun with more people. Anyway, like I said, my hand got kind of forced to like go public with these things before I was ready to. So apologies if stuff ends up changing. If stuff ends up changing, you're not getting anything taken away from you, okay? Like it'll just be stuff added, right? So Legendary Weasel. This is a weasel that donates $50 a month. I don't expect there to be a lot of these, but if somebody's out there and they want to be legendary, they want to be a legendary weasel, they can do that, and they're going to get legendary status, and they're going to get monthly NCC desktop wallpaper, in addition to the weekly after stream Discord hangout, in addition to the fancy shoutouts before and after stream, in addition to the members only premium streaming access, in addition to the access to Weasel Cord and early access to unedited, uncensored cuts from upcoming YouTube videos. I feel like an auctioneer, chat. I feel like a goddamn auctioneer. I don't know, chat. I've never talked this fast. Does that make me an intellectual, though? That's the real question. Does talking fast make you an intellectual? That's the wrong button. This is the right button, and this is the right button. There we go. Destiny seems to think so. I've been seeing some weird stuff from Destiny lately, and like, look, let me give you a little preview, all right? This guy is like turning himself into a farm. I don't know if he realizes it. I don't know if his community realizes it. But when you say shit like, you know, when somebody says you talk fast and they're like, oh, that's kind of anti-intellectual. Yo, where did he get the idea? Where did Destiny get the idea that talking fast makes you an intellectual? This is literally what I talk about with Ben Shapiro, is that he has the trappings of a smart person, right? People tend to think unconsciously that if you talk fast, you are intelligent. That is not the truth. It has nothing to do with that. And it definitely has nothing to do with being an intellectual in Destiny. You are never going to be an intellectual. All right. I hate to break it to you, but I don't think you have the capacity. I don't think you have the curiosity. I don't think you have the interest. I don't think you got any of that. So, but anyway, yeah, he thinks it makes him an intellectual. So if I talk like an auctioneer, then eventually I too can become a intellectual according to Destiny. Yeah, it's the Vivant speaking. It's not even him. Fake intellectual. Anyway, chat, I feel like I have edged you for long enough. What time is it right now? It's time for the top of the hour ad break. I got like 2 seconds. Look, if you're on Twitch, there's an ad break. It comes every hour on the hour. It's about to come any second now. You can get out of it for free or for $5 by using a Twitch sub, or by paying Twitch $5 to buy yourself a sub. You could also possibly be gifted a sub, although honestly, that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in chat. There we go. We got the top of the hour ad break. I am somehow doing okay despite having no sleep whatsoever. But yeah, we got our poll going, and remember this poll. Check this out. This is on the community page. If you want to vote on what video comes out next, I want to give you a choice. Right, because this community is doing so much for me, and it's I gotta give you what you want, and I can only give you what you want if I find out what you want. I find out what you want by making polls like this on the community page. So make sure to vote if you want to. You don't have to. I won't twist your arm. I'm not Goku Naru's muscle mommy. I'm not Goku Naru's Muay Thai muscle mommy. So I'm not gonna put anybody in a rear naked choke to make them vote, but you know, you can vote even. I think you can vote without. Oh, and also right here, more comment chick. This is what I'm talking about when I say the gaming. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, this is some old branding. This is some very old branding. Yeah, I used to look like this, chat. I used to do cosplay. That was my thing. I was the cosplay debate chick, but I don't really do debates anymore, and I haven't done cosplay in a while. We should probably do cosplay. I don't know, chat. I love cosplay. But anyway, that's Asuka NCC and Blue Hair NCC for the old school heads that remember the look that frightened all of Twitch politics. But yeah, this is the gaming channel. It's more comment check on YouTube. We're up to 200 subscribers, so congratulations. We're up to 200. I've got, let's see, the main thing that I've been doing on this channel lately is this, Fallout New Vegas. Look at this. I've got, wait, I need to put some, wait. How many of these do I have up? I might need to add some. No, we're good. We're good. Vault 22. Yeah, we got everything up here now, right? So there's like 20, there's like 50. No, there's more than 15, right? There is 17 episodes up here. Like 15 numbered episodes, and then like a 2.5 episodes that I had to put in the middle to just preserve the continuity. But we got the whole continuity. This is the entire playthrough of Fallout New Vegas, starting from the very first one right here, all the way. Look at that. That's the opening of the game. All the way down here to what I did last night, which was Vault 22. The goddamn spores. Yo, that's when I look at that. See that little spore collector? He thought he was slick. He thought he was slick. He thought I didn't see him. But I see you. I see you, spore collector. Boom. Got him with a sawed-off shotgun. Okay, so that's the Fallout New Vegas game. Anyway, chat, like I said, I have been edging you for longer than long enough. And I think I've mentioned all the things that I'm supposed to mention as like a professional streamer, if that's what I am now. Let's take a look at the Demon Mama. There she is. In all of her effed up glory.
Lovely imps.
The lovely imps. Welcome once again, my lovely imps. Today we have to talk about... I'm not here to praise Keffals. I'm here to bury Keffals. No, just kidding, chat. Look, like in all seriousness, like, right, the title says A2 Demon Mama. This was a long time coming, and I'm glad she did it. She needed to do this, right? You know, it breaks my heart that there's still people that are just kind of in the Keffals cult, still thinking that Keffals is on the up and up, still not, recognizing how, what a fucking snake Keffals is. And we've experienced this in our community. She literally lied about Zara, who's, trying to get started as a streamer, and Keffals, like, pulls her up on stream and tries to insinuate that she's somehow, like, anti-gender non-conforming people. Isn't that a weird thing to get criticized by Keffals for being, like considering how much Keffals bitches about woke scolds? It's so weird to have Keffals woke scold you, but she really does play both sides. She really does. She really is like the perfect, morally inconsistent cry bully in terms of that, right? And no, Zara is not, against gender non-conforming people, right? It's just something that Keffals decided to say because she's a bigger streamer, and nobody will question when a bigger streamer just literally lies about a smaller streamer. So yeah, I've been negative about Keffals for a while, even though we were friendly back in the day. And I think at one time she was fighting the good fight against the debate pervertry online, but then she just ended up giving in when shit got tough. She signed up for Whiteleaf. She joined Vosh, and ever since then she has been like just the snakiest person out there. Anyway, let's see what Demon Mom has to say.
Drama has come to our doorstep, and it has come to our doorstep in the form of a content creator who our community has a long history with, by the name of Keffals. Keffals' presence on the internet.
Did Zara do anything? No, Zara literally, like, she just like screenshotted Zara saying something innocuous, and she said, "Oh, looks pretty." It was during the tipster thing, right? It was during the tipster thing, and she tried to, like, I don't know. She did, like I always talk about, like, there's this thing that people do where they're like, look at this receipt. You know what this means? This means that. And you look at the receipt, and it's like, that's not in there. That's not it. But most people don't check. Most people don't look. They're just like, oh, she's got a receipt, and she says this about this person, so therefore this must be true. Yeah, Sarah's not, like, transphobic. Like, that's the weirdest thing to say. That's the weirdest fucking, and this is the person that accused Jesse Gender of being an animal abuser, right? Like, Keffals just lies about people. Like, she's lied about, Bad Empanada. A lot of people didn't have a lot of empathy because, Bad Empanada is kind of, whatever. Bad Empanada is Bad Empanada, right? So, like, people didn't really notice that she was lying about Bad Empanada, but she lies about everyone. And like has she lied about me? No, she just said she hates me. She just randomly said she hates me. And I still don't know why, Keffals. I don't know why. If you want to talk to me, tell me why you hate me, maybe apologize to Zara. You're welcome on my stream, right? That invitation is open. Anytime you want to correct the record, anytime you want to be less of a weaselly. You know, that's where that comes from, right? The weasel thing? Like this right here. Weasel. I was literally talking about Keffals. I was talking about Keffals literally lying about people. And yeah, that's why I said weasel in the first place. That it got clipped and it turned into a sound alert. It should be a sound alert, shouldn't it? It turned into a sound bite, and you know, the rest is history. Anyway, back to Demon Mama. Oh wait, did I turn my volume down? Shaxby tried to remind me yesterday that I had my gain. Oh my god, chat, did I like destroy anybody's eardrums? Did I destroy anybody's headphones? Did I like I had the gain on. I had 8 decibels of gain.
Has for a very long time.
Oh my god, now I'm scared.
Been one that can only be described as controversial, and often controversial for all the wrong reasons.
There's a lot you can say about Keffals, but yeah, controversial is maybe one of them.
And unfortunately, today, we have to have a pretty serious talk about Keffals.
Is Demon Mama turning on Clara? Look, Keffals has like turned on her own community, right? Has victimized her own community. Some would say conned her own community. I'm going to try to stay away from anything that could be even mildly taken as a legal claim, right? But yeah, this is Demon Mama's also somebody who donated to Keffals, right? And she feels ripped off by that. So
in advance, I'm going to ask that everybody keep themselves chill in chat, okay? Be cool. There are a lot of new viewers here today because obviously there's a lot of interest in this topic, and there's a lot of strong opinions on this topic from many different angles.
Okay, so now chat. I don't want to single any of her chatters out, right? Because I don't want to take a chance on, like, I don't know, people, like, again, like, nobody harass anybody. Don't harass Keffals, don't harass, like, like, you know, you're gonna see Keffals in a kind of bad light during this video. I just don't want anybody to take that as a reason to you know, give people shit, give Keffals fans shit or anything like that. You know that most, like 99.999% of you would never do that anyway, but I gotta say it just for that 0.001% who, you know, might take things too far. Don't do that, especially not on my behalf. And but like, I do want to kind of take the temperature of Demon Mama's chat, right? And in fact, I would say that this is not just Demon Mama's chat that's here tonight. I think this is Demon Mama's chat, like, mixed in with some people that maybe just hate Keffals, mixed in with some people that like Keffals, mixed in with some people that just want to know what's going on. Like, she's got, you know, this was a much larger audience than Demon Mama usually gets, right? So I'm kind of curious what they think, because I think it's a mixed reaction. You got somebody saying, what did Keffals do? Drama comes to Imp Town. Yeah, indeed.
Really like it if people could be chill and
you got Cherry and Cherry Bread TV in chat.
Not be weird freaks in chat. I would really appreciate that. And also, I think it should go without saying that if you think the solution to basically anything is online harassment, you have no place in this community. In my community.
So notice this, right? Demon Mama says this. I just said something similar. This is what responsible content creators do. Whenever we feel like something might be taken too far, whenever we feel like emotions might get too heated, it is good to, you know, sort of check your community and make sure that everybody out there knows that you don't, you know, want any of this to become like online harassment, because I've been on the other end of that and I know what it feels like, right? And you know, even somebody who's done bad things does not deserve to be harassed. There's also, something that I always tell you, that in spite of the fact that my stream is brought to you, made possible by viewers like you, it's support from the community. It's like 90% like fan funding that I'm operating on. I never want you to spend money that you need to use for you. So if you've got priorities, if you've got things that you need to do, if you're hurting for money, like don't worry about donating to me, right? Thumb Gang is a great way to contribute, and I appreciate Thumb Gang. We can't do anything without Thumb Gang. Without Thumb Gang, my videos do not get out to the masses. So you're helping me out even with your thumb. And if you need to take care of yourself, first do that. Take care of yourself. Take care of people in your life. And if you've got extra money to contribute, that's awesome, because a lot of people out there don't. Times are tough for a lot of people, including me. And this is, not something that I want. All too often, the most generous people are the people that need to stop and take a breath and be a little bit generous to themselves first, right? If you don't have money, so I mean, like, you'll hear this from responsible content creators. Who you don't hear this from is people like Keffals. Keffals seems to be totally fine with people who should not be donating to her because they think that she's in some kind of like existential crisis. And the more and more we found out about the actual situation, it just did not match what she portrayed. What she sold her GoFundMe on was not, the narrative that she sold was not actually what happened. And people were really worried about her. And there were people that were dipping into their pockets, dipping into their savings that really should not have been, right? And I just never want anybody to do that on my behalf. So, there's a difference, right? As much as I have, some differences of opinions with Demon Mama on a lot of political issues, right? She's in that Vosh orbit. So, everybody in that orbit's going to kind of stink to some degree. You're going to have some stinky takes, right? I will give her the credit where credit is due, in that she's a responsible content creator. She she wasn't always like this, but she does now tend to say don't harass anyone when tempers get heated. She does try to de-escalate things, which is good. And she does, I think, also, emphasize that although, she's in the same boat as I am as far as fan funding, she wants people in her community to take care of themselves first. So this is somebody that cares about her community. And, I wish that was a little bit more universal, because with Keffals, we're going to see Keffals seems to only care about Keffals. Anyway.
Worked very, very, very hard to cultivate an environment in which people do not needlessly seek drama, in which drama farming and weird internet gossip behavior is discouraged. And I think that's because it's largely detrimental to the mental health of the people who participate in it, to the people who are targeted by it, to the ability of video makers and artists on the internet to get anything done, and also to truth itself online.
So this part I'm trying to figure out exactly what she means, right? She says she's not about the drama, it's destructive, it's unhelpful. I mean, definitely what Keffals did in going around and lying about people and trying to start shit and sending her community after people, not being responsible, not de-escalating and stuff like that. That's definitely, if that's what Demon Mama thinks is drama, then yeah, I'm right there with her as far as that. But I mean, some people would say that some of Demon Mama's biggest streams, like the Illuminati stream, that is generally classified as drama, right? I've had her do, drama streams on me more than once, right? So, when she says she doesn't participate in that, like she's above it all, I X to doubt on that, right? X to doubt. But yeah, she's definitely not doing what Keffals is doing. And, whereas Keffals was like all drama all the time, Demon Mama most of the time is talking about trans issues, is talking about politics, is talking about gaming. It's kind of the rare occasion that she's talking about drama, but she definitely engages. And when anything like Illuminati comes by, like she's on that shit. She's on that shit. Like anyway, I kind of don't like it when streamers are like, I'm above it all, and they're not. And I've got like personal experience with them not being above it all, but whatever. whatever. I would. She's not on the level of Keffals anyway.
Misinformation and narratives are rampant on the internet, and I really feel like it damages our ability to figure out anything real, and it can induce a feeling of meaninglessness to everything that's done online, and that's tragic, because what we do online is not meaningless. It actually can be very impactful. This community only raids with love. This community wants to find the truth to the best of our ability, and we always want to discuss things with compassion to the best of our ability. With all that said, we need to talk about Keffals. I have known Keffals for a very long time. I've known Keffals since before she was known as Keffals. I had always found her to be a very talented comedian. I've always found Keffals to be a very funny person, very skilled at making people laugh and making people laugh in unique ways. That was true.
What do you think about this, Chad? Is Keffals funny?
When she became...
I've heard about this allegations of Keffals being funny. I'm just not. I guess I don't have a lot of like examples of it. Does it happen on Twitter? I'll be real with you. Like, right, I don't like covering Keffals streams because they're boring. And like, you know, to the extent that they're not boring, they're super toxic. Like, it's either boring or she's using slurs or she's like lying about somebody. I don't know. I don't see the humor, but maybe it's there. Maybe I'm just not aware of it. Yeah, Natalie Marie says, I'm not aware of it. Anybody seen Keffals be funny? I mean, I guess, right? Maybe? I don't get the edgy humor. She can sometimes really hard to see if you already think negatively of her. Her one joke was ratio. Well, I mean, it's a good joke when you're doing it to Keemstar and Matt Walsh, right? You know, look, I was there for that, right? I was there for her raising funds for Southern equality. I was there for her talking about anti-trans legislation that was going on. I was there for her taking on the debate bros. She was engaging in drama there, and I feel like that's drama that needs to happen. These assholes need to be taken down a peg or two. Unfortunately, Keffals at some point decided if you can't beat them, join them, and she decided she couldn't face the onslaught, and she had to sort of she had to join the Vosh Clout Network for protection, kind of similar to what happened with Demon Mama and Destiny. Anyway, oh my god, my button is not working. There we go.
Keffals, when she created her a streaming channel around the moniker Keffals.
There's a mischievous element that would be entertaining if it wasn't toxic.
And mostly did a lot of meme content and stuff like that. And
okay, so I remember the era that she's talking about. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was funny, but it was good content, right? One of the last times I raided into Keffals, she had like a mushroom version of herself that she'd drawn on notebook paper. She then cut that out and she had that up as her like rant sona. She was like not on stream that night, but she had this cute little mushroom that I guess she had drawn. And then she was doing content. She was reacting to this guy he bought a can of food from the 1900s. Or no, the 1800s. I think it was like from the 1800s. It was like a canned meat can. And then he opened it and it was hard as a rock. It was crystallized. It was gross, right? This was crystallized meat. And then he was like, we're going to cook this and eat it. And I'm like, how are you going to? Anyway, he starts chiseling away at the meat and he gets the dust and he puts it in a frying pan and he starts like frying up the meat crystals with I don't know. That was entertaining. I don't know if it was funny, but it was something.
Pretty early on, she sort of pivoted from doing memes and comedy, chill streams and stuff like that, into doing more political content that was very politically charged and
don't forget her horrid joke about CSAM / oh fuck, I forgot about that. Yeah. So this is River Rune's talking about like a Discord league where she makes a joke about being attracted to minors and racism. Like what was? Oh my god, I can't remember what it was, but it was yeah.
A lot of focus on trans issues, and she kind of got, I guess you could call it like viral attention, whatever the modern equivalent of viral is. It's not really the subject of this section, but viral, as we used to understand it, doesn't really exist in the same way. But regardless, she got a lot of attention by doing basically Twitter ratios, where some heinous asshole would say something stupid on the internet, and she would show up and say ratio, and her post.
Bad Lefty says, I found in some of the jobs I used to do, the richest people were almost always the tightest, trying not to pay their bills or trying to knock you down after agreeing. Oh, knock your, yeah, what you were going to get down. Yeah, you make a deal with them and they kind of pull back on it. We worked with clearly poorer people. They were often the best tippers. Yeah, that's the thing, right? And I mean, this is actually, I think they've statistically proven this, that rich people, like that they're the most generous people per the money that they have are actually poor people. And I experienced this myself when I did some I did it canvassing for a while for a nonprofit like political organization, and we were supposed to go around, get signatures on petitions, but we were also supposed to try to ask for donations. And time after time after time, the only people to donate to me were older women who seem to be on a fixed income. In other words, people that should probably keep that money for themselves. And I ended up quitting that job because I just couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle that. Like, my job was to lean into grandma, who really should be, saving her money and taking her care of herself. Right. And like, it's just like, and people that I worked with were like totally, like they'd given themselves over to that. Like, they would literally try to like scare people about the issues that we were talking about to get more money off of them. And I could not handle that. I could not handle that.
Would get a whole bunch of attention instead of the post that was originally there.
Good luck, Baker's Dozen Cat. That's migraines are not easy to deal with.
The goal is that you want to create a ratio where the ratio of a reply, the likes, retweets, comments, etc., is higher than whatever the original one is. It's like a goofy internet flex. And that was all fun and fine and whatever. Although, of course, in the process of that, it definitely attracted a lot of mixed attention. There were people who were very jazzed about this, who thought it was really funny, a way of like being basically an internet troll for generally good causes. Rolling on some asshole conservative.
Yeah, exactly. Look, when it happens to like Matt Walsh, Omega Star, thank you for the gift membership to Lynn Pot. Let me know if you want to put that money behind one of the potential videos that we could watch next, or if you want to put it behind gaming or Vox Populi.
Screaming about homeless people or whatever. But it also, of course, made some people mad. There's a lot of people who are going to get mad when they get...
Well, here's the deal, okay? She did this ratio thing to transphobes. She did this ratio thing to, like, Keemstar, people that deserve to get ratios, people that needed to get ratios, right? But she also did it to people that were giving her feedback that she didn't want to hear. She sent her community after people that had some criticisms that she would have done better to like listen to. And lest we forget, like the small POC Twitter accounts that she virtually harassed off the internet, right? So, like, I mean, this is the good and the bad about Keffals, right? Doing this to people.
So peaceful up here, but now they're a freaking communist invading.
Thank you, Samuel Ruff. Welcome in. Welcome in. You picked Noah. Okay, we'll put that $3 towards Noah. Yeah, so it's a double-edged sword, right? I mean, like that, there's definitely people that Keffals went after that needed to be taken down a peg or two, but she just didn't stop with that, right? It wasn't just, if you're going to be the ratio queen for great justice, that's one thing. But too many times Keffals was, just using it to go after people and to kind of scare people out of criticizing her, and that's fucked up.
Kind of like made fun of or embarrassed on the internet. So there was this consistent ramping up of attention, with the ratios getting, lots of attention, lots of support and whatever, but also people getting mad about it and also disagreeing with some of her opinions and whatever. And this led to a lot of harassment being directed at Keffals when her community was very small. She had a lot of Twitter clout, I guess you could call it, for whatever that's worth. Hint.
Mama doesn't know how to Twitter. No, she's fine. She's fine. I'm not trying to shit on her for that. I don't know how to tweet either. I don't know. I've made some banger tweets before, but I don't know. I'm bored with Twitter. I hate the site. I don't see anything good on there. It's depressing to go on there. It's depressing to look at the hashtags that are trending. Like half of them are just like transphobia or racism or something. Like, there was a hashtag today that was like shitting on George Floyd. I don't know. I don't like Twitter anymore. So yeah, but Demon Mama never quite popped off the way that Keffals did. It's okay.
It's worth next to nothing. Twitter clout is not all that important.
And she's right about that.
Especially these days. But back then it was a little more important. Point is, she had a lot of Twitter clout. She didn't have a huge stream following at that point. So there was a lot of harassment. And the harassment that was directed against Keffals during this period is fairly well documented. It's pretty easy to see. At least it was. Right now, I don't know if you can actually see her old VODs anymore, but I've been present and witnessed some of the harassment that was directed her way. And of
Frishula says, I've never seen a social media site turn into 4chan as fast as Twitter has.
course, myself being a trans creator on the internet who has disagreed with right-wing figures, as basically all of us end up.
Isn't today the anniversary of his murder? Yeah, it is. And there's a hashtag that's just purely like right-wingers doing like revisionism on what happened to him.
Doing eventually, because of the way that the culture war is right now. I've experienced it myself. The reason I'm saying all this is because I want people to understand the wind up to what we're talking about, and also to understand why I was fairly vocal. And
okay, so we're gonna speed her up a little bit. She's not like she's not like Keffals as far as slow talking, but I feel like 1.25 would really become Demon Mama.
do not regret
There we go.
defending her fairly frequently in the early days of her career. I was a fairly vocal defender of Keffals early on because what I saw was bullshit. I saw people being unbelievably cruel, behaving psychotically towards a fairly small streamer who had basically done the equivalent of getting a dunk in on Twitter. And the response
What are the cherries covered in chocolate called? Delicious?
was people, doing your typical
Wait, unless you mean a different kind of chocolate covered cherry.
internet 4chan era garbage,
Sorry.
horrific slurs in your chat, sending you pictures of gore, that type of stuff, just in massive amounts. And so, of course, early on, I had known Keffals from before she started streaming, and so I was very happy, and I don't regret that at all. I also
Yeah, there's still some unsolved mysteries about the harassment of Keffals. The few times I was in her chat and saw it going on, it was strikingly similar to the harassment that I got. Now, obviously, chat, that doesn't in and of itself prove anything, but it does make me suspicious, right? Because at the time, Keffals was known for standing up for trans rights. Keffals was known for standing against debate perverts on Twitch, and like, that's kind of what I'm known for too, right? Those are, right. So it was a little strange, but yeah, it's hard to pin these things down. As far as the harassment on Twitch, right? I've definitely got my suspicions as far as the suspects list goes, and I know some people who were at the very least talking to the people who were doing it, right? But I can't, as far as pinning it on a person, there's no way to know for sure.
So as Keffals started to build a political presence, had plenty of criticisms for her. And if you don't believe me about any of this, you can just search Keffals' name on my channel. And more recently, you could just search the term drama on my channel, and chances.
Are you sure about that, Demon Mama? She's acting like Keffals is the only source of drama that she was covering. I'm trying to remember what she actually said. That was it like with the Brianna Wu stuff? Does anybody remember? Yeah, because she I mean, it is true, right? She did criticize Keffals in like a small way, right? She wasn't like trying to say, you know, she wasn't burning the bridge or anything like that, but I think it was about Brianna Wu, right?
You're going to see a video that contains at least some critique of Keffals, varying from a lot of critique to a little critique. I had a sort of infamous stream in which I talked about the use of the R slur, in which I very heavily criticized
okay.
Keffals. And
yeah, she's yeah. So it's like, look, if you want to take a slur that's used on you and reclaim it, I mean, yeah, I guess so. But that's going to sound a lot different than using a slur as a pejorative. When you're calling people the R slur to dunk on them, you are not reclaiming shit. When you're calling people the F slur to dunk on them, you are not reclaiming shit. That is not how reclamation fucking works, right? But she was so like, you know, oh, I got this card and I got that card, I got the trans card and I got the gay card and like I can use all these slurs. Isn't this great, right? I want to use some slurs. That was the reason that she switched from Twitch to YouTube, right? Is that she wanted to say more slurs.
Other people, and all of this I have.
They're called cherry cordials, really?
Like, I feel proud.
Wait, isn't a cordial like a drink?
Of the way that I handled these things. And that, the criticisms and the defenses. And I wanted to talk about these because I want to be clear exactly what I'm talking about as we get further into this topic. The
infamous R slur stream, I think I covered that one.
The reason why, just as a side note, the reason why I bring up...
Yeah, those streams you only got courtesy of Zara, who a few times ended up staying really late at night and editing the slurs out of them. Obviously on Twitch, you know, they have a low threshold for things like that. And so if we're streaming, co-streaming to Twitch, right, we can't have her say those things, but it was at the same time, like, not covering means that she does this shit and she gets away with it. And I very much did not want her getting away with it. Because at the time, I was still dealing with people in my community that were like, yeah, Keffals is based. Because Keffals was based at one point, or Keffals seemed based at one point. You can talk to a lot of people, though, that have had, you know, experiences of her being racist going way back. So I think I might have, I don't know.
Is because,
I don't know how based she ever was.
Fairly recently in the sort of history of the Keffals channel, Keffals made some decisions to pivot into drama content. And I promise, I'm not going to make this whole stream about drama content, even though I could rant about it a lot. I have very negative feelings, if you can't already tell by what I've said already, about drama content, but particularly about channels that make drama content the center of their channel. I think that it incentivizes and requires behaviors that are incredibly problematic. And some of those we are going to end up discussing in just a little bit. A lot of my issues on a personal level that came up with Keffals and also that came up with Keffals' community happened when she decided to make this pivot into doing drama content. It was where I felt like there was a very distinct change in the atmosphere around the community and also in a lot of her behaviors. Yeah, so I figured that was important to bring up. There's also another thing that I want to talk about, and this is going to be the center of what we talk about today, which is that I also advocated in favor of a GoFundMe that Keffals ran. Now, I want to talk about this GoFundMe, and I want to look at what it was, because this is going to be very, very important to what we're talking about today.
Okay, so cherry cordials have a syrup inside the cherry. That's the connection with the drink syrup? Oh, okay. Wait, so is a cherry it's a chocolate covered cherry with syrup inside of it.
Years ago, Keffals launched a GoFundMe. I can actually, oh wait, sorry, I actually can get the date here. The date would have been August 9th.
Chat, I don't know anything about alcohol drinks. I really am just...
2022. Keffals launched a GoFundMe. It was this GoFundMe right here, the Clara Sorrenti Keffals Legal Fund. Now that name is really important, but we're also going to go over the description here in a second.
Wait, Gus, who do you think is my evil twin? Keffals or Demon Mama?
Now, what happened to Keffals is that a few days before this legal fund went live, Keffals was swatted, and swatted pretty severely. For those who aren't familiar with the term swatting, swatting is...
Maraschino cherries, those were my favorite as a kid. As a kid, if I could ever get like a, what is it called? Like a Shirley Temple? Right? It's like a maraschino cherry in 7-Up. It's so good.
when online people find your private information, including your address.
Yeah, this is Demon Mama. Demon Mama's talking about Keffals. I am neither of these two people, and I would think that's pretty clear. I don't know.
And they use that information to convince the police to do a raid on your house on false pretenses, obviously. It is a horrible, horrible situation that has resulted in injuries, death.
Wait, Soul Life is Bad Lefty's evil twin?
Damage over the years to tons and tons of innocent people. Swatting is a genuinely terrible blight on internet existence, and it is a complicated issue too, because many police departments do not have any protections in place to prevent swatting. In America, police departments are heavily militarized, they are heavily armed, and SWAT teams tend to react erring on the side of what they call caution, aka they would rather catch a criminal than necessarily verify whether or not there's actually a threat at all. I don't call that...
They are both the evil twin?
That's what they like to call it. What this means is that in a lot of places, it can be fairly easy, all things considered, to provoke a violent response on someone who has not done a crime by falsifying information. They're swatting for you. And this happened to Keffals, a thing that I wouldn't wish on any online performer or artist or anything like that. It's a terrible, terrible experience. And from everything that we've been able to see, the experience was horrifying, traumatizing, and terrible. So when this occurred, a bunch of Keffals' stuff was taken. Keffals was briefly detained and questioned by the police.
Yeah, I mean, this is really scary stuff. This is really scary stuff. Like, I had a scare with this myself. Like, like, for the record, nothing like this has ever happened to me. But I did have these two haters that were like best friends and like always like, talking on Twitter. And when they ended up going against each other, like when one of the things that one of these haters outed about the other hater was that she had some screenshots where she was planning to try to send the police to my house. Right now, it never happened. I don't know how serious she was about it. I don't have any information to say that I was actually in danger, but I gotta say that after that happened, when I saw those screenshots, it kind of gave me the chills. Like, right, that was like
all on ridiculous false pretenses that were fabricated by people who didn't like her online. And shortly after this event, she decided to set up this Clara Sorrenti Keffals legal fund. And this is where things get very messy, and it has been unpleasant to even prepare and go through and think about and learn about everything that's happened here. Early on, and this is before it reached the goals that it did, which, just for the record, this legal fund reached 101,348 Canadian dollars with a 100,000 goal. So it went over $100,000, which is an incredible, incredible amount of money. That's a lot of money. That's way above the average yearly income of someone, okay? And
not of Keffals, apparently. Apparently she was pulling down like 10,000 a month with her stream alone.
Why is it still opened? That's a good point.
Why is it still open? Like, you know, Keffals. Why would she close it? Like, she could close it and stop getting money from it, or she could leave it open and she could keep getting money for it. And if you're asking why did this get $100,000, right? When there's a lot of GoFundMe's out there with some real need behind them. A person that is very much, you know, in a bad financial situation, needs help to stay in their house, needs help to pay for food, etc., and they don't get filled at all. They got $0 on it, right? Why is it that Keffals is at $100,000? Well, I mean, like, she was a decent sized streamer, for one. And secondly, there were a lot of articles written about her when the swatting happened, right? She got interviewed by a whole bunch of different places and, you know, gave an account of the swatting that I think we've now seen contradicted by some of her other statements, by some other people in her life that knew that that wasn't true, right? She gave essentially a narrative of the swatting that was not maybe the most faithful to what actually happened, right? So, and partially because of the, you know, the lack of any sort of research or any sort of scrutiny by these by these outlets, by these media outlets, right? That you know, that the Patreon got pushed that far.
There's actually people still donating to it right now, which is a little bit weird.
Wait, is she serious? Is it moving right now?
Yeah. Okay. So, early on, when this video, or when this section dropped, what Keffals was asking for was, I think the original amount was somewhere in the ballpark of 10K. Don't quote me on the exact. I don't really care about the exact number. It doesn't really matter. But the original ask was pretty low. And around that time, I was willing to promote this GoFundMe to my community. My community has a long...
Wait, what's going on in that chat? Cherry is bringing up, is like put like a green text of the name, which is like a 4chan reference. A green text is like, you put like a caret next to something and it turns green. Apparently Demon Mama's website chat has that too. Oh my god, do we need to... Like, Cherry's an interesting person, right? We're talking about the person who was a editor for Xanderhall, apparently edited for Keffals too. And when the Xanderhall Keffals drama happened and Xanderhall wanted to use some screenshots that Cherry had of Keffals as a nuke, Cherry made it clear that she wasn't comfortable with this. A lot of people assumed that was because she was siding with Keffals, because most people were siding with Keffals at the time. Xanderhall was kind of a hard person to take seriously at the time, but essentially Cherry continued to hang out with Keffals and just collected screenshot after screenshot, and a lot of what we know about what was actually going on with Keffals is due to Cherry Bread TV. Yeah, I don't know why Cherry just like randomly said food shops. That's so weird. Food shops, if you don't know, is a streamer who is controversial because of some clips which allegedly show her talking about relationships with underage people. So I haven't looked into that. I have no interest in that. That is not like the kind of content that I want to go anywhere near. I cannot vouch for that. But yeah, obviously food shops not very likely a persona non grata in Demon Mama's community, as she is in most communities. Yeah, it's just randomly saying food shops. What is that? I don't understand. And why the green text? Anyway, sorry, chat. Mysteries.
Asking for was, I think the original amount was somewhere in the ballpark of 10K. Don't quote me on the exact. I don't really care about the exact number. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, Bad Lefty says about cops, they are nervous and twitchy, could easily gun emoji you if they fear the slightest thing. If they see an acorn drop, okay? If they see an acorn drop, there's some chance they might unload their magazine. I've been told I should call it a magazine, not a clip.
But the original ask was pretty low. And around that time, I was willing to promote...
Wait, is that a magazine?
...this GoFundMe.
Gun people in chat, explain the difference between a magazine and a clip.
...to my community. my community has a long history of generosity, kindness, willingness to go there for people who are in need. And so I said, damn, getting swatted is horrible, especially if your stuff got confiscated and you can't make an income anymore. I was more than willing to support that. And a lot of people agreed with me. Now, obviously, this blasted through the initial goals.
Yeah, because you've got a situation where Keffals is sort of known for supporting trans charities, for talking about anti-trans legislation, and all of a sudden, her means to make a stream is taken away, right? That's going to make people want to donate. That's going to make people want to put, her equipment back in her hands as fast as possible, and they did. But it turns out that she actually got all that equipment back after 3 days. I got to give you an update about how the polls are going, right? We do the polls. If you don't know what that is, what's next? That means what are we going to cover next after Demon Mama? We're going to cover the Demon Mama thing. It's about 2 hours of Demon Mama here. You know how I am. I like to yap a lot, so it'll probably take a little bit longer than 2 hours. But after that, we're gonna watch something else. Right now in shorts, Noah Samson on Sneeko is winning. And in not shorts, Rumble, the alt-right YouTube is winning, right? So this is the video about the right-wing social media platforms. We watched a little bit of this content creator's video on other right-wing social media platforms, and they were covered because they were failing. Rumble, however, I think is not failing. So they're covering the right-wing social media platform that is having some degree of success. But yeah, that's winning one poll. The Noah Samson versus Sneeko is winning the other, although it's Rumble, all right, YouTube is coming in a close second there. And then if we look over at the donors poll, it looks like Vox Populi. So look at this. If this continues to be the way it is, right, then the winner of the poll is going to be the content that we watch next. Because when you donate to Vox Populi, you're saying that whatever's winning, you want that to win, right? With Goku Naru's Muay Thai Muscle Mommy coming in second, then Noah Samson on Sneeko, then Rumble. So it looks like Noah Samson on Sneeko's doing pretty well as the Rumble, the alt-right YouTube video. So yeah, you can vote on those. I'm going to leave them open as long as I'm doing the Demon Mama content, and maybe even a little bit longer than that. And again, you can always put your thumb on the scale if you want to. And if you can get any of these to beat Vox Populi, then they will have a good chance of winning the day.
And continued on to astronomical heights. And the goal was changed multiple times. Now, some people took that as, in and of itself, a suspicious sign. But
a clip is a bullet carrier that doesn't go into the weapon. Oh, I see. So when the cops, when the acorn falls on the cop and the cop unloads, it's like unloading the magazine?
I don't really agree. And I think something that I want to make clear in talking about this is that Keffals was swatted by people who hated her ass. These people were always going to try and say that anything that she did was bad. There were a lot of people who were going to say, were going to make all kinds of accusations over any GoFundMe. But what there always was a lack of hard evidence of anything, basically, other than...
and this is the thing about internet harassment, right? I've experienced it, Keffals experienced it, Demon Mama has experienced it, but as far as tying it to like a person, it generally does not happen. You generally do not get enough evidence to be able to do that. You can speculate, I've definitely got, my ideas about, who might have been responsible for harassing me, but as far as making a definitive statement...
Evidence that had been provided by Keffals that the GoFundMe was going to be used for what it was intended to be used for. Which brings us to let's read the description, shall we? Let's read what the original GoFundMe was set to be used for. I need your help, says Keffals, because I can't do this alone. I started a GoFundMe after being victimized by the London Police Services for being the victim of a hate crime. I need to move immediately, recoup my losses, and build a legal fund to protect my rights. I have been subject to emotional damages, financial damages, blatant violations of the Human Rights Act, and discrimination against me on the basis of gender identity and expression. I was also subject to unjust seizures that not only affected my livelihood, but has severely disrupted the work my fiancé is doing in their doctorate program, which has the potential to impact whether or not my fiancé finishes their doctorate. Because there is no policy in my city against swatting, there is no guarantee this will not happen again, and my home is not safe. Update. The original moving goal was met, but the hotel I was staying at while looking for a new place to live was doxxed. I am now in hiding. I am keeping the GoFundMe up, but all donations are going directly to my legal fund, which I will be using to seek justice. That's pretty important right there. Yes. So in the original version even, you can see that this was present. In the very original version, when this is the goal when it was at 20,000. So if the goal is met, I will have raised enough to recoup my losses and move immediately to a safe location. If the goal is exceeded, funds will be allocated to a legal fund to protect myself against ongoing and future threats to my safety. Now
Wait, what did she say? London Police Services? Sorry, I got a question from chat here.
that's pretty important right there. Yes. So in the original version even, you can see that this was present. In the very
Now I'm wondering, you see that? That was a cut. That was a cut. Look, I was kind of counting on Demon Mama not to have those. Otherwise, I would just watch the VOD to see what was originally streamed. Maybe it was just something boring or, you know, some dead air or something like that was cut out. But
original version, when this is the goal when it was at 20,000. So if the goal is met, I will have raised enough to recoup my losses and move immediately to a safe location. If the goal is exceeded, funds will be allocated to a legal fund to protect myself against ongoing and future threats to my safety. Now that was then edited to be donations are going directly to my legal fund, which I will be using to seek justice. Okay.
wait, where's the London Police Services part?
So with all this in mind, this is a very reasonable ask. People here who are donating to this are looking to help someone seek justice. And a lot of people were correctly empathetic with that goal. Now, after this GoFundMe went up, there was a whole bunch of incidents that happened. There is not enough time in the world for me to go through all of them.
Amelia says, this is why I'm very careful from who I listen to about criticism of Keffals. There are valid criticisms, but a lot of her hate that she gets is because she's a trans creator and she has a history, right? She sort of pivoted away from this, right? But she had a history of talking about trans rights issues, talking about anti-trans legislation that not a lot of people were paying attention to. And, you know, kind of like fighting the good fights against assholes on the internet. Obviously, you know, she changed into a drama streamer and, you know, attacked her own community in a lot of ways, attacked anybody who had any sort of criticism for her in a pretty gross way. But yeah, when you look at something like the Mudahar video, it's mixed. It's mixed. When I went over this video and, you know, as much as there were screenshots that were shown there that did give you a little behind the scenes into Keffals not being completely on the up and up about the GoFundMe, there was also stuff that just like seemed like it was there, if not to be transphobic, to attract a transphobic crowd, which there is one. There is a transphobic like hate following of Keffals that is easily monetizable if you just, you know, put out, like, let's say, a ugly looking picture of Keffals on your thumbnail. That's why I thought Mudahar doing that was a huge mistake, right? If he wants to be taken seriously in his criticism of Keffals, of which I think there are lots of very serious criticism of Keffals, you know, to make, right? Putting up that picture just kind of ended up confusing the issue. Now, I'm not going to go as far as to say that he did this to be transphobic. Like, I can't know what's in his heart of hearts. I just think it was a huge tactical blunder. If what he wanted to do was to have the maximum reach towards communities that matter, right? In terms of understanding, like, that Keffals, you know, especially people in Keffals' community need to know that Keffals was lying to them.
There was,
and if you put the, you know, I'm the just a worm picture on the thumbnail, you know, you're gonna turn off a whole bunch of people that maybe need to hear at least some of this stuff.
numerous public clashes with various figures involved in or associated with or perhaps neutral to, but with a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge towards the people who were harassing her. She ended up going on, I don't want to, a press tour is not 100% accurate, but she went and did a number of interviews. She did a lot of live streams. She was interviewed by a number of journalists and newspapers all across the United States and Canada. Her legal fund was supported and put onto a very, very, very large platform. And if you go and watch these interviews, Keffals spent a lot of time talking about how her goal with this legal fund was to do justice for trans people, was to help trans people, to help to make the world a better place for trans kids. There was a lot of focus on what this would be doing for the trans community at large, and a lot of people resonated with that message. Okay? Obviously, as we all know, in the current climate.
Rock says the Muay Thai muscle mommy idea sounds enticing. Yeah, Gokunaru, if you don't know, is a really good video essayist. He famously did a piece on Ethan Klein that ended up getting taken down. His most recent video is on Sneeko, which is a banger, right? I don't know. It's like one of the best YouTube videos I have ever seen. And he's his newest thing, I guess, he was responding to Illymation. Do y'all remember Illymation? Illymation's the content creator with like that has the animates herself, and she did a video about like issues with like weight loss and body image and stuff like that, and got attacked by a incel YouTuber named Think Before You Sleep. And so Gokunaru kind of like took a look at this drama and ended up saying that like I don't know how this led to it, but I guess we're talking about body image and stuff like that. Just like when people asked Gokunaru like what kind of girl is his type, he was like definitely like a muscle mommy, and then he starts talking about wanting to do Muay Thai and maybe meet. I mean, I guess that the gym is one place to meet a potential partner. So
in America, there is a deranged culture war directed at trans people.
But yeah, we never watched the Sneeko video because it's like 2 hours long.
It is heavily astroturfed by far-right think tanks and political figures who are extremely well-funded. And there's a lot of anger. Obviously, it's a very strange time to be living in America as a trans person, or anywhere, honestly, but most of the English-speaking world is being seized by this sort of rooted in America and funded by American right-wing political org culture war directed at trans people. So there's a lot of people who are very invested in this struggle. And Keffals spent a lot of time going...
There you go, 1.5.
Making promises. Promises that a lot of people were charitable towards. And the reason why I'm saying all this is because I don't think anybody who donated to any of this did anything wrong. There is a faction of people on the internet who are very invested in not just attacking Keffals, but attacking the trans community at large. And they have a very particular narrative about everything. They want the world to believe that there's some magical wokeness or something that, that's operating and pulling strings, and that there's all this manipulative bullshit. But I don't know, if you go through and you read through the comments on this GoFundMe, which is still public, you can go read the comments now. The vast majority of what you're seeing is people who are genuinely giving from their heart. They're saying, hey, it's horrible this happened. We want to see you be able to get justice. And I think that it's disgusting that there are people out there who are going after not just Keffals, for what we're going to talk about in just a minute, but who are also just randomly attacking donors and people who gave out of the goodness of their heart and out of a desire to see a better world. The simple truth is that anytime you give money to any charity or GoFundMe or Kickstarter or whatever.
What happened to Illymation? She got attacked by another channel, like a sort of an incel YouTuber. And I think she said that there was one video that she thought was like harassment. She thought was in violation of YouTube's guidelines. She mentioned it, and she got accused of organizing a mass flagging campaign against this person. But yeah, her video was literally just like body positivity. It's like learning to accept your body for what it is, not hate yourself because you don't look like a certain image of what, you know, you're supposed to look like. It was just a very simple, very wholesome video. And somehow Think Before You Sleep turned it into she's advocating obesity. Like she's like as if Illymation was selling obesity, right? Was you know, making more people obese. And so, like, you know, he kind of comes after her, like almost like with the idea that she's spreading medical misinformation. And that's how it started. Noah Samson got involved. Destiny and Turkey Tom got involved. It got really messy really quick. But yeah, I hope Illymation's okay.
There's always a risk that something goes wrong. And it's unfortunate when something goes wrong the way that it did in this case, because this discourages people from being trustworthy from trusting in the future. And I think that's really bad. And
This is a huge issue right here.
we're going to get into that in full as we go on. I believe that I've done a fairly good job at this point of explaining what happened all the way up to the GoFundMe and why the GoFundMe was a big deal, why a lot of people cared about it, a lot of people had given to it, and it reached very high amounts of money. And now we're going to talk about what happened and why I am talking about this all today, okay? Today I'm going to be going over a thread.
She got harassed by a super nerd. Isn't that a mass flagging campaign? I don't know. She didn't get taken down, did she?
That was put together by Twitter user.
Well, in general, what the claim that was made by Think Before You Sleep was that I think it was that Illymation was coming after his income, right? And this is a massive YouTuber that's got a ton of income that's totally doing all right. It's not somebody that's like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to be able to make rent payment next week because, you know, I'm going to lose my channel, right? But it's just it's essentially a way for Think Before You Sleep to activate his parasocials to go after Illymation in a really toxic way.
Who I know. And I want to say that before we even get into this, that I have independently verified all of the receipts that are present in this thread. So there is so much that we're going to be going over. But I am willing to say and vouch that I have seen all of these. Now, we'll talk about individual takes and whatever as we go through the thread. However, all of the receipts that are present here, I have seen with my own eyes, and I've independently verified them with the sources of those tweets, of those receipts. Sorry, not tweets. They're in the tweets, but yes. And without any further ado, let's get into it, and then we'll talk more about it. Let's do this. Soroxia says, it's time to talk about the Keffals GoFundMe situation. Below, I will prove, 1, Keffals misled donors and spent $100,000 dishonestly. 2, her legal case, quote unquote, with the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario is dead, and Keffals has been lying about its status to avoid questions related to the money. Is there a way that we can do this ourselves, should we desire? I don't know if you'll be able to directly verify all of these claims.
Demon Mama strikes me as a massive opportunity. I think she's ready to overtake real estate formerly occupied by Keffals. Look, Rin, I'm not going to necessarily disagree with you. Like, I called this, like, I don't know, 2 years ago, I think, right? That I didn't think that the relationship between Demon Mama and Keffals was as sunny as it looked on the outside, right? That I suspected that there was, a little bit of jealousy there. And in a lot of ways, Keffals is serving the role that Demon Mama used to serve in the White Leaf Network, but at a higher like rate of viewership, right? And so I kind of like I could sort of tell there was something going on behind the scenes, and it turns out I was right. That being said, right, whatever her motivation is for doing this, I think that it's good that she's doing this. I can make a video. Mudahar has I can cover this on stream. Sunday can cover this on stream. Like a lot of people have covered this on stream, but not all those people have the kind of connection to Keffals community that Demon Mama does. So her covering this, her shining the light on, some of Keffals' dishonesty is going to impact people that might have been taken advantage of by Keffals, people that might be in there's a large crossover between the two communities. So whatever whether like jealousy like played some role in Demon Mama deciding to finally do this video, because she waited a long time She waited a long time, right? Before, Keffals went after Xanderhal. Xanderhal's a pretty close friend of Demon Mama. Demon Mama sat there and didn't really seem to take any sort of side. But I am glad that she's doing this, whatever her reasoning is for it, right? And we can't know what people's motivations are. But good point, yeah.
Yourself. However, you can go read.
It's an internet coup for leader of the worst cult ever. Oh no.
The thread here. I imagine that all of the people at this point.
Wait, isn't she already president? Wait, Demon Mama's president of.
Who have done this? Most of the people.
Oh wait, were we talking about somebody else, right?
But let's focus on what's at hand for now. Again, as somebody who does not wade into drama, when I say that I verified these receipts, I mean that. I'm putting my name on the line. And you should be able to tell by the fact that I'm doing this at all that I take what I say on my stream very seriously. The fact that I'm even doing...
Yeah, almost as seriously as I take the top of the hour ad break, which I totally missed warning you about. If you're on Twitch, you just experienced one of those without any sort of warning from me. I usually like to warn you a couple of minutes ahead in case people want to use a Twitch Prime to get out of the top of the hour ad break for free, or they want to buy themselves a sub to get out of the top of the hour ad break. It's 3 minutes at the top of every hour where you will see ads. If you want to no longer see those ads, get yourself a sub. The other way to possibly get yourself a sub is if you are lucky enough to be the recipient of a gift sub. That can happen, that does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
A segment that is as miserable and belabored as what I'm doing here about a GoFundMe that I promoted very.
Thank you for the 7 out of 10 on that top of the hour debate. Yeah, I usually try to do it before. So yeah, getting a 70% on a assignment you turn in late, that's pretty good. I'll take that.
Lightly, should tell you that I care about what I tell to my community. That's why I'm doing this. So anyway, let's do this. Okay, so here is the first receipt. This is a screenshot that was captured and shared later from the official Keffals editing and video production internal group chat. Here is Keffals here. It feels really bad watching the GoFundMe deplete. The rest will cover a year rent.
Okay, so this is one of the group chats, right? This is from, I guess she has, I don't know if this is just a group chat or it's attached to Discord or something like that, but like it's for her editing team. This is Arif. You might have seen Arif on with Keffals and Tipster when I covered Keffals and Tipster coping about the Vosh leaks, about the Ethan Klein expose on Vosh, right? Arif was there on stream with Keffals and Tipster. I don't know much about this guy other than I think he does like sports content. But yeah, this is internal discussion in her with her people involved in editing her videos.
And my psych fees if I talk to a psychologist.
Yeah, my dog ate the ad break. That's right, or else ellipsis.
For the next 11 months. Ellen tried to comfort me, reminding me it was an emergency fund.
So Ellen is Keffals' partner at this time.
And here is a member of Keffals' team by the name of Arif, who says, Ellen's right, but I definitely understand that feeling. Whenever I've had a windfall that I wasn't originally planning on having, I still felt bad when it was depleted. I keep trying to think of how it depleted so fast. This is Keffals again. I keep trying to think of how it depleted so fast, and it's just so many little things. Travel.
You know, the one thing that we're kind of missing on this is like, and maybe this exists somewhere, right? It's posted on May 12th, 2024, but I don't think we necessarily have the date that this took place, which would be interesting, right? Because she's saying that most of her GoFundMe is depleted at this point, and I wonder when it was.
And replacing furniture and helping my friends out and buying new streaming gear and clothes. If anyone ever finds out how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled. Anyway, sorry for venting. I'm gonna go now. I'm still heading to Dingle, lol.
Dingle is a town in Ireland.
That's a pretty terrible thing to see. And I imagine that everyone who has now seen these messages, which were leaked by a concerned party within Keffals' own team, have been pretty bothered by that. And I will admit that it has deeply bothered me as well. Let's continue in the thread. I've been investigating Keffals GoFundMe for a long time, and I can also vouch for this. Staroxvia was one of the first people who had concerns about Keffals GoFundMe, and who also did not take it to some kind of weird, deranged level, in my personal experience. And now that a few pieces of evidence are public knowledge, I can share what I've found. TLDR, the above screenshot is real, and the legal case the GoFundMe was supposed to go towards likely isn't happening. Strap in, this is a doozy. And again, I can verify that I have seen the original versions of these screenshots, so on my word as my presence, that is not a fabricated group chat. I've had that verified by people who were there for that conversation, myself. First, what exactly did she say she would spend the GoFundMe on? According to the GoFundMe description, $20K for recouping losses, moving to a...
Is she admitting to misappropriating funds? There's screenshots that essentially show that the funds didn't go to what she said that they would. So she didn't come out and say, like, I have misappropriated funds, but there's screenshots that, if you compare them to what the funds were supposed to go for, it doesn't seem like she was sticking to that.
Location and the remaining $80K plus for a legal fund. It's important to take this at face value since it's what she's saying directly to people donating. Now we see this, we just looked at this right here, but just for it to be clear, if the goal is met, I will have raised enough to recoup my losses and move immediately to a safe location. If the goal is exceeded, funds will be allocated to a legal fund to protect myself against
Waluigi is our god.
Going in future threats to my safety. And here's the update. The original moving goal was met, but the hotel I was
I'm glad to know that there's other Waluigi stands out there.
out while looking for a new place to live was doxxed. I am now in hiding. I am keeping the GoFundMe up, but all donations are going directly to my legal fund, which I will be using to seek justice.
So this is the main thing, right? She said a certain amount that she would reach to give her a fund to relocate, to move, right? And then she said the rest of the money that got donated would be going to her legal fund. And in this update, she's saying she's going to seek justice, ostensibly from the Ontario police, right? The police organization that actually carried out the swatting when she was when somebody faked an email from her that sounded threatening, and basically got police sent to her house, right? She's gonna supposedly take legal action against the Ontario police.
On Twitter, Keffals has been less clear about how money was allocated, but here is one figure that I want to call attention to. This was shortly after the GoFundMe launched, and she gives a lower estimate of $60K for a trial, and that most of the GoFundMe is going towards legal fees. Woke up, this is Keffals. Keffals says, I woke up and I'm seeing Tinder queers mad at me for saying mean words at people mocking me for raising money for legal
Tinder queers.
Fees and to move out.
Yeah, mark off that bingo square if you got Tinder queers on your bingo card. We're also looking for woke scolds.
After I could have
that might come up later.
Because I got doxxed and fascists weaponized the police to attempt to murder me. I was the victim of a hate crime. Grow up. Keffals says a 3-day civil trial in Canada is $60,000. The vast majority of the money I raised is going to pay lawyers, and the rest is to move and pay me and my staff because I can't work until I'm safe. Making a trauma victim explain this a week after it happened is fucked up. In order to ask for help, I had to go public and confirm my home address to the people who want me dead. The crowd that thinks me quote tweeting them is violence but laughs at me for facing actual police violence is not getting any sympathy. I do not care how my fans treat them. There's a lot going on in this, but the core of what we're going to focus on is this $60,000 claim, okay? So let's continue. She also reiterates that the non-legal portion of the fund is going towards moving and recouping her losses. But in my investigations, I found that she had no concrete losses to recoup. Keffals was swatted on August 5th. She later said that all of her devices were returned to her 3 days later. Let's listen to this clip.
I eventually got my stuff back in like 3 days and got an apology from the chief of police.
That's nice.
So yeah, that was really nice. Not nice how they responded to the situation, but I'll take it. I eventually got my stuff.
So there you have it. Now, this is only one clip. There have now been multiple clips posted of her corroborating her own story about receiving her equipment back 3 days afterwards. So while it is very certainly, I think most of us can sympathize with the idea that it was very difficult and that there were probably some losses to recoup.
So now you could ask questions about this, right? You could question the narrative that Demon Mama is giving us here and say, well, Demon Mama, isn't it true that maybe she thought that she had lost her equipment and that she made this ask, she made this GoFundMe thinking that she was going to be out this equipment, thinking that it would not be given back to her for a long time. That could be the truth, but when we look at the dates, it turns out that the GoFundMe was made after the equipment was given back, right? This is the issue. And at this point, at this point you could say it's a little bit entitled, but it's not like egregious. It's not out of line. I wouldn't call her a scammer. I wouldn't call her like a con artist or anything. Just wait, it gets worse. It gets worse. Oh my god, even Demon Mama's chat is noticing that she says Tinder queers, right? This is funny, right? Because this is the difference between maybe Demon Mama's community and Keffals' community. Now, Demon Mama definitely uses the phrase woke scold a lot, right? This is a phrase, a term, I think coined by Ben Shapiro, that a lot of the reactionary left, especially Vosh-associated channels like Demon Mama, have sort of taken to criticize anybody to the left of them, anybody that offers any critique, anybody that calls them out for being, slightly reactionary. Well, you're just being a woke scold. You're just being a woke scold. Let's take Ben Shapiro's term and like use it against fellow leftists because we don't want to get criticized. We want to be above it all, right? And that's my issue with Demon Mama is like, just like she wants to be above it all and act like, drama streaming is something that other people do and that she herself does not participate in. She's also above it all in terms of, taking a critique for, just kind of incorporating some reactionary Vosh thought into her rhetoric, right? Because that is, essentially who she works. I should say this in the right way. I don't want to make it sound like she's an employee of Vosh, right? She gets her website through Vosh's sysadmin. That's the relationship between, that's the kind of like business relationship that ties her and Vosh together. They're both utilizing the White Leaf network, and this is the network that Xander Hall was on as well when he wanted to come forward with the screenshots, some of the screenshots that Starvoxia shows of Cherry Bread's conversations with Keffals. He had his website threatened. They threatened to pull his website if he were to release that nuke on Keffals, right? So that's sort of what ties them together. So yeah, like at least they look. I'm not saying this to shit on her. Overall, I'm trying to notice the good things, right? Unlike Keffals and her community, they don't use the phrase Tinder queers, which, the funny thing about this phrase is, I swear to God, I think the way that it started out was describing white LGBT people that are snowflakes when it comes to being called out on their racism. So ironically enough, Keffals and her community actually are Tinder queers in the original meaning. They tried to, commandeer that term, appropriate the term, if you will, and turn it into something more along the lines of just another way to say woke scolds or call, LGBT people snowflakes if they don't like to use the R slur. But you can see that she does draw the line someplace, right? She'll call you a woke scold. She'll call you a tanky. She won't call you a Tinder queer. Good on you, Demon Mama. Good on you.
Was likely not part of those costs because she got her equipment back. Let's continue. This is corroborated by a property bag shown in a CBC story about Keffals' swatting, the label of which clearly shows that Keffals' desktop tower was returned to her on August 8th, which was before Keffals actually launched her GoFundMe on August 9th. And you can actually see this up close. We can see down here that this was, the property bag was returned 8th of August 2022. So, yeah, you have that. She received, according to this, she received her personal equipment back before even starting the GoFundMe. Additionally, a former editor of Keffals shared with me a copy of Keffals' financials from May 2022 to July 2023. In it, we can clearly see that in August of 2022, Keffals earned over $13,000, which is actually higher than the surrounding months. So this is the finance sheet that was shared by an editor from the inside who was, again, extremely concerned about the way that this entire situation unfolded. So you can see all of it here. And as you can see, the month of the incident was a significant increase in site donations and general donations for her channel. So in this month, there was not only support coming through...
Izzy says, weirdly, we all got here with Demon Mama running from Keffals in a domino effect. From Vosh's short stack horse folder.
Her standard avenues for revenue, but also through this GoFundMe.
Oh no, Keffals rose on the third day. This is a deep meme.
So people were donating, her own fans were shelling out in order to support her.
Gus Gablau says, every other bit of the drama is of higher importance than the GoFundMe thing, in my opinion. I think there are parts of this drama that were blown out of proportion. However, when I look at the receipts, well, give Starvoxvia a chance on these receipts. I think we've been over these before. I think I looked at this thread at one point, and it kind of ramps up. It kind of ramps up. Like, yeah, I will admit that at first it just kind of sounds like maybe Keffals is a little bit entitled. As far as like keeping the donations that were ostensibly for the equipment that she got back after 3 days. And remember, she didn't start the GoFundMe until then, so she knew she was not out that equipment when she started the GoFundMe. So at first it kind of starts with well, that's a little bit entitled, but okay, you're the victim of a swatting. That's kind of fucked up. Like, we'll cut you some slack on that, but it just kind of ramps up from there, unfortunately.
And her GoFundMe then appeared in order to.
What was the average dono? $50? I didn't see the average dono, Guska Blau, but I would be a little cautious about saying no one sunk their life savings on Keffal coins. That's funny. No, but like there were people that donated that probably did not have the money to that could have used that money for themselves and probably should have used that money for themselves, right? Based on the fact that you see this person who appears to be in such a bad place. Right? This is a streamer who's stood up for trans rights, who's raised money for trans charities, and who comes into the crosshairs of an evil harassment site and is then doxxed and swatted, and as a result loses her equipment. You want to help that person out, right? Keffals was not that person. Keffals was already, presenting a story that deviated from the actual truth. And, the community that Keffals represents is a community of a lot of financial deprivation, right? And there's a lot to say about the fact that, if you're earning $100,000 a year and you actually are okay, maybe you think you're not going to be at first, but when it comes out, when you realize that you're getting your stuff back and everything's going to be okay, maybe you take that money and you try to
because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
You try to use it for some trans people in really tough financial situations that might be, for instance, having trouble paying rent, having trouble feeding themselves, right? There's a lot of need in the trans community, and for somebody that makes like $100,000 a year already to take this money and effectively double her income, not use any of it for the legal case. Remember, the legal case was supposed to be what the majority of the money was used for. As far as we know, there is no legal case. That is never going forward. That is never going to happen, right? She's essentially, you'll get more as the thread goes on, but she's missed the window to file anything against the Ontario police. So yeah, it starts to stink more and more.
Bring in another $100,000, which is, again...
Yeah, Shakespeare says most of us cannot handle a $100 emergency.
So, let's continue. To reiterate, Keffals did not have any losses to recuperate. She wouldn't see a decline in revenue until 03/2023 after she went to rehab, which you can see again reflected here. Her losses only...
Yeah, wouldn't a woke scold be like more like somebody who scolds somebody for being woke? Yeah, ironically enough, AC, Ben Shapiro maybe is more of a woke scold than the people he calls woke scolds.
Start to begin when she goes to rehab down here. So you can see the amounts, they fluctuate, but they fluctuate within the before and after, and there's about 4 months of increased income and a few months of slightly...
So yeah, this is some of what Cherry leaked, and this is income. These are spreadsheets of Keffals' income that essentially show what she already confirmed in other screenshots, that she's already making $100,000 a year, and as it goes on, like, right, I will agree that at first when you start to see, well, it's like she thought that she was going to be out this equipment, but it turns out she wasn't. You could sort of understand somebody in a traumatic situation, maybe wanting to hold on to that money just in case. But as it goes forward, there becomes less and less of an excuse for what she ended up doing, and the gaps in communication about her situation that on a GoFundMe that is still up to this day. To this day, this GoFundMe is she's still, you know, ostensibly taking money for this.
Increased income, but there's no real decrease until 2023, March of 2023, when she goes to rehab, which was a public thing. So let's continue. Keffals also very likely did not use the 20K to relocate to Ireland, and instead paid at least a significant portion out of it, out of pocket. By 9/4/2022, Keffals was established enough in Ireland for publications to write about it, and this is a link to articles that were writing about her moving to Ireland. The next day, she would have an infamous conversation with Winter, where, when asked if she had used any GoFundMe funds for a PI, strongly implied that she hadn't spent any of the GoFundMe funds yet. And here's the screenshot. This screenshot has been, of course, verified multiple times.
So this is wild, right? This is after she's moved to Ireland, gotten settled in, right? Remember, the two things that she mentions as far as what she's going to spend the GoFundMe money on are relocation and seeking justice, you know, through legal recourse. And here we have her after she's moved to Ireland, not having spent any of the GoFundMe money, or at least claiming in this conversation not to have spent any of the GoFundMe money.
By Keffals herself. Winter, I don't know how much money you think I make, but I was going to make 6 figures this year before the GoFundMe happened. That wasn't the question. Quit flexing on minorities, Whitey. Okay, this guy just genuinely seems like a weird piece of shit. I don't know who this is, but I don't mean to. I'm sorry. You brought up money for some reason. Did you pay for the PI out of the GoFundMe money? No, the GoFundMe.
So who is Winter, right? Now, we don't know for sure, but my understanding is that at the time, Keffals thought this was the person who doxed her. And she somehow found them on Discord, started up a conversation with them, threatening them. And it's not clear whether this actually was the person that doxed her.
Money is currently in savings until I need to use it. I don't know who this Winter is, but whatever. I don't know how that translates to flexing onto minorities. I will say it is kind of weird to boast about making 6 figures, but anyway. In this exchange, you can
Winter is Latino.
also see how she
that's why that's
afford this. She was on track to make 6 figures in 2022, which is corroborated by her financials from earlier. This also
yeah, Ophelia's backing me up on this. Yeah, this is what I thought. Tinder queer is just basically the queer equivalent of white fragility, or at least how the term was originally coined. But it seems to be another example of you know, like a term used by POC people that white people appropriated and corrupted, changed the meaning of to suit
context. That up to this point, she never mentioned she's fucking rich, or at least it was at the time. And this is one area where I'm gonna just mildly disagree with Staroxvia here, which is to say that, I mean, 6 figures is a lot of money. 6 figures Canadian is a lot of money. I wouldn't really categorize that as fucking rich, but it's certainly more than any of us present. Oh, I don't know. Actually, there's probably some of you in chat who do make more than that, but at least I don't make more than that. So that's a very significant amount of money for a streamer to make. That is, in fact, very good for a streamer to make. And yeah, I mean, depending on how far the amount goes, but if you're like making 101,000 in a year in Canadian, that's a good income, but it's not fucking rich in my personal opinion. Again, this is a nitpick, but I told you I was going to do that. That's it. That's all I'm going to say. Let's continue. This adds gravity to the situation, given that trans people are forced to beg for scraps online. So an already wealthy woman using a GoFundMe for an important cause, instead of using it to double her income, isn't just evil, it's an insult to every trans person struggling to survive. And I couldn't agree with Staroxvia more on this particular point. In fact, I think that's one of the saddest things about all of this. So I'm going to take a moment out of reading this thread to talk about that. I know a lot of trans people. And I know a lot of trans people who have had to use GoFundMes. Trans people, as a demographic, are one of the most financially insecure groups of people, especially right now. Trans people face an incredible amount of employment discrimination, and many young trans people especially face staggering levels of family disownment, which is one of the greatest predictors for financial success in your life. If you are somebody who has a supportive family, your likelihood of financial success goes way.
Oh, so to answer a question from chat, yes, Demon Mama is wearing horns here. And let's go by people's streamer names, even if you know they're
up on a pure statistical level. And a lot of trans people,
given that Demon Mama has been a victim of harassment too, let's just try to To stick to her streamer name if we can.
Have to turn to other measures. They have to turn to a community, to found families, or to broader communities who are willing to do it. I have seen a lot of trans people raise money in the days, in my days, okay? And I can tell you that I have seen almost none ever say that they are going to fight for trans people with their GoFundMe. In fact, what I see is I see trans people ask for pittances. I see a family of 4 trans people, a little polycule of 4 trans people who are housing insecure, ask for $1,000 so that they can make a bill, basically going online and having to be incredibly vulnerable to the world at large, put themselves into a vulnerable position, say, I need help, please help me. And these people struggle to get money. There are so many
Yeah, already, like I said, there's a lot of GoFundMes that of people that are in desperate financial need that never get a single dollar put to them. And something like this is going to only make that worse, right? The more incidents you have of GoFundMes, being given massive amounts of money and that money not going where it's supposed to go, the harder it is for somebody that's just trying to make rent, somebody that's just trying to stay in their apartment, somebody that's just trying to feed themselves, right? To use GoFundMe, to use, mutual aid, to use like crowdfunding. It's just something that it's making an already bad situation even worse, rather than taking the overabundance of money that was donated to the GoFundMe and maybe the revelation that the legal action would not be happen. I think people would have been happy if Keffals, once she realized that there was not going to be a legal case, for her to take the money that was dedicated to the legal case and to donate it in some way, or to give it away to people in need, right? Especially people in the trans community. I don't think anybody would have a problem with that, right? Things change, especially like legal cases. You think that you might have a case at one point, and then you talk to your lawyers and they say, I don't know what you want us to do here. It doesn't seem like there's a lot we can do. Like you can always, if you're open with the people supporting your GoFundMe and you say, okay, so this thing isn't going to happen, let's try to do this thing with it instead, I don't think anybody would have had a problem with it.
GoFundMes out there that never get a single drop of attention. There are so many trans people who put themselves out there, and they're not saying I'm gonna do a legal fund. They're not saying I'm gonna do this for trans kids like Keffals did. They're not saying that I'm doing this for the trans community. They're saying I need help. I am extremely poor. Someone please help me. This is incredibly embarrassing, but I need some money. And then they ask for $3,000 and maybe get half of that. And
I can't imagine having 5K, let alone 10K.
When I think about that, it fills me with rage and sadness. When I think about the fact that there are people who donated to Keffals' GoFundMe because they trusted her, because they believed
you can always gamble it on a dying website,
that she was going to do what she said that she did, pursue justice to make the world a better place for trans people. That is what she went around on the news telling people she was going to do. She did not have to do that, okay? And I want to reiterate that. She did not have to say that. None of these things did she have to say. In fact, it's very clear by the support she received from her own community that if she had just made a GoFundMe that said, I need an emergency fund, help me get enough money to get into safety, people would have given. They did. They had already given thousands and thousands of dollars. But she made a promise to her donors. She made a promise to the news. She made a promise to various communities, including my community. She made promises to me. She made promises to her team that she was going to do something more. And not only did she not deliver on that, but she didn't deliver and didn't even have the courtesy to give transparency on that. She didn't even have the courtesy to tell people that it fell under, that things didn't work out, that the lawyer said there wasn't a case. All of those were things that she could have done. She could have changed what she asked for. She could have changed how she followed up, but she didn't do any of that. She didn't.
And I don't know if she said this yet, but Demon Mama was one of the people donating to Keffals' fund.
People believed her because they saw all kinds of people vouching for her, and because she made concrete claims. And as time went on, those claims did not come to fruition.
Yeah, and if you looked in the media, there was like a ton of stories about her. Like you'd think that, people writing for media outlets would do a little bit more, vetting of the facts that they're publishing before they go forward with it. But like, right, there was just like everything indicated that this was a good charity, a good charitable cause to donate to. That that she was, again, she made her fame in advocating for trans rights, in bringing attention to anti-trans legislation that was coming down the pipe in states like Texas and Florida, and then as a result of that, she got swatted.
We're going to see. So now that I've said that, let's continue. Before I get away from myself, here's the link to the original exchange with Winter, which shows that it occurred on September 5th. This is, if you want to go verify the exchange with Winter, you can actually go watch it here at this link on Odyssey. We're not going to do that because it's a whole stream. I've checked it. Anyways, while it seems that Keffals didn't need the GoFundMe to get to Ireland, she wouldn't settle down until October. This brings us to the screenshot, which was taken by a former editor for Keffals on November 30th, 2022. So this is a couple of months after the GoFundMe reached $100,000, where Keffals says all of the GoFundMe money had either been spent or earmarked. And this is
Begley says, I'm filled with sage and radness.
one we said before. I'm going to go through it one more time. This is from November, okay, the end of November 2022. Keffals here says, it feels really bad watching the GoFundMe deplete. The rest will cover a year of rent and my psych fees if I talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months. Ellen tried to comfort me, reminding me it was an emergency fund. Now, real quick, I'm just going to hop back here. Legal fund. Emergency fund. Legal fund. A distinct difference. Arif says, Ellen's right, but I definitely understand that feeling. Whenever I've had a windfall that I wasn't originally planning on having, I still felt...
And to be fair, there was an emergency component of the fund. She did say that she needed money to relocate. However, the screenshots that we just saw show that she had relocated without spending any of the money. And the legal fund, the legal action never manifested.
Bad when it was depleted. And Keffals says, I keep trying to think of how it depleted so fast, and it's just so many little things. Travel, replacing furniture, helping my friends out, buying new streaming gear, and clothes. Now, none of those things sound like a legal fund to me. In fact, none of those things sound even remotely like a legal fund. In fact, most of those things don't even sound like an emergency fund.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's not really...
Now, I'm going to hazard a guess. And I'm going to say that there were a lot of donors to the GoFundMe.
Look, and I mean, like, I can see, like, how... Like, when this first happened, she was in a situation where she had gotten her means of income taken away from her, right? You could kind of see how an emergency fund would be appropriate at that point, right? She's making a large, she's pulled down a pretty large income. She's on track to make $100,000 that year, but all of a sudden the stuff that she needs to be able to make that happen gets taken away from her, right? You could see how maybe you could make an argument that she needs an emergency fund, but the fact that she was moving to another country without needing to use any of those funds kind of shows you that emergency fund, yeah, is like she's saying, like Demon Mama's saying, it's questionable here.
That would have been okay with her spending it like an emergency fund because they cared about her safety and they thought that she was doing a good thing. But I'm going to guess that even among the people who would have been okay if it was used as an emergency fund would have felt at least a little bit misled, okay? If it turned out that by emergency fund, it turned out to be giving money to my friends, buying new streaming gear, buying new clothes, paying travel costs, not moving costs, travel costs. So going and doing things out in the world, traveling. To me, what that sounds like is that money was raised for a legal fund with a small portion that was designated for an emergency move fund. And there's all kinds of things, I believe, that would be covered by an emergency move fund reasonably. You could charge food to an emergency fund. You could even say that certain pieces of furniture might be required for certain types of move fund. But just real quick, anybody out there, if you got $20,000, just cash, nothing else including your normal income, if you had $20,000 to furnish a new apartment, don't you think you could do it for significantly less than $20,000? You know, $20,000 is like what a lot of major corporations pay high-level employees as moving bonuses, okay? For $20,000, I could build 20 of these sets that look like this, okay? For $20,000, I could make 20 well, maybe more like 18
Oh, wow, she spent $1,000 on that set.
of my current streaming setup, which sounds amazing and looks amazing, obviously, not to blow my own horn. But that's a lot of money, okay? So when she says here, travel and replacing furniture and helping my friends, and the GoFundMe is depleting, this is a lot of money being spent. And it most certainly is not being spent on a legal fund.
So I want to give you all an update on the what's next on the content after this content. We've got like about a little bit more than an hour left of Demon Mama here. After that, we are going to move on to something else. Let's see what's winning right now. If I look at the short stream, it looks like the Noah Samson video on Sneeko is in first place, 31%. Rumble, the alt-right YouTube platform, the alt-right version of YouTube, is at 27%. If I look at the mainstream, Rumble, the alt-right YouTube, is at 35%. Noah Samson is at 28%. So I would say that Rumble is winning in terms of the vote. In terms of the vote. Now, when I look over here at the donation screen, it looks like actually Vox Populi is in the #1 position. Now, what is Vox Populi? So when you donate, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, you're giving memberships, you're giving subs, you're buying bits on Twitch, whatever you're doing, tell me afterwards like what you want this to go to, and I will put that amount of money towards these options. We also have gaming on there because I wanted to put something on there for the game. I know we got gaming frogs in chat who want to see me play more Fallout New Vegas. I'll give you the chance to buy that kind of stream if you can outbid the other options here. But like right now, Vox Populi is winning, meaning that Rumble is in the lead right now, followed by Noah Samson versus Sneeko. What is in third position? Oh my god, it's a tie between. Oh no, I'd say that Goku Naru is definitely in third place. Goku Naru's Muay Thai Muscle Mommy. A lot of people want that content. I think it's pretty. I don't know. I want to see what he has to say about what his interest in muscle mommies, his interest in Muay Thai. This is a sport that I have participated in myself, and it's kind of cool that large video essayists like Goku Naru's getting into this and talking about muscle mommies, because muscle mommies deserve some love. So anyway, that is how it is right now. Again, if you want to put your thumb on the scale, you can do so with a donation. Just make sure to let me know after you donate what you want that money to go towards, and you can still vote, right? I'm gonna we got 97 votes in shorts, we got 81 vote. Wow, I just saw a vote disappear and then reappear. 81 votes in the mainstream, right? So you'll be able to vote up until we get done with this video.
Keffals, in just 4 months, potentially just 2 months, if it really hadn't been touched by September, blew through $100,000 on traveling, not moving, furniture, friends, new stream gear that she didn't need since she definitely got her devices back after 3 days, and clothes. The rest was for a year of rent and therapy, neither of which was outlined by the GoFundMe. I can even tell you how much she spent on rent. She would later tweet on her private account that her rent during this time was $2,400 a month, which is $28.8K that she had allocated. And here's a screenshot that was taken by multiple people from her private. I love living in Ireland so much. Can barely understand what people are saying, but it's so pretty, and my rent has gone from $2,400 a month to $400, so I am building some savings. I am saving up to buy a house, which is not a sentence I have ever previously stated because that was not possible. And that is...
So again, I think most people understand situations changing, like with a GoFundMe. Right? And that she didn't necessarily know that rent was going to be $400 in Ireland. That makes me want to move to Ireland. Anybody, any fans over in Ireland need a roommate? No, just kidding. But this is but yeah, it's one thing if stuff changes, but you kind of got to update the people on your GoFundMe. Hey, I asked for $20,000 for moving expenses. It turns out that that I didn't need it. Instead, now I'm going to do this with it, right? Because there have been examples of GoFundMes that raised a lot more money than they meant to, a lot more money than they were they had in mind when they set out, right? The Anita Sarkeesian GoFundMe comes to mind. But what you do with that, right, when that happens, is you expand the scope of your project. So whatever you were gonna do, you do like kind of a bigger version of it, or you add to it, or at the very least, give back to some kind of charity. Instead, Keffals is ostensibly feeling entitled to sort of pocket the difference between what she thought she needed and what she actually needed. And this was a GoFundMe for for moving. This was a GoFundMe for seeking justice through legal means. And you could even say that, like, the emergency fund is kind of understandable, but that's not what it's being used for. And there's no like communication to be like, hey, things changed, right? This is the new deal. Sorry, I was gonna do this. Now we're gonna do this instead, right?
Terrible. That's, in the context of everything else that we know, something that would otherwise be fairly innocuous. People could be supportive. It's amazing to hear that somebody is able to finally, for the first time in their life, save for a house, when they aren't also misleading people who donated $100,000 collectively to them.
So the stuff that we're reading is said in private. The stuff that we're reading is from group chats, and not stuff that Keffals was divulging in public, which you'd expect her to, given what she stated the GoFundMe funds were supposed to go to.
That is just incredible. For clarity, yes, she says her rent in Ireland is $400 a month, but she would not move to Ireland until June of 2023 when her visa was approved. Before that, she was living in Canada, which is when she was allocated a year of rent at $24K per month. Got it? Got it. So here is evidence that that's the case, that she was paying the $24K even still. Remember, she said and reiterated that most of the—
I didn't get that part.
Towards $24K per month. For clarity, yes, she says her rent in Ireland is $400 a month, but she would not move to Ireland until June of 2023 when her visa was approved. Before that, she was living in Canada, which is when she was allocated a year of rent at $24K per month. Got it? Got it. So here is evidence that that's the case, that she was paying the $24K even still. Remember, she said and reiterated that most of the GoFundMe would go towards a legal case. That is a civil case which still has not happened, would cost a minimum of $60K for 3 days. And yet by the end of 2022, the money she said was for the legal fund was gone or allocated elsewhere. This means that none of the $100K went to any of what she said that it did, which brings us to my second point. Her legal case with the HRTO, the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario, that isn't going anywhere. Buckle up, fuckers, because we're only halfway done. As I followed the progression of Keffals' legal case, her public and private plans constantly shifted.
Yeah, 2.4K a month, I think is... Wait, is that right? Yeah, I think you're right, Jonathan.
Often didn't align. As a result, nailing down a robust timeline of what she was saying publicly and privately regarding her legal case has proved convoluted and unhelpful. So I will give her the benefit of the doubt and assume that her most recent plans, a complaint filed with the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario on April 10th, 2023, remember this date because it's important, are consistent with her initial GoFundMe for a legal case. Now this is a video in which she claims to have filed a complaint with the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario. This video, here's the link to it, it's in the thread if you want to go watch the full video. I believe I think we can see from this screenshot right here, this supposed filing date was April 10th of 2023. This is screenshotted from the video, so there we have it. Okay? Her video wasn't uploaded until May, but various press outlets announced it around April 21st using a press kit that Keffals put together. Almost all of them including a clause like this, saying there was no information as to when the claim would be heard. So here we have an example of press outlets announcing this. No information is available concerning when the claim will be heard. A London police spokesperson declined to comment on the complaint. Now, just for a quick explanation here, what this means is that at this juncture, as of April 10, we have no verification other than Keffals' own words that the complaint was ever actually filed. Which means we have no evidence that there was ever a civil case against the police like was claimed in the original fundraiser, and we now have no evidence that there was anything, we have currently no evidence, besides her own word, that there was any Human Rights Tribunal case even filed. Now keep in mind, filing with the Human Rights Tribunal does not have a cost associated, a direct cost associated. You might need help from a lawyer, but there's no direct cost.
So yeah, this is an interesting thing about Canada. This particular Human Rights Tribunal, right? They have a special, I don't know what this is, like in terms of complaints about the actions of law enforcement in Canada, and it doesn't cost you to file. So whereas if you're doing a legal action where you're just suing the Ontario police or whatever, you'd have to pay a lawyer, pay court fees, pay for a bunch of stuff, right? It's that was where the $60,000 estimate came from. The actual mechanism by which she's wanting to file at this point, the HRTO, is free. Like, I mean, you maybe say that you need a lawyer to assist with that, and it's going to cost some money. But like in terms of the 60,000, now that is not a factor. Now watch what happens with the HRTO, right? Sorry, don't get that mixed up with the DIY HRT, because that's a different thing. But no, the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario is what we're talking about here, right? So that's her plan now. Is we're going to do it with we're going to file for free with the HRTO.
Associated with filing that. So the GoFundMe could not have gone towards that, even if it did exist, and we don't have any evidence of that. Let's continue. Thankfully, the process for filing a claim is publicly available. Once the HRTO, the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario, receives an application, the applicant receives a letter, either informing them that the application needs work or that it is good and has been sent to the other party, i.e. the London Police. This is a link to the website where you can see for yourself the public-facing process. Importantly, let's read through this. After you file a Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario complaint, once your application has been received by the HRTO, you will receive a letter that includes your HRTO file number. The HRTO will review your application to determine next steps. If the application is incomplete or more information is required, the HRTO will let you know. You can contact the HRLSC for legal advice and guidance responding to notices received after you file an application. If the application is complete, it will be sent to the respondent's name in the application and any others who may be affected by the application. A labor union in the case of an application filed, e.g. a labor union in the case of an application filed on the grounds of employment. Next, the respondents must submit a Form 2 response to the HRTO. The HRTO will share the Form 2 with all parties. As an applicant, you have the option to file a Form 3 reply after receiving the Form 2. After the HRTO has received these documents or expiration of deadlines for filing these documents, an adjudicator will complete a jurisdictional review followed by an outline of the next steps for the parties. So this outlines the exact process of which there would have been documentation that could be publicly verified, of which we've seen none. Let's continue. After some back and forth, the parties convene before the HRTO to mediate and try to reach a settlement. Failure to do that will lead to a hearing. You might think that this process has an open-ended time frame, so it would be expected that we haven't heard anything, but that's wrong. This is very
So pay attention to this, not an open-ended time frame.
very important. How it works, mediation. You'll be asked on the application or response form if you are willing to try mediation. The goal of mediation is to help parties reach an agreement or settlement that resolve the issues in the application. The HRTO mediates disputes using an active listening approach. This means that both sides will have an opportunity to tell an HRTO mediator what happened and what they would like to see done about it. The mediator does not decide the application. He or she will consider what you say and look at the documents provided to help you find a resolution satisfactory to both sides. You'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement before mediation. If you settle the case in mediation, you and the other party will have to complete a form. The HRTO will issue a letter to acknowledge the settlement and close the file. If you can't reach a settlement, the file will proceed and may be placed in a queue to be scheduled for a hearing. Mediation at the HRTO is a voluntary process. You are encouraged to mediate, but if one or both of the parties is not interested in trying mediation, the application will go directly to a hearing. So this is setting out a timeline. And I know that some of this is a little bit chunky, but bear with me, okay? It's important that we understand this. Unfortunately for Keffals, the HRTO sets a deadline of 1 year after the initial filing for a hearing, should one occur. Keffals' application...
Okay, so yeah, there's the filing. The application is filed on April 10th, 2023. That's more than a year ago. And that is, I don't know, like, I kind of think the Staroxvia thread came out at this point because of the Mudahar video coming out around the same time. And probably the concern that because of the thumbnail, because of, just kind of the nature of some ordinary gamers as a content creator, that some people might think this was more, hostility towards trans people being taken out on Keffals, and they might take the very real issues brought up in that video, they might take them less seriously because of that. So this is Staroxvia doing a thread on Twitter completely separate from Mudahar. And shortly after the like a month or so after the deadline expires. Sorry, it's filed on April 10th. It has a deadline of 1 year after the initial firing for a hearing, should one occur. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that there was mediation, or does that mean that it was dropped?
Was filed on April 10th, 2023. The deadline for a hearing was a month ago. As of the publishing of this thread, further now. There has been no evidence of a hearing provided. And of course, right here, you can see this. The goal of the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario is to hold a hearing within 1 year of the application being filed. Many applications are resolved earlier through negotiations between the parties or through the tribunal's mediation process. We haven't heard anything about mediation. We haven't gotten confirmation that her application was accepted. We haven't even heard about the letter she was supposed to receive right away. And all of these things are long past due. I will now catalog everything that we have heard. The next that we would hear about the HRTO case was in October 2023 when the London police concluded an investigation into the sexual assault allegation Keffals made in her application. And notably, the London police were made aware of the allegation through the media, not through HRTO. We're going to read this real quick. Sorrenti, that's Keffals, 29, launched an Ontario human rights complaint against the London police in the spring, seeking $125,000 in damages for injury to her dignity, loss of income, and special damages. In the claim, Sorrenti alleged a female officer pressed her hand against her breast during her arrest and said, "Yep, it's a she," quote unquote. London police learned about the sexual assault allegation from a media report on April 23 and notified Ontario's police watchdog, the Special Investigations Unit. According to the report, Deputy Chief Paul Bastian will present Thursday. SIU Director Joseph Martino notified London police on August 22nd that there were no reasonable grounds to proceed with the criminal charge and the case was closed. The London Police Professional Standards Branch launched an internal probe into the conduct of the officer, along with related policies and services, the report says. Now, we're getting kind of deep into the weeds here, but
So look, did anything good happen? Did anything good come out of the situation? Maybe, right? The reason that there's no evidence about the allegation, right? The allegation being that, an officer had pressed her hand against Keffals' breast and said, "Yep, that's a she," is that my understanding is at the time there were no body cams on the police officers, right? This is police officers that are showing up to a situation in which an email has been sent making threats at elected representatives, saying that that it's from Keffals and that she's done, she's armed and she's maybe already hurt people or shot people in her house, right? And they're showing up to this incident report without body cams, right? I understand that now Ontario police, do have body cams. So, I don't know for sure if that was related to Keffals, but for whatever reason, maybe this was a contributing factor, right? So, good if there's, going to be evidence going forward, but it looks like that nothing came of the, of her case.
there's a lot of this that we will never...
And even if it had, right, it still wouldn't have justified the $60,000 that she, or was it $80,000? I can't remember exactly how much, chat, but whatever amount that she said, I think it was $60,000 that she said would be required for legal fees, etc. Not the way that she filed the case, right? This is HRTO does not require those fees, those court fees that would have happened had she gone forward with just suing the police.
Know the truth about. And we'll never know which way these things went. But what we can say from this, despite the details being fairly unpleasant to go through, is that we still, at this point along, have no evidence that anything other than the internal investigation, which was...
Candace says, I believe something like this could have happened in Ontario. I've experienced police dispatches to my home this year, and they didn't have body cams.
Done by the police station at the request of Keffals has been done. So we don't know. We have no evidence of any complaint being filed. We have no evidence of a legal case. None of this has been provided at this point. The investigation itself is irrelevant. Okay, well, Staraxia said it, so yeah. Personally, I'm always skeptical of internal police investigations anyways. Likewise, I'm also very skeptical of we investigated ourselves and found ourselves innocent. What's relevant is when reporting on the investigations end, the London Free Press reached out to Keffals' lawyer for comment and got this. Lawyer Justin Anisman, who's representing Sorrenti in the human rights case, declined to comment on the internal London police and SIU investigations. We are unable to comment other than to say that we will continue to be seeking justice before the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal.
Anisman? Wait, what? Okay, it's with an I. It's with an I, chat, not with a U.
Anisman said in a statement. When given a perfect opportunity to update the public on the proceedings of the case, her lawyer gave us no indication that the case had progressed at all, not even so much as a confirmation that the application was accepted, despite the fact that it definitely should have been by now. In fact, here, we're continue seeking justice, but it doesn't even imply here that it was even filed at this point. And this is after it was already claimed by Keffals that it had been filed, but we saw no evidence of that. The next time she talked about it would be on February 5th of 2024, where she said this. While this may seem like the case has progressed, take note of two things. We're going to look at this real quick. Papers have been processed, and we are awaiting dates to appear in the tribunal. I'm told this could take a minimum of 2 years at best and 6 years at worst, depending on if this gets escalated to a higher judicial body. She claims the process could take a minimum of 2 years. However, we know that this isn't true. That's true. We have seen the website, and unless they're lying on their official website about the minimum time that a case is supposed to be seen in, we have hard evidence that that's not the case. 2, she's being very vague. I agree, this is very vague. She hasn't said the HRTO accepted her application. For example, she merely says that papers have been processed. Even more suspiciously, she deleted this tweet within 7 minutes of posting it. Excuse my chicken scratch math with screenshots to prove this. So here's the evidence. 52 minutes, 45 minutes, 7-minute difference. From the reply from 7 minutes later shows that the tweet was already deleted. So she deleted this almost immediately. You can see that outlined here. Which, honestly, you went very, very far in your details on this, Staraxia. My best guess, someone told her... Excuse me, why does Twitter do this now? My best guess, someone told her that it was a bad idea to publicly lie about this, which brings us to the 3rd time she talked about it. Oh wait, that's the last time she ever said anything of it. At least the last time I've managed to catch. Remember, the deadline for a hearing was a month ago. Also, remember that by now she has already long since spent the money, by her own admission, allocated for a legal case, and her financials and frequent absences from streaming since going to rehab make it extremely unlikely she could afford to pay a case out of pocket anymore. Altogether, the evidence very strongly indicates that her case with the HRTO died a long time ago, and yet she has continued stringing everyone along, probably in hopes of staving off getting canceled, as she was clearly aware she was at risk of. This is unacceptable. To reiterate, Keffals lied about spending $20K on moving and recouping costs. Keffals lied about putting the remaining $80K into a legal fund, and Keffals is lying about the status of the case to this very day to keep people from asking questions about what she did with the money. So what can we do? Since Keffals is clearly uninterested in transparency, we must take action ourselves. This is where Soroxvia advocates going to the GoFundMe and reporting the GoFundMe. Next, if you unfortunately are one of the people who were defrauded by Keffals, you should submit a donor claim here. Again, this is the words of Soroxvia. Lastly, you can retweet this thread to raise awareness and hopefully demand financial transparency of Keffals. To conclude, I would like to address Keffals herself. This is from Soroxvia. Clara, people trusted you. For years, you said you were fighting for young trans people, for the freedom of your people, and all of it while you were lying to their faces for money that benefited only you. Do the right thing.
There's so many ways she could have repurposed that 100K, even given the fact that things didn't work out maybe the way that she thought that they would. For instance, she could have used at least like $5 from that 100K to get herself out of the ad break on my channel, which she is known to hate watch, thus allowing her to skip the top of the hour ad break, right? She could also do that for free with a Twitch Prime, which I'm sure Keffals has Amazon Prime. Right? She could also get a sub for free. She could post Weasel. She could do all these things and more. And even if she didn't want to spend any of her own money, there's still a chance that she might have been gifted a sub by somebody being generous and trying to pay the Weasels forward. But that sort of thing, more likely to happen if she's active in chat.
Now, that concludes Soroxvia's thread.
What was that one? Like a 9 out of 10?
On this particular issue. I believe that Soroxvia did a very, very, very good job outlining exactly what she is claiming against Keffals. And I have to say that I think that the evidence that Keffals grossly mismanaged, was dishonest to donors, and outright lied in the process of attaining over $100,000 of other people's money who were giving out of the goodness of their hearts, I think that has been fully proven. Genuinely infuriating, and also incredibly sad. I know a lot of people who gave money to that fundraiser, who were willing to trust and were willing to take a risk. And it's extremely unfortunate to know that the attitude that was taken towards it is one of continual can kicking, one of, at times, almost outright disdain. Now, there are a lot of people who talked about this GoFundMe in what I consider to be very bad faith. There are a lot of people who were critical of it, which I completely understand, but there were a lot of people who went very far with that, with very, very little evidence. But that is not the case here, okay? Here, the claims against the GoFundMe have been very tightly focused, and additionally have been...
So yeah, for the record, the Soroxvia thread is specifically speaking to the GoFundMe, specifically speaking to the lack of transparency there, the screenshots, suggesting what the GoFundMe was spent on, what it wasn't spent on, and all that. The other claims in the Mutahar video are not really mentioned in the Soroxvia thread.
Very well outlined. And I don't really see...
Another 7 out of 10, you're the Anthony Fantano of SEGs.
I don't really see what type of answer could provide another outcome, or another conclusion, I should say, than the fact that Keffals took this money, used it completely irresponsibly, felt no obligation whatsoever to update her donors, felt no obligation whatsoever to return the money, and also felt no obligation to even tell the truth. I find that genuinely disgusting.
And felt no obligation to skip the top of the hour ad break.
Now, I mentioned already
on Twitch.
There are so many.
Oh yeah, I should mention this is on Twitch. This is on Twitch, right? This is only on Twitch. Same thing does not work on YouTube. On YouTube, you get a membership. You get it at a much lower price than the Twitch subs. You get Weasels, and you get access to exclusive content. That's what you're getting for the membership on YouTube. On Twitch, you actually get out of the ad break.
People out there who are struggling, who would be more upfront and ask for less money, and those people will never see the money that they need to survive. Some of them might, but a lot of them will never see it. A lot of them simply have never been granted the platform, the attention, the media attention. What Keffals went through was a lot of bad stuff, okay? There was a lot of terrible stuff that happened to Keffals. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But there were a lot of decisions made here that have no excuse whatsoever. There is no excuse for saying you're going to do a legal fund and not using any of that for legal purposes. There is no excuse for not just saying up front, I need an emergency fund, my life has been destroyed, help me out. There is no excuse for taking $100,000 when you already have a decent income and then doing none of the above things that I've mentioned.
There's no excuse for wasting 3 minutes of your life watching ad breaks when you have Prime and could get out of those for free.
There is no excuse for any of that, okay? And I say this as somebody who is very sympathetic to a lot of the stuff that she went through, who defended her on those fronts and would still do so. I would still be willing to say that the harassment that she faced was fucking garbage, that the vast majority of people who came at her leading up to this event were doing so from a truly disgusting place and had malice in their hearts. But none of that can excuse the decisions that Keffals chose to make. Axolotls with Cream says, I will continue to say it. Victims can do bad things. That doesn't mean they aren't victims. I agree. And also, it doesn't mean that what they did isn't bad and doesn't deserve to be talked about. The reason that to restate, the reason that I'm bringing this up and talking to everybody about it is because I myself was a donor to this GoFundMe. I gave a not small amount of money to the GoFundMe. Way back when it was a lot smaller, to be fair. I also said, hey, people, help out. This is someone in need. And
this is one place where I had the good sense not to encourage you to donate to the GoFundMe. I had misgivings even back when this was going on. I didn't want to say them because I didn't want to blame a victim. I didn't know what was going on. I just had a bad feeling about this. And I was more worried than anything about, how many people in the trans community that need to use their money for themselves and for their loved ones were instead, using this for Keffals, who I was pretty sure was fairly all right. I didn't know how far the GoFundMe would go. I didn't know that it was going to, raise $100,000. And, I definitely didn't want to risk, talking shit about, somebody that had, had been and the story at the time, chat, the story that, I don't know if Demon Mama's going to go over this, right? But the initial story that came out was one of Keffals waking up to a gun in her bedroom, right? It turns out that what actually happened was Keffals was in bed, her partner is in the bathroom about ready to take a shower. The cops knock on the door. Keffals' partner goes to the door, and they ask for her. They ask for Keffals. They ask the partner to bring, and so Keffals goes into the bedroom, Keffals' partner goes into the bedroom. Tells Keffals the cops are outside, and they meet the cops outside. It is such a different story and what happened is still fucked up. Like the fact that some, freak on a hate site could get armed cops sent to somebody's house is still really fucking bad. But there was just no reason to lie about it. And that's what happened. And a lot of people who made their donation based on that understanding, that false understanding that was presented.
it feels bad. It feels bad to know that not only did things just not work out well, but that there was extreme deception in this process, that there was an active element of dishonesty, an active avoidance of responsibility, an active avoidance of basic communication with people who gave out of the goodness of their heart. Look, it is difficult to admit when you're wrong. It is difficult to say I fucked up, okay? Everybody, all of us knows that. Every human on the planet knows that it can be hard to own up to something. But when people have given to you out of their pocket to you for nothing in return, the least that you owe them is the truth, okay? The least. Now, there's a lot of other things that we have to talk about. Because, of course, this is not just about the GoFundMe. I hate to tell you.
Chat, I haven't been paying too close attention to her chat. And I know that, like, so just for full disclosure, right? This is, what we're looking at here is her site chat. These are the hardcore Demon Mama followers. You can see some of these names have different colors. That either indicates that they're VIPs, like they're other content creators, or that they are subs to her channel, like, right? That's, but what I was kind of looking for, I wanted to take a temperature as far as what people in her chat thought. Like if there's anybody in the chat pushing back saying, you know, Keffals is getting a raw deal. I still believe in Keffals. Like Keffals did nothing wrong. I haven't seen anything so far, but I would guess that the most likely place for that to appear would probably be on YouTube chat rather than on site chat. Remember, this is the chat on her site. This is if you go to her White Leaf site and watch her embedded on that rather than if you watch on YouTube. So, you know, these are going to be people that are probably a little closer to Demon Mama. she did have a lot of people watching, and I'm not seeing a lot of chat, so I'm guessing that the YouTube chat was probably pretty full, and any sort of defense of Keffals most likely took place in the YouTube chat.
That we are still a ways away from our destination of having this behind us. We have more to talk about.
Yeah, a good question, M85. I mean, look, she's got an hour left. Do y'all want to keep watching this? Is this interesting? Is this still interesting? I'm wondering what else she's going to talk about, because she's only like halfway done here. She's a little bit more than halfway done here, and I don't know what if she. It looks like she's sort of turning to talk to chat here. I don't know what the rest of this is exactly. We should probably check in on our poll right now, see how that's going. Right now, Rumble, the alt-right YouTube, is winning with 88 votes in. Remember, you can still vote until I'm done with the Demon Mama content. You will still be able to vote. That is, the way that you can affect what we watch next, which right now looks like it's going to be Rumble, the video essay on Rumble. Although, like, Noah Sampson and Sneeko is winning in the shorts poll, 30% to 28%. Rumble, the alt-right YouTube, is winning by almost 10%, kind of running away with it here on. So make sure to get your votes in if you haven't already. Also, you can, just so you know, you can cross over if you're watching the short stream, you can cross over to the regular stream and vote. You can also leave a like while you're there. If you're on the regular stream, you can cross over to the short stream and vote, and you can also leave a like when you're there while you're there. Oh yeah, the thing that I haven't been doing that I need to do, right? That I should be doing, best practices. If you're watching me on shorts, remember, you would expect to see the like and the dislike right there and right there. They're not there. They're not there. It's a little different on live streams, right? If you're looking for the like button, it is right there, ... You press those 3 dots for most of you, right? Some of you might be able to like it by holding down, by tapping and holding down, right? That's just like on TikTok. That will work for, depending on your phone, like that might work. But yeah, if you're looking for, most of the time you're going to find 3 little dots out right there. You press those dots and then a screen opens up where you're able to like the stream or dislike the stream. Give me whatever kind of feedback you think is appropriate, right? I can take the criticism. So go ahead and hit the dislike if you want to, but I'm guessing most of you are going to hit the like on that. So there is that. Now, if we go over here and check, yeah, the money poll has not moved at all, actually, right? Since we've been watching this Demon Mama thing. We right now have the most money in Vox Populi, and that is going to make me select the one that's winning in the poll. Remember, if you want to put your thumb on the scale and change the destiny of chat, right? Change the destiny of what we actually watched. You can do that when you donate. If you donate gift subs, if you donate gift memberships or get yourself a membership yourself, if you do super chats, super stickers, or bits, or even if you even if you sign up for the Patreon, let me know, and let me know what you want that counted towards, and I will put that amount of money towards whatever you tell me. And that can also be Vox Populi if you want to just make sure that the vote isn't stolen by by other donators, right? You can donate to Vox Populi to just firm up that whatever wins in the poll is gonna be what we watch. You can also donate to gaming, right? If you want this to turn into a Fallout New Vegas stream all of a sudden. I put gaming up here for the gaming frogs because they're here for the commentary streams too. So but yeah, we've got Vox Populi winning more than twice of what anything else is. Goku Naru's Muay Thai Muscle Mommy coming in second with $7. Looks like there's some people who really want to see that Muscle Mommy content. That is something that you could probably affect if we get that amount over the $15 that the Vox Populi is at right now. We could sort of like use that to cheat on the polls and to push Goku Naru's video a little bit forward, right? Noah Sampson and Rumble with $3 respectively, and Destiny versus Wisecrack. Looks like people are sick of Destiny. If you're not sick of Destiny though, you can donate and you can say, I want that Destiny content. I want to see Destiny getting called out on using the N-word again, and see what he has to say about Wisecrack, because it's kind of wild what happens here.
There has been a lot of other allegations that have been brought against Keffals in the process.
Okay, so we are going to talk about the allegations, so to speak, chat. You know what that means. You know what time it is, right? You know what time it is. It's time to, once again,
Talk about the allegations!
That's right, Bo Blacks. We're going to talk about the allegations. Are you ready?
Of all of this. And
Are you ready?
I can speak to directly and was able to verify. Other ones, I think, do not have.
Cheers,
a
my
whole lot
dude.
of,
Love
credibility.
ya. No homo.
And I wanted to talk about a couple
All right, let's go.
that were discussed. That have been discussed recently. The first one. Oh God, this is all so stressful to discuss.
Oh my God.
Okay,
Kind of feel bad for her.
privately and publicly, you all can probably take a look at if you're a regular viewer of me. I know that tonight there's a lot of
Izzy Sanchez says, is Goku going after muscle mommies? No, Gokunaru loves muscle mommies. Gokunaru needs a muscle mommy. And Gokunaru is apparently going to sign up for Muay Thai class and maybe he can run into a muscle mommy.
people who are not
Maybe he can spar with a muscle mommy. I don't know. We'll find out.
regular viewers of me.
But no, yeah, Gokunaru is very much an appreciator. I should have put that in the like but yeah, he's an appreciator of the muscle mommies. Unlike Tipster, who's a appreciator of goth mommies.
And so welcome to those who are here who are not regular viewers of me. Hope you find the way that I talk about this valuable, insightful, and focused. But those of you who have been with me for a long time, you all know that there has been an increased public distance between myself and my community and Keffals and her community for some time. As I mentioned before this segment,
I called this. NCC was right.
and a little bit during the segment early on, a lot of that came from the fact that she decided to pivot her channel at one
All right, so let me see. So yeah, like I said, it looks like right now Rumble, the video essay on Rumble, the alt-right streaming platform, is winning right now. You do have like an hour, no, not an hour, 45 minutes potentially to put your thumb on the scale if you want to see something else. If you don't like what's winning, M85 with the membership. What do you want your $3 to go to, M85? Moe is right. Oh, Moe, Andrew needs to find happiness. Okay, anyway, sorry, chat. This is like, I'm reading chat stuff. I'm reading stuff, you know. We all need a goth muscle mommy. I mean, yeah. What about a goth muscle mommy, right? Yeah, M85. Let me know what you want your $3 going towards. If you wanna put your thumb on the scale, now's your chance. Or if you want to put your thumb on the scale, you can put it towards Vox Populi. A bag of chili Fritos. Okay.
point into making drama content.
That sounds good though. I like Fritos.
And
Chili Fritos too. Yeah.
drama content is something that I feel
The only thing that sucks about Fritos is that you can't really dip them. Like, I know you can dip them, chat, but all right, here's the deal. Fritos, they got flavor, they got salt. You don't really need a dip. Am I right? Does anybody here dip? You wanted going to Noah and Sneeko. I'm a preppy? Wait, is it me that's the preppy? For eating chili Fritos? Is that a preppy snack food? All right, I will add your money to Noah. Oh, look at this. Noah and Sneeko now in third place in the donor poll.
to put it lightly, very negatively about. I think that it is incredibly toxic. And I think if you just go look at her channel and you look at the recent stuff that she has put out on her channel, a lot of it is pretty bad. A lot of
I mean, does she mean bad as in toxic, or does she mean bad as in like low quality? Because it's kind of both. Oh, bean dip. Wait, they can. Oh, canned bean dip is disgusting. Yeah, it's pretty gross. I'm not a fan of the canned cheese dip either. I don't really like. I mean, some people might. You might like. Your mileage may vary.
is what I would consider to be somewhat similar to the very same behaviors that led to people obsessing over her channel. It is finding a person that you think is bad, obsessing over them, digging into them, etc. And for my part, I did not want anything to do with that. In fact, I made a fairly scathing video earlier a couple months ago, talking about my desire to not be involved in a drama that went down between Keffals and another content creator named
Xander Hall,
Xander Hall,
aka Xylitol.
In which I was repeatedly invoked. I felt like both sides of that incident were attempting to get me involved in one way or another. I found it insulting. I was very strict about not wanting to be involved about it. I was bombarded because both parties were commenting on and tagging me in on things.
Look, she's good friends with Xander Hall, right? But he did go about this in such a messy way. Like, I actually think Xander Hall had a point. Like, if his point was that it's kind of fucked up for Keffals to dap up Shoe on Head after Shoe on Head shit on Xan and Demon Mama, you know, like, that's understandable, but just the way that he went about it was so fucking messy, right? He made it so hard for anybody to side with him, and indeed, like, he alienated a bunch of his community. This guy went from having over 200 concurrents in chat to having less than 100 concurrents in chat just because nobody, you know, like, he turned it into, like, you are friends with somebody that is mean to me, and therefore you suck. And nobody wants to hear that.
It was very frustrating, okay? And I made it very clear
Xylitol may cause diarrhea. Is that true?
that I wanted no involvement. But unfortunately, in private, there were other things that were going down.
Okay, so the way that this is going to work, right, is that, like, yeah, right now it looks like Rumble, the alt-right YouTube platform, is going to win, right? So we're going to watch that, right? It's kind of close, though. It's kind of close. If we were to get either Gokunaru's Muay Thai Muscle Mommy or Noah Samson past that $15, the issue for you now, if you don't want to watch what is currently leading, which is, yeah, Rumble on... well, actually, it's really close. It's really close on one, but yeah, it's Rumble. Rumble's in the lead overall, right? If you don't want to watch that, right, your best bet is with to get Noah Samson on Sneeko or Gokunaru's Muay Thai Muscle Mommy up above that $15 that's in Vox Populi, because right now that Vox Populi is ensuring, since it's winning, right? Vox Populi is in the lead, that whatever wins the vote is gonna win the day. But again, you still got like 45 minutes to put your thumb on the scale if you so choose.
That I also had no desire to make a matter of public knowledge.
Bean dip is good, or cottage cheese. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you got something that's not too salty, right? Because the thing about Fritos is they are like plenty salty, maybe even a little too salty.
Matter of public conversation. I didn't really think that most of them mattered.
They are very scoopable though, but the problem that I have with Fritos is, especially with bean dip, you can't really scoop. The Fritos are too fragile. They have the right shape to be able to scoop, but anything that's got like anything that's like kind of thick like bean dip is gonna break the Frito. So you go to scoop and you break the Frito, and that just sucks. Then at that point you might as well just make like Frito nachos with bean dip on top, which I don't know.
The greater public. It was my own personal experiences, my own personal judgments. I felt like
they make big Fritos called scoops. I gotta check those out. Are those like the round ones?
And I'm going to talk about them now because it's relevant to what we're going to talk about in just a minute. But
are they a little bit more durable than the regular Fritos?
I felt like Keffals was veering into very dangerous territory with regard to her behavior towards drama, with regard towards how she wanted to angle her community, what she wanted her community to basically do, and also towards the types of actions that she was willing to engage in her conflicts with other content creators. And fairly more recently, I was made...
Oh yeah, wait, she hasn't talked about the doxing. I mean, I don't know if it was technically doxing. I shouldn't say that. Like, the alleged doxing, let's just put it that way, right? She hasn't talked about Keffals.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $10.
Yo!
Definitely donating, plus putting my vote for Gokunaru.
Oh my god, you just changed things up. The game has changed, chat, thanks to Izzy. So that makes Gokunaru $17, which is more than $15. And therefore, that's gonna affect the poll. Now, we do need some more people. You know, like if you're a Muscle Mommy fan and you want to see that content, right? Make sure to vote for that too, because like I'll try to take both into considerations. But yeah, on at least the Shorts poll, Gokunaru is in 3rd place. Oh my god, it's a tie now on Shorts between Rumble and Noah Samson. Yeah, Gokunaru could definitely use some more could use some more votes, but this is now greater than Vox Populi. So if you're a Vox Populi person and you don't want you want to stop the steal, you can donate to that. If you want to assist the steal and help Gokunaru swoop in just like a Frito chip and you know, dip itself into my content today, then you can donate to Gokunaru. If you want to ensure that Noah Samson's going to win, because Noah Samson's, you know, pretty far up there, or that Rumble is going to win, because Rumble's actually, you know, winning, I think, the main vote right now, you can donate to either of those two.
Where of a number of other
It is now anyone's game. I will say there are 3 videos that could possibly win.
fairly concerning things that I feel are necessary to talk about, because I feel that what this demonstrates is not just a willingness to be deceptive, but a willingness to use underhanded tactics.
Izzy says, my girl and I agree with Gokunaru. Based.
Some of them very extreme in the name of getting social media victory. And I don't know where things are going to go from here. But
Why don't muscle mommies get more love,
I
honestly?
feel like I wanted to talk about these things that
I used to be a little bit of a muscle mommy myself. I will confess, though, chat, I am totally detrained. I need to go back to the gym. I can't really afford a gym right now, but
been made aware of.
someday, chat. Someday I'll be back in the Muay Thai gym.
Things that I think are worthy of discussing. And yeah, so let me bring this up and we'll talk about this next section here, because yeah. Okay, so the first incident I feel that it is necessary to discuss is the topic of doxing. Now, I have heard accusations around on social media of Keffals taking very strange steps against other creators in the space, but I had not received much hard evidence.
Okay, so what she's talking about here is a creator named Soul Bunny who had an article, I guess, that online that used her real name that Keffals then brought to attention. Now, people accused Keffals of doxing in this situation, but the pushback was this was publicly available information. You could have Googled this. This was already on the internet. Keffals is just bringing, you know, it to light, but still the fact remains that you're taking, you know, like a content creator that you're beefing with, and you are making her personal information, that being, I think, her name, and maybe where she lives around and goes to school, making that public, right? Putting that in your content, bringing that in front of an audience that is hostile to Soul Bunny, right? So that was the Soul Bunny allegation. Then there was another creator named Foreign Man in a Foreign Land whose apparently information on Foreign's father was released. Again, the Keffals fans say that this was publicly available. This, you know, was already on the internet, so it's technically not doxing, but still, you're bringing somebody's, you know, some family information, actually, in this case, in front of a hostile crowd, which you know, I don't know if it's doxing, but it makes me uncomfortable. Let's just say. So that's what she's talking about, where the accusations were there, but she hadn't seen any hardcore proof. Right now, she's going to go to where there is hardcore proof.
That, of course, has changed as part of the reason why I wanted to make sure that I prepped for this video, because I think that where it ended up was freakish, strange, and wrong. First of all, and this has been discussed and talked about elsewhere, but there was a server that has recently been talked about that contained a number of people as members of Keffals' community that functioned as basically a dirt digging community. This was at least for a while, a secret server that Keffals ran with a number of her members of her team, some of which have spoken to me directly about it, 2 of which have spoken to me directly about it, in fact, one of which is still talking about it publicly, another of which has completely decided to disappear off the internet after fleeing Keffals' team. Now, this server was credit to the now unknown team member that did this, but this server was destroyed by an act of sabotage by a member of Keffals' own team, and so very few receipts or messages from this server exist. So that server,
Yeah, this is weird stuff.
have no screenshots to show you because it was destroyed. However, I can.
Oh, seriously? Wait, maybe I don't know about this then. I have seen some screenshots from one server that was called like the John Cena Appreciation Forum or something like it. Had something to do with John Cena. I'm trying to remember who all was there. I think Arif was there. Thana was there. Thana being a mod for Vosh. At least I think. I don't know that, like, somebody with Thana's avatar whose name was like John Cena, right? So instead of John Cena, it's John Cena. I mean, that makes me think that it's Thana. But I don't know what Demon Mom was talking. If there's no receipts for it, if there's no evidence left of it, I don't actually know the server that Demon Mom is actually talking about.
And again, this is me putting my reputation on the line here, that I have spoken to multiple members of Keffals' team, myself, and verified that yes, this server did indeed
They went after Foreign because he did an anti-debate bozo video.
exist. Yes, there was internal, within Keffals' team, there was internal discomfort with the server, and that yes, the server was engaged in collecting dirt, images, receipts, whatever you want to call them, on a number of other figures, including figures that Keffals anticipated potential disagreements with. Some of these were people that she had at one point called friends. Some of them were people that she was on neutral terms with. I do not know the full extent of whose information was gathered there. It is possible that I had information on there. Thankfully, to my knowledge, I did not, but it is possible. I don't know the full extent. All I know is that this server did exist and that it was being used to collect receipts. What I do, however, have a receipt for is this right here, okay? And this is a receipt that I have censored, that I was given directly by a former member of Keffals' team. Okay, and I want to talk about this because this is pretty serious.
So wait, this is a separate server?
Here is the message. This happened in November.
Oh, shit.
Here is Keffals saying, "Oh, you up? I have something more, yikes." And a former member of Keffals' team by the name of Cherry says, "What do you have?" Keffals says, "As an immigrant myself, I know we all get assigned visa numbers, and with that, here is the docs of a fellow YouTuber. That was beefing with Keffals at that time. Now, obviously, I have..."
Does Keffals qualify as a debate bozo? I mean, she did do debates. Yeah, she's like, that is a big part of her content. She challenged me to a debate, chat. And look, Keffals, if you're still interested, I will debate you. I will come on and do whatever, kind of content you're interested in doing. If you do one thing for me first, and that is correct the record about Zara. You lied about her. To your larger audience, you lied about somebody who is just getting started as a streamer, and I think you need to correct the record. So yeah, like she came into my chat. She wanted to debate me. I told her my conditions. Those are still my conditions. All right. I'm not going to give you anything. I'm not going to give you any content until you stop lying about Zara.
Censored this, but I have seen the original version of this message, and I found it very upsetting and concerning. But it gets worse. Let's continue. "No way. How did you find that out? The same way I know that Second Thought is blank, and I have his home address. I'm in..."
Okay, so this is Keffals essentially showing Cherry, her editor, Bad Empanada's. This is supposedly like Bad Empanada's like information. Like, I don't know what this would be, like name. She mentions like visa information, so I don't know if there's any like sort of like passport or visa information on here, but like I guess like name and location or something like that. It's what Keffals has got here of Bad Empanadas. Again, it's redacted because we're not trying to spread this information. But and then down here is Second Thought, maybe Second Thought's real name or some information from Second Thought. So, but she's in a private conversation ostensibly. I think this is a private conversation with Cherry. So it's not her putting this out to the world. It's her. Cherry brings up a tweet by Bad Empanada. Keffals says, "Oh yeah, you want to see something sick? Here, boom. Here's Bad Empanada's information, right? No way. How did you find this? I also got Second Thoughts. Boom. Second Thoughts information, right?" And so she's sharing this with her editor. Does this count as doxing? I don't think it's necessarily doxing, but it's also not great. It's also not great. And as many people as have a problem with Bad Empanada, I don't think you can justify this.
Same. And then Cherry says, "Does Kiwi Farms have this info?" And Keffals says, "No, I did it myself. I never published this info. It's just like a game for me." Now, we don't know just how many people she got docs on. What I do know is from testimony of members of her team that she was using her own personal money to sometimes hire people in order to
Okay, that's scary.
obtain these docs just to keep on file for her own purposes.
That's scary. Now there's this unknown of like, how many people did Keffals like get personal information on? How many people does she retain personal information on? I don't know that there's any way to answer these questions, but there is some chance for anybody that was beefing with Keffals, including yours truly, yeah, that we might be on that list. But again, chat, there's no way of knowing.
I find that pretty untrustworthy. Now, I have no love for the YouTubers who were affected by this, but I think that doxing them and keeping their personal information down to information about their immigration status is a fairly suspect thing to do, especially if you're someone who has also been targeted by doxers. And I will say that it made me feel very unsafe, and I still do to a certain degree. Now, I'm fairly confident in what I do with my stream. I'm fairly confident in myself, and I'm lucky enough to live in a fairly safe area. But I know that it is possible that Keffals has docs on more people. We know for a fact that Keffals likely has docs on her own former employees. And that's a very upsetting thing to think about, given that she has openly admitted to members of her team, which has now been made public, that she's collecting docs on people. When we combine that with the knowledge that she had an active server, a secret active server, in which she was collecting as much dirt on other people in these spaces as she could, in anticipation of conflicts with them, together, this paints a very, very bad picture. A picture of lots of dishonesty and of a lot of willingness to go to ends that I think all of us would agree is way too far. Way too far. And I've also been given something else. In addition to Keffals being willing to run a server digging dirt on people, in addition to Keffals being willing to attain the docs of people who she was beefing with, some of whom, no doubt, are...
So now we noticed this a while ago, right? In terms of Keffals' behavior and the parallel to actions taken by people on the harassment site that targeted her. You know, in terms of her going to her own subreddit and asking, you know, lore requests, which it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like harassment site speak, right? This is the kind of language that sort of veiled language that you'd expect to get used on a site like the farms, right? Requesting a lore drop, requesting lore, quote unquote, on a former member of her Mean Girls group chat. So Keffals, just like Brianna Wu, Keffals had a group chat with a certain number of trans meds and you know, other people. They just, I guess the best way I have it was like a burn book, right? From what I've heard. I don't know if we have screenshots from any of this, right? But I do know that it existed. I knew somebody who was in that group, at least for a while.
Abusive people.
And the person that she's going after, the person that she was asking for a lore drop on, was somebody that was in that group chat. So somebody ostensibly she had a falling out with, and now she needs a nuke on this person.
In addition to gloating about that, I've also been let in on a situation directly from someone on her team who was willing to tell me this story. Now, some of you will recall that at one point, Keffals had a...
Demon Mama's pronouns are she, they. That's an interesting question, right? This was a discussion she had with Dylan Burns. When I last heard her talk about her pronouns, my understanding was that she went by she and they, but she strongly preferred she, right?
Falling out with a number of other online left figures, some of which were instigated. You know, there was some people who were like, I don't like this Keffals person. There was some of it was really stupid, like I've talked about that fucking noodle bullshit.
The controversy was that Dylan was using like they on like many of the trans streamers that he was talking about, and it kind of felt like a tactical they. It kind of felt like a they that was put there so that Dylan didn't have to learn anybody's pronouns or gender identity, would just kind of default to they, thinking that, you know, whatever their pronouns were, they'd be hurt less by being called. It gave me the sense, not that Dylan was transphobic, because obviously he is, you know, somewhat concerned about misgendering people. But just that you know, Dylan is trying to find kind of like a cheat code rather than you know, and you know, yeah, the pronouns that Dylan used for me, the pronouns that Dylan used for Demon Mama were often they, them, despite the fact that he knew us and knew that, you know, in my case, I go by she, her pronouns exclusively, and that in Demon Mama's case, she prefers she, her pronouns. And she did make kind of an exception, she said, for friends, or anyway, I don't want to get back into that whole drama, but yeah, I'm pretty sure she, her are her preferred pronouns.
That shit was really dumb, very cringe in my opinion, and some of it was less like that. One of the things one of the people, I should say,
Is they the same part of speech as she? Oh, yeah, it's a pronoun. Right, and so they can be a plural pronoun, like if we talk about Demon Mama and Doe are going to the store, they are going to the store, right? They can also be a singular pronoun, like say that if you're going to see a doctor and you know this is Dr. Smith, but you don't know anything else about the doctor, right? You're probably going to use they, right? You don't know, like, you know, if it's so you know that like this, and this is before we talk about like, you know, this is, you know, aside from even, you know, any consideration of people being trans, right? Obviously, people who, there are a lot of non-binary people who go by they them and would prefer those pronouns over, you know, she or he. But yeah, that's kind of how it breaks down. Subjective, objective. I'm not sure if both she and they are subjects. Yeah, they're pronouns, and pronoun can serve as a subject in a sentence. Yeah, that's true.
One of the things that happened, or one of the people that Keffals conflicted with, is a fairly large bread tuber, video essayist by the name of Jack Saint. Many of you will be familiar with Jack Saint.
Oh god, this is where it gets weird.
Keffals and Jack Saint had a fairly public conflict that started a pattern of Keffals leaking people's DMs. In fact, she got a fairly bad reputation, even among people who were, sort of on her side generally, for being a DM leaker. But this really went over the line for me. And I think you'll understand why when I read it.
It was so peaceful up here,
when I was an editor for Keffals, she told me,
oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, so, like, yeah, as in, are we talking about the nominative versus the associative, right? If we're going to talk about grammar, that's what the distinction between she and her and they and them are.
Recorded a call with Jack Saint, and that she wanted me to deceptively edit the call to make it sound like he was being abusive towards her. This isn't an isolated incident at all. Obviously, a ton has come out illustrating her pattern of knowingly smearing people, and this is just one of many situations where she would float the idea of lying so maliciously like that. This is also why many people who have been close to her are now afraid of her. This was told to me.
I vaguely remember this.
And I've received permission to talk about this publicly and to share this message publicly, but this was at one point was spoken to me in confidence because the person who leaked this message was very afraid of retaliation. They had not been comfortable with this request. They had voiced their discomfort with this request and had been continually asked to participate in this process. Now, eventually, thankfully, this did not end up happening. But the plan was there. Now, the reason it didn't happen is because other drama surfaced and actually distracted. But I want you to think...
But anyway, as far as knowing the right pronouns to call somebody, it's usually best maybe to look on a Twitter. A lot of people put their pronouns on Twitter, and if the pronouns have changed, because sometimes people change what pronouns they're comfortable being called, you'll get a more up-to-date. I think YouTube also maybe has a pronoun slot now.
What that says about someone.
The best way to know if you're not sure about somebody's pronouns is just to ask them, or
this is, and also part of the reason why I want to talk about this is because I think it reflects on everything else, every other claim that we know about Keffals.
Wait, this is a different Keffals / Jack Saint interaction?
Seriously damages her ability to be trusted on any claims about this or anything else. If she was willing to ask her own team to engage in not just deceptive editing, but explicitly deceptive editing of a secretly recorded call of another public figure that was designed to frame him as an abuser for her own benefit.
So this is the second time that I've heard of Demon Mama, of Keffals using deceptive editing, right? The other time that I remember hearing about this was a debate streamer named Karl Max, who Keffals debated and really just lost to. Really had an embarrassing debate, just got absolutely destroyed in this debate by Karl Max. And, she wanted to edit it deceptively in order to put something up front that would sort of poison the well to her community, make her community hate Karl Max from the beginning, and thereby maybe cut her a little bit more slack in the debate that she absolutely lost.
That is a deep and disgusting level of dishonesty. And it kind of makes you wonder, right? Through all of this stuff coming out, through all of the discussion, Keffals hasn't said anything. Keffals hasn't followed up and cleared up any of these claims. She's just gone quiet. And it makes me wonder what the next step is really going to be. And I think it's a real possibility that that instead of any type of accountability or any type of apology to a community, that there's more of things like this in the future. Do you blame anyone in her life for being afraid? Do you blame any of her team members who obviously know that she had their docs from being employees? Do you blame anyone for feeling scared of that? Do you blame any of her colleagues who were less well endowed monetarily, people with smaller platforms, from being unwilling to speak out? Because I can't. As time went on in my personal relationship with Keffals, I became more and more concerned about other things that she was doing that started to make me lose trust. Now on the GoFundMe thing, I did not have hard evidence of where she went until fairly recently, all things considered. I had tidbits here and there, but it took me a long time to be able to put together a case that I was comfortable talking to you all about. And I think you guys can understand why I felt it was necessary to talk about you all with this. And also why I feel it's so stressful. And also why it's so frustrating that there's so many things. There are so many claims that have been levied against Keffals that do not have any evidence for them. Nothing. But it is so hard to filter through everything when you have someone who is willing to lie this much, who is willing to go this far, to deceive and to continue benefiting from other people, to put the wrench on other people. Now, no doubt, Keffals went up against some pretty heinous people, okay? But a lot of the people that we're talking about here, do you think Jack Saint deserved to have a plot to be privately recorded against his will and to have a plot built against him to deceptively edit the call to plan his cancellation? Do you think anybody deserved that? Do you think the people who are getting dirt gathered on them, on her now destroyed, thank goodness to whoever did that, now destroyed server? What makes me so sad about this situation is that basically everyone else, except for Keffals, has lost out because of Keffals' actions. This hurts genuine fundraising efforts. It hurts anyone who, out of the goodness of their heart, gave. It hurts anybody who reasonably said, wow, some of the shit that you're going through is bad. It hurts everyone's ability to sort out anything about this situation. It is a disaster, an unmitigated disaster, and the bulk of the damage is being absorbed by people who aren't Keffals. God, we could even talk about the DIY HRT stuff. I don't have a whole lot to say about that, but let's just say that Keffals has not done favors for the DIY HRT people out there who are putting their necks out to save people. A lot, and I mean a lot, of negative attention has been driven directly towards them as a result of Keffals' actions. Severe damage has been done to HRT networks that are essential. Reputational damage, notwithstanding, not just reputational damage, I should say, but financial and physical damage. Her own team has suffered from all this. The people who defended her and didn't do anything wrong in defending her, the people who defended her publicly, the vast majority of them were defending her for very rational reasons. They couldn't have known any of this. I think that I've demonstrated through all this that I'm capable of being sympathetic and also critical. My sympathy dries up when we get to this level of deception, when we get to this level of greed, when we get to this level of an unwillingness to even so much as communicate with the people who were kind. And again, most of the people, the vast majority of people who gave to Keffals, GoFundMe, and her stream do not make as much money as Keffals did. They do not have the platform and the voice that Keffals did. And I think that's bad. I've seen people online basically trying to say that all of this is just, throwaway, rehashed drama. But I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. And I'm someone who was willing to say to people, if you don't have hard evidence about the GoFundMe, then get the fuck out of my face. Because I don't operate off of vibes. Okay, I don't like operating off of vibes. I don't know if you can tell. I was willing to tell people that. And eventually, I got the hard evidence. I got the hard evidence from people who were not out there spending all day tweeting about Keffals. I got the evidence from people who actually put their nose to the grindstone and found out the truth. I got evidence from people within Keffals' own team who were willing to speak up about things that they felt were wrong. These were the people who were the closest, the most invested. A lot of whom were severely mistreated by Keffals, by the way. Just on a personal level. As somebody who seriously values what the other people on my team and in my community do for me, I see the way that Keffals treated her team, the people who were working crazy hard to make her have a platform, to make her make an income. Those people got treated sometimes with just utter disdain. Travis T says, genuinely, Demon Mama, your policy of not operating on vibes have made you one of the only people I feel would be a reasonably trustworthy source.
What do I think of the chances of Keffals going scorched earth, says Vodka? What do you think that would look like? What is scorched earth? Are you talking about her, like, doxing people? Are you talking about her just, like releasing drama video after drama video? Dishing... Like, what does scorched earth look like? It seems like she is going to try to ignore the allegations. Like, she's not going to do the Bo Blacks. She's not going to talk about the allegations. I don't think that she's going to, push back against any of that. And, like, who would she go after, right? Obviously, like, Mudahar is the first name that comes to mind in terms of the most high-profile, well-known person that's, exposed Keffals, There's, I guess, Xander Hall, Demon Mama are other possible targets. Cherry Bread TV, definitely somebody that gave a lot of information on Keffals. I'm trying to think where she would go with this.
Talk about the situation. Too many people go off on stuff like this half-cocked. Look, I want to give a lot of credit to Staroxvia over on Twitter, @Staroxvia. Staroxvia did a lot of work to compile all of this in one place. And of course, I saw these things before it went public. I was asked to do my own structure and not to just jump and dump things. And I don't. If people ask me to hold off and they want to protect their sources, I respect that. But I want to give a lot of credit to Staroxvia for being willing to compile all of this in one place so that we could use this as a jumping off point. There have been, I'm talking so many people.
Keffals starts an underwater colony like Bioshock. Yeah, what do you think, chat? What do you think? Vodka says not doxing, but releasing information about people to reveal the skeletons in the closet of people like Demon Mama and Cherry Bread TV, I'm guessing. There's some chance. There are like there's just like a lot of people like, right? Oh yeah, the other people, commentary streamers, Chud Logic. Wait, no. That was Demon Mama that was kind of close to Chud Logic. Yeah, Demon Mama and Chud Logic were really good friends for a long time, but I don't think that Keffals was ever the interaction that Keffals had with Chud Logic was calling him a PDF on the advice of one of her mods, which is like somebody that I've dealt with before, somebody that no one should ever trust, right? The Chud Logic situation is concerning, right? But I don't think I would characterize it as him being a PDF or anything like that. It was just inappropriate, kind of inability to draw the line, like parasocially and using his Discord server as as like a dating app, right? That's what that's the situation with Chud Logic, right? But Chud Logic has talked a lot about Keffals. Nicholas Diorio has talked a lot about Keffals. Bowblacks has talked about. There's a bunch of commentary streamers that she, Turkey Tom, Augie RFC, Tommy C. Yeah, I mean, she's probably got a gripe with almost everybody in the commentary community. They made a huge amount of content on her
last few years who've had things to say about Keffals, and most of what they've had to say has been useless. In fact, there have been other videos out there that spend half the runtime of their video talking about things that have absolutely nothing to do with the serious things that Keffals did wrong and fixating on what I would consider to be laughable evidence. So I want to provide credit where credit is due to Staroxvia for putting the most essential details in one place. Now, obviously, I went and verified these things. I have spent I can't even begin to tell you how much time I've spent thinking about this, okay? Thinking about this and putting together what I want to say. It has been a lot of time.
Is there anyone left on the White Leaf Network? I mean, as far as I know, like, this is site chat that we're looking at right now from Demon Mama. So Demon Mama's on White Leaf. Xander Hall's on White Leaf. I think last I checked, Counterpoints, that's a kind of a weird one, right? That's the one, true dyed-in-the-wool conservative. I would even say reactionary with some concerning leanings that's on the network. Wait, is Shoe on Head? I know that at one point Shoe on Head was on the network. I mean, there's people that are still on the network that maybe don't stream anymore, like Alec Gunter. There's smaller streamers that are on the network.
And I also recognize that there is a very real chance that myself and other people...
Wait, aka Sodfucker? I don't know about the Sodfucker thing, but yeah, Counterpoints, aka Counterpoints is on I think on White Leaf.
Face some kind of repercussion for even talking about this. Given everything that I've shown, I think you can conclude why most of us would come to that conclusion, that there is a chance that...
Oh god, AC is pointing out that the real Scorched Earth thing would be for Keffals to have like a Blair White sort of turn, or even become a, like, remember when she clickbaited detransitioning? I mean,
there will be some kind of vengeance or
as far as her grifting and being a major content creator, yeah, that would kind of be the only lane that's open to her, is to just wholesale turn on the trans community for transphobia clout. But I don't know if she would go that far.
what's the right word? Retaliation. It's very possible. I don't know if that will happen, but
I do know one thing that will happen is the top of the hour ad break, because it's going to happen in about 4 minutes, right? It's going to happen to you. If you're watching on YouTube, you might have noticed that every hour at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Those ads are unskippable, but there is a way to avoid them nonetheless, right? You can avoid them for free or for $5 by using a Twitch Prime sub to get out of the ad break for free. You can also pay Twitch $5 to get out of the ad break to get yourself weasels and to get yourself exclusive content as well. And the other option is maybe if you're lucky, you could get gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen. But it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
But I feel this stuff needed to be said. I don't know.
That's a 10 out of 10? No, that's a 7 out of 10. We got some disagreement in chat.
And I don't think anybody should feel bad about, I've said this 100 times, I'm going to say it.
Let's take a look at our poll right now, right? We got, what is this? Like 20 minutes left of this video. We got Rumble, the alt-right YouTube, winning in the poll on YouTube with 100 votes behind it, right? Or 100 votes on the poll. We got 122 votes in Shorts. That has got Rumble just barely up over Noah Samson versus Sneeko. So it looks like Rumble is kind of running away with the poll in as far as votes. Now, as far as donations go, Gokunaru's Muay Thai Muscle Mommy has outpaced Vox Populi by $2, right? But unfortunately, the video, as far as votes, is in, what, 3rd place on one of these polls. It's like 3 points behind, no, 4 points behind on the Shorts poll. It is, oh my god. It is almost 20 points behind on the regular YouTube poll. Remember, you still have the time, like 20 minutes left to vote, right? If you haven't voted yet, you can vote in the poll of whatever stream you're watching. You can also cross over. There's no way, I have no way of stopping you from crossing over and voting in the other poll as well if you want to, right? Make sure to leave a like while you're there. So you're leaving a like on both of the streams. And as always, you can always put your thumb on the scale if you really want to force the issue with Gokunaru's Muay Thai Muscle Mommy. That's the one that's closest in contention with the Rumble video. Yeah, because it's kind of running away on the regular stream. The Rumble alt-right YouTube video is running away with the vote in the regular stream. It's close in the short stream. And as always, you can vote for Vox Populi if you want to make sure that whatever wins the vote, whatever wins the popular vote is actually what we watched. You can put your money behind Vox Populi Gaming. I added that there in case any of the gaming frogs want to kind of try to put their thumb on the scale and get a gaming segment out of me. Although looks like the gaming frogs are not here today, so we're kind of looking at a competition between Gokunaru's Muay Thai Muscle Mommy, Rumble, the alt-right YouTube, and Noah Samson versus Sneeko. Those are the three that are really heavily in contention. But you could change it if the donation poll changes massively. If anybody wants to drop a whole bunch of money on something that is not in the running right now, it could be in the running with your help.
But I don't think anybody should ever feel bad about supporting someone who they believe to be in need. I think who deserves to feel bad is the person who lied. And with all of that said, I don't feel like I could have just walked away from this situation and felt okay with knowing that I donated, and that I also said, hey, I donated to this. Other people consider donating to help somebody in need, without telling everybody the truth. ENG says, I feel so shitty about this. I was going to bat for her even last week. For people who were willing to defend her out of reflex, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Again, part of the reason why why both myself and Staroxvia and others, members of Keffals' own team, felt pressured to come out and talk about this. We felt a responsibility, a moral and reputational and social responsibility, all of these things.
And let's see how that responsibility shook out for Demon Mama. 19K over 2 days. Yeah, I would say that's some responsibility.
No, that the average person out there.
But hey, remember, we don't do drama here. This is Demon Mama, demonmama.com. No drama.
would correctly conclude, a reasonable person would be like, hey, they've been told that, of course. If you believe what you've been told, and a lot of this stuff has not been public stuff. It's been deception that has been kept from the eyes of the public. So all of us felt the need, for everyone's purpose, for your own, for those of you out there who are saying, hey.
Yeah, that being said, regardless of Demon Mama's motivation, I'm glad she did it. She's one of the people that is closest to Keffals' community. She has the greatest overlap of probably anyone with Keffals, and this is going to mean more coming from her lips than it is coming from a lot of the other people who have done who've covered this content. So I'm glad she's doing it.
I don't think it's reasonable the way that that Keffals was treated, and you would be right to conclude that. But then it's another step to say, well, you know, now that I know these things, maybe it's not my responsibility to feel the need to defend someone who has not been honest with me. That was a little bit clumsy, and I apologize. The wording there didn't make all that much sense. I'm trying to tie this off in a way that makes sense, but it's honestly, I feel very frustrated and disappointed. Prosy Rosie says, one question, why did she do this? I don't fucking know. Nobody can say that. I mean, $100,000 is definitely a reason to have
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good reason.
done some things, but other ones.
I mean, not a good reason, but it's a good explanation.
That much sense. I think some of it is ego. I think some of it is being in over your head. I think some of it is, you know, pure self-aggrandizement, the intoxication of fame. I think some of it is wanting to preserve something that you had going really good. You know, at the peak of her,
Yo, I'm noticing, at least on shorts, it's going back and forth between Rumble and Noah Samson. They're pretty close in contention there.
of her streaming career, she was making a lot of money from this. Now, she hasn't streamed very much. She's kind of disappeared from the public eye, which
She almost said fallen off.
I don't know exactly why that is. I won't lie.
Does it go to the popular vote or the donos? Wait, what do you mean?
Did find it very weird that she said that she was going to be releasing information about her legal case, and then none of that ever happened, and all of a sudden she kind of disappears from the internet. To me, given everything else that we've seen, that comes off kind of like you're hoping people will forget about you. Enough people will forget about you. And I do find, I am worried that there is a significant portion of her community that is going to be willing to further enable this type of behavior. I hope not. I want to say that won't happen. I want to believe that it won't happen. I know that my community and her community have some level of overlap. There are a lot of
huge overlap.
Good people. There's a lot of good people in Keffals' community, a lot of really kind and good-hearted people, and I hope that part of her community is able to win out, and that part will recognize not just that they were deceived, but that other people were deceived, and that they'll show grace. You know. Some ordinary gamers. Good to see you. My name's Demon Mama.
So that is Mudahar coming into Demon Mama's stream.
Some ordinary gamer says the money taken from actual trans causes and the community is the real issue. I 100% agree with that conclusion. I think that right there, what you've just said, is absolutely the core issue here. That a lot of the people, like I said before, that a lot of the people.
Some of the people in her chat. So this is her website stream, right? This is the White Leaf stream that you're seeing here. Some people are saying your video is trash. Some ordinary gamers. Some people, obviously mad about the thumbnail. Demon Mama is not really expressing any of that herself.
Who donated here were people in need themselves.
I'm guessing that some ordinary gamers has showed up in the YouTube chat. It says, oh my god, thank you, Jules. Wow. I was wondering why there was like literally nobody watching on Twitch. Yeah, I do. This is why I don't usually change the category. It's so easy to forget to change back.
People who do not see a path to a safe existence, people who do not see a path to financial stability, but they hoped that maybe with what they had in their hand, that they could help somebody else who is in more danger than themselves, that they perceived was in more danger, and that maybe some good change would happen. There's a joke in the trans community. Some of you will have probably heard it, but the joke is that in the trans community there is one $20 bill, and it just keeps circling around between trans people as they need it. One trans person gives the other person $20, and then that trans person gives the $20 to the next trans person. The $20 goes around in a circle.
It's a pretty sad joke, but it bears some truth.
And there's a joke about that. And, obviously, there's more than $20, but it's pretty rough out there for a lot of trans people. And a lot of those people, they took their $20 and they put it towards someone who told them they were going to be doing one thing and didn't do any of that. It makes me mad. It makes me extremely mad. And it hurts when I hear that it's like $100,000 was given and out of other people's money, and that was spent to upgrade, stream. The rest of us spend our own money if we want to do that. Some of us go into debt for it. Take a legal fund, sell a movement or a campaign on the internet. It's yeah. There's one other thing I want to talk about, and this is very personal. I guess before we wrap up, this is very personal on this, but towards the end of my relationship with Keffals. By the way, just so that this is out there as a final conclusion on this, when I retweeted Staroxvia's thread, I was immediately blocked by Keffals. Since then, members of Keffals' current team have tried to reach out to me to correct the record, to which I received no response, by the way. This was as of a couple of days ago, someone claiming to be a member of Keffals' team who, from all that I can tell, appears to be a member of Keffals' team in Keffals' close circle, wanted to clarify things. This was a couple of days ago, and I asked, okay then, if you have hard evidence to the contrary, send it to me. I am not interested in getting lost in some kind of wiffle waffle bullshit. They never responded to me. In fact, they went on to advance a false allegation against a member of Keffals, a former member of Keffals' team, which was pretty heinous. And instead of responding to me, they just did that. And I asked this person.
In the VOD, Demon Mama spoke about Brianna Wu and how disappointed and hurt she was that Keffals defended her. Yeah. Interesting. Some of the stuff got cut out. So we're watching, and look, this is me trusting Demon Mama. I don't know why, right? Obviously, Demon Mama hasn't been super great to me. But I just wanted to think that, her video is going to be representative of her VOD. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe the Brianna Wu stuff is at the end. And, we knew about this before. She's spoken out about Brianna Wu and that I think that was one of the reasons that she was critical. The first time she was critical of Keffals, it was about defending Brianna Wu, which Keffals did for a really long time. But thanks for pointing that out. I remember that now, Vodka. I watched the original stream and I just I ended up grabbing the video here, but
why hasn't Keffals reached out to me? And I think we know the answer. But now that I've been completely blocked, and I want you to understand, again, you guys can go see the record of my public relationship with Keffals, which my private relationship with Keffals is a lot longer, okay? But my public relationship with Keffals was one always of camaraderie, of support, of a willingness to critique constructively.
So the Brianna Wu part was a different segment? Okay, so that's why it's not in here.
But towards the end of my relationship with Keffals, my friendship with Keffals, my colleagueship with Keffals, I really did feel that I was being used, that someone was trying to play me in their own game. And I think that was the case. And in fact, I have evidence of this from a former member of Keffals' team. She, being Keffals, wanted me to coordinate a backstabbing because she wasn't confident taking her down without the backup and numbers we could get for her by supporting it. It was a game. She outright called it a game multiple times. This was in reference to Keffals wanting to take down another content creator. And this member of Keffals' team warned me that I would be approached, that I would be basically involved. And that wasn't the first time that had happened either. In fact, even previous to that, Keffals had attempted to sort of recruit me into takedowns of other people. And I didn't like that. I didn't like that I felt like that. And with all of this having come out, it really feels like that, doesn't it? It really does feel like all of it was just a lot of false pretenses. And that hurts on a personal level, Everything else, I've tried to keep this very factual. But on a personal level, I found that disappointing and hurtful. And I think what I'm trying to say here is that I'm done. I'm done with Keffals. I'm done with Keffals. I'm done with all of her shit. I'm done with her pivot into drama. I'm done with her weird game playing. I'm done with her implicit weird threats and dishonesty.
So now, here's the other shoe that I would be I would actually expect this to have already dropped. I'm talking about Whiteleaf. At this point, do we have any evidence? Is Keffals still on Vosh's network? Is Keffals still on Whiteleaf? Because at this point, I would expect her not to be. I haven't seen Vosh's sysadmin and certainly not Vosh weigh in on this matter, but that doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. It just means I'm not aware of it if it has.
Yeah.
But I would expect that to be coming either to have already happened or to be pretty close on the heels of Demon Mama's disavowal of Keffals.
I think that's all there is to say on that particular topic. Joseph says, Demon Mama, I have to go.
Let's check and see where we are at as far as the polls go. The polls are going to be closing pretty soon, so it is your last chance if you want to put your finger on the scale, put your thumb on the scale, put anything on the scale. As far as what we're going to be watching after this, looks like Shorts is voting for Rumble, Noah Sampson in a close second. The regular stream is voting for Rumble with Noah Sampson in a distant second. And the donation vote is going to Gokunaru's, which is ahead by $2, which isn't much. And considering that Gokunaru is 4th place in one of our polls, and, well, actually, no, 3rd place in the other poll, only behind by 4 points on the Shorts poll, it looks like Rumble right now. It looks like Rumble is winning. Noah Sampson, if anybody's really wanting to see the Noah Sampson takedown of Sneeko, Noah Sampson's going over some of the weird stuff that Sneeko's been doing on Omegle. That's going to get over the Vox Populi hurdle, because remember, Vox Populi is where you put your money if you want to ensure that whatever wins the popular vote, unlike our elections in the United States, ends up winning the actual vote, right? So that's where, and that's got $15 on it. Gokunaru is the only one that's over that, and is kind of behind, wait, a little too far behind for the $2 to put Gokunaru ahead. So if anybody wants Gokunaru to come out of nowhere like a dark horse and win the day and watch that Muscle Mummy content, now is the time to donate. Remember, you can also vote in these polls until we're done with the Demon Mama content. I'll keep the polls open. So, you know, if you haven't voted in both polls, you still have a chance to affect the outcome there. And yeah, Noah Sampson, obviously too, could probably, if that were to get some more money behind it, could end up eking out ahead of the Rumble alt-right YouTube video. But right now it looks like it's going to be Rumble. So if you want to change that, you've got what, like
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Another vote. By now you know which is my pick.
I think it's Gokunaru, right? Do I remember correctly? Gokunaru up to $22. That is $7 more than Vox Populi. Oh my god, does that make up the percentage though? Because Gokunaru's behind, like, I'm gonna have to do some math, aren't I? It's getting close, it's getting tight. The only issue is that Gokunaru's like way behind in one poll, and only slightly behind in the other. But yes, Izzy, I will gladly add your $5 to the total for Gokunaru's Muay Thai Muscle Mommy. I almost said it wrong. Almost said it wrong. Wait, why support a tanky? Wait, who's the tanky? Is Gokunaru a tanky? Did I miss something, Andrew? Who's the tanky?
Go. This video is unusually morbid. Have a good night. I'm sorry. I wish that I could, I tried to tell everyone that this was going to be rough. I tried to tell everyone that, you know, give everyone an advance warning, but there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, I could have talked about this on Twitter. I could have talked about this 100 different ways, but I wanted to do it right, because this has not been fun for me. Okay, I did not make this stream lightly. God knows I did not make this stream lightly. In fact, aspects of this have been tearing me up for quite a while.
Okay, I gotta know. Andrew's talking about me. I'm the tanky. I'm the tanky. Oh my god. Okay, who says I'm a tanky, Andrew? Andrew, are you a Tipster fan? I feel like the only place I've ever been called a tanky is in Tipster's chat. Are you gonna out yourself as a fan of the lowly supporter Tipster? Oh shit, I'm a tanky.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
Yo, Andrew's in here like Andrew's in here. Oh my god, I didn't realize I turned down the volume. Andrew's in here asking me to
Talk about the allegation!
I'm supposed to talk about the allegations. The allegations that I'm a tanky? Who says I'm a tanky? Who says I'm a tanky? I gotta know. I mean, maybe it's not Tipster's chat. Maybe it's somebody else. No idea who Tipster is. So what do you think? Why do you think I'm a tanky? How is nocommentchick a tanky? We still don't know where this information is coming from. Andrew, cite your sources. Cite your sources about me being a tanky. You said I was a tanky. I just want to know where this is coming from. I don't hate. We're not mad at you, okay? We just it's just curious. This is curious. No, you're asking chat if I'm a tanky? You don't go around to everybody's stream just like asking chat if they're a tanky, do you? There's got to be some reason. Soul Life says accurate. Why would people support that? Yeah, nocommentchick wants to take away your right to free speech. I've seen you on Twitter. Was I... But what would I have been doing on Twitter that would make you think that I'm a tanky, right? Chat wants to know if you're a royalist. Are you like a are you a neo-feudalist? Are you in favor of the divine right of kings? Are you pro Merovingian? I just want to know why you think I'm a tanky. Seriously, this has got to come from somewhere, and I promise you won't get in trouble for telling me from where. I just want to know I need to know where you're getting your information. Sam Cedar, yeah, Sam Cedar calls me a tanky. Come on, Andrew, this is like interesting. You're like the most interesting chatter so far. Market socialist. Okay. Yeah, if I'm a this is this chick that doesn't comment. She doesn't comment on anything. No, don't ban Andrew. I really want to know where this information is coming from. I've got to know. I've got to know what I said, what I did, or more likely what somebody else said that makes you think that I'm a tanky. It's not your fault, Andrew, if you're getting bad information. We just need to know the source of that information. And is it Tipster? You never said that Sam called me a tanky. Well, that would be silly for Sam to even talk about. I don't think Sam Cedar knows who I am. Matt Bender does, but I don't think Sam does.
Fern Faba asks, Demon Mama, so no comments on the Muda video after you mentioned him.
No comments. We got a shout out. Wow, Demon Mama's talking about me again. God, she just can't keep my name out of her mouth. She just, she won't stop. I wonder if she thinks I've heard things. Doesn't that, yo, I've heard things. Andrew, those are weasel words. Weasel. Those are weasel words. I've heard things. From where? From where? Where did you hear things? I'm just curious, right? This isn't on you. You don't have to shoulder the responsibility. Right now, it looks like to chat that you're making things up, but, you know, I think that there's a good chance that you're not making things up. I think there's a good chance that you heard this from somewhere, and I want to know. Yeah, I would have put it in the files. We got to put it in the files, right? I thought it was so. Oh wait, did you hear it from Aristocracy? Could it have been Aristocracy? Are you like an Aristocracy stan? Like, did you expect to come in here and hear about Joseph Stalin and how he invented the hot dog? how actually the Soviet Union, the great Soviet Union, invented the hot dog, and the United States took all the credit because they were the first ones to put a hot dog on the moon. But as far as inventing the hot dog itself, that was Stalin. That was Daddy Stalin. He invented it because he wanted a food that could get his mustache nice and messy when he ate it, right? And he didn't. There weren't enough options in Soviet Russia. You were kind of like limited to borscht, and Stalin was not a fan of beets, right? Stalin was actually allergic to beets, and that's why he invented the hot dog, to be able to put lots of toppings on the hot dog so that when he ate the hot dog, his mustache would actually get messy because he liked that. I gotta know, Andrew, you heard this from someplace. I'm so curious. I'm so curious. You don't care that the Soviet Union, you American running dogs would not even have the hot dog to be able to launch and put on the moon if it wasn't for the glorious Soviet Union and Daddy Stalin, Uncle Stalin, or whatever he's called, right? Who invented the hot dog as a way to mess up his mustache.
I have a lot of disagreements with the Muda video. I don't know Muda as a person. There were a lot of disagreements I had with aspects of the video. I feel that I do feel that he did I think he did a solid job covering the GoFundMe allegations. Unfortunately, I do feel that it was distracted from by the addition of other sections that were not as well supported. Particularly, I really don't think that the Catboy.
Wait, market socialist. I got 2 guesses. Will you tell me if I'm right? Oh wait, no, I got 3 guesses. I got 3 guesses. Okay. All right, my first guess. Market socialist. Sock done left. Is this Sock done left's work? Is this yeah, the Stalin Glizzy, right? I'm talking about the Stalin Glizzy. I'm talking about like the whole reason that we have hot dogs in the first place, right? Which is not thanks to the United States. The United States did not invent hot dogs. They just claimed all the fame because they were able to put a hot dog on the moon first, whatever that fucking means, right? The Soviet Union was the first to get a hot dog to orbit the Earth, okay? And I think that's got to count for something. Is it trash food? That's not a very American opinion. I think we might have to refer you to the House Un-American Activities Committee, right? So wait, was it? No, it's not SDL. Okay, second guess. Second guess, Vosh. Is it Vosh? Do we have a little Vosh here? Hot dogs are trash, but don't you like footlongs? Right, even if you don't like hot dogs, I bet you get excited when you see a footlong. I don't think there's anybody out there that does not get excited when they see a footlong, right? But you got to get the proper buns for those. That's the problem with footlongs, is they stick out past the buns. Vosh, yeah, that's definitely Vosh. My third guess is Brianna Wu, but I think we got our answer. I think it's Vosh.
Ranch section of the video was well evidenced. I feel that a lot of that section relied on narrative. Some of the claims.
And by the way, Vosh is not bad, okay? Vosh is not bad. First of all, those horses were consenting. And second of all, he thought those girls were short stack goblins. He didn't know they were lolies. He thought they were short stack and thick like a goblin. He didn't know. How was he to know? It looked like a goblin. It looked like a goblin, and the horses were consenting. They were talking horses. They gave their affirmative consent.
Just didn't align with what was being showed on the screen. I don't think that was a particularly strong segment, and I think it distracted from it. Also, there was a lot of people rightly pointed out some issues with the thumbnail of the video, which I think is a fairly surface level critique. I don't know. I do think that using that thumbnail was a questionable decision, especially given that artist's history. The artist who...
Yeah, so I agree with Demon Mama here. The thumbnail does not change the receipts that were shown. And Mutahar did have some receipts. I think that some of the stuff that Mutahar focused on was just completely, like, again, the Catboy Ranch thing. Look, I'm open to evidence on the Catboy Ranch thing, but all that he showed me was rehashes of somebody who's already recanted her allegations. Like somebody that was a friend of Keffals way back in the day, then became like, it was in the Destiny community and basically, endorsed the groomer libel against Keffals, and then ended up on Keffals' stream, like recanting everything, right? Mutahar literally had somebody it showed a Twitter post that was by somebody who's like essentially admitted that she lied, right? And who's a known liar, right? Who's done like very little other than lie in the online political community, right? And it just shouldn't be a trusted source in the first place. So yeah, some of Mutahar's like receipts were a little we're just not there, right, on some of those things. But like, look, if there's evidence, I'm open to seeing it, right? The thumbnail was, I think, a mistake. I think it limited the reach of Mutahar's video, and it caused a lot of trans people to not trust him. That is understandable. I don't know that he necessarily did it to be transphobic. I can't look into his heart and tell you what his true intentions were on that matter. But I'm inclined to agree with Demon Mama here that it was a distraction that just there was no reason for it. If you look at Mutahar's thumbnails, he's never used Just a Worm to portray anybody else on any of his thumbnails. I can't even find thumbnails that he's got where he makes the person that he's criticizing look ugly on purpose. So it was a little bit weird. But again, I think that people, jumped to some conclusions about Mutahar's intentions on that. I just don't think it was a good choice.
Who made that thumbnail has done a lot of pictures of Keffals, and they're pretty bad. They also have a pretty prolific and publicly available...
Yeah, for the record, Vosh has only mentioned me once.
...history of posting. And let's just say that they're not too fond of trans people, the way that they've talked about them.
River Rune says, I went to a vegan food festival today. I had some big corn dogs. Unfortunately, not a foot long. They never do the foot long with the corn dog.
I think that was a mistake. But I also recognize that criticizing a thumbnail alone is...
But wait, defense of being a tanky... If you want to see defense, you got to bring some receipts, right? You don't start off from the proposition that with no evidence either. Come on. If I were to push back and be like, I am not a tanky, I think that would be a little bit sus. I'd be like, is she a tanky? I don't know. She seems pretty defensive.
It's a kind of a it's not a very deep criticism. And it can only go so far. A lot of people...
I just don't have anything to defend. Give me something to defend, though, and I'll defend it, maybe.
A lot of people didn't watch the video because they saw the thumbnail. And that is also a weakness of that choice. It means that there are people who would have heard this message who didn't because of that. But also, again, that thumbnail criticism can only go so far. I don't think it was a good choice to use that thumbnail. But my criticisms of the video were more that the heart of the issue, the GoFundMe stuff, got buried in...
I don't need to defend Stalin. Stalin is based. Stalin invented the hot dog, okay? And that makes up for any of his crimes against humanity.
Some in other things that I don't think were as substantial. Even talking about other people. In the video, there's a portion of the video that goes and talks about someone totally unrelated. And I don't know, I just felt like that took away from what was actually here.
You can't hate the guy that invented the glizzy.
I will say, I'm not here to be a giant hater. I do think the section that was about the GoFundMe was strong. The GoFundMe section was strongly constructed.
Like, it would be hypocritical if I was just like mowing on a hot dog out of one side of my mouth and criticizing Stalin out of the other.
That's my feedback for those who want to know my thoughts on the video as a whole. I hope that people can take my criticism in stride and won't be mad about what I had to say. I feel like I was pretty even-handed, but Did Mutahar have the same info that you had here? Some of it yes, some of it no. I do not believe that Mutahar had the same evidence. I don't believe that Mutahar had the evidence of the Jack Saint situation, and certainly...
Wait, is there something going on with stream elements?
Not the evidence that was talking about me. And I don't know if Mutahar had the evidence that Staroxvia brought forward about... No, in fact, I don't think he did. I don't think that Muta had the evidence about the HRTO, the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario, and the dates there. But otherwise, I think that Muta did a good job outlining the issues and the leaks and also, that aspect. So I do think that there has been some...
Okay, so if anybody's having trouble with stream elements, you can donate on PayPal at paypal.me/nocommentchick. You can donate on Cash App at $ no comment chick. I don't know what's going on with Stream Elements though.
It's complicated. I think that there were aspects of the video that distracted from the main focus. I think a lot of people walked away from the video. I mean, but again, there's a lot of people who walk into the video with their own biases. In the end, I do worry that the downstream effects of all of this are that it's going to have a negative effect on, you know, it's going to serve as a talking point for the worst people on the internet to further justify themselves. But I can't really blame anybody except for Keffals for that. Keffals made the decisions that she made. If she had been honest in the first place, none of this would have happened. This video right now wouldn't have had to have happened. It could have just been solved. It could have just been honest, and those were her decisions in the end.
Oh my god. Well, that was a jump scare. But you know what's not a jump scare is what content that we're going to cover next, because I think it's pretty clear. Wait, let me check and see what the polls are saying. 36% to 28%. That's pretty definitive. 28% to 27%. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. And Goku Naru is $7 past Vox Populi. Okay, so if we add, oh my god, chat, I gotta do math. I gotta do math here. Okay, let's try this out. I'm gonna be doing bad math, so it's gonna be Stalinist math. It's tanky math, right? It's not the best math, but that's all we have here in the Soviet Union. We're stuck with substandard calculators here. Okay. 28 plus, what is it, 35? 36. 28 plus 36 divided by 2 is 32. Okay, so we got an average of 32% on the Rumble alt-right YouTube video. Take the Goku Naru and we add 15 plus 23, 15 plus 23. Divide that by 2. That's 19. So we got 19, average of 19%. On Goku Naru's Muay Thai Muscle Mommy video, okay? And then we take the $7 that plus 7 is 26. Rumble's got $3 on it too, so we add like, oh wait, no, that's like minus, okay, wait, oh my god. So it looks like Goku Naru is $6 away from overtaking Rumble, the alt-right YouTube channel, right? Rosalind, we're trying to add up the votes. We're trying to add up the tally. Don't you care about the horse race? Don't you care about, like, the horse race? Don't you care about stopping the steal? Right? I'm starting the steal by allowing the opportunity for people to donate to steal the vote away from the popular vote winner, which is Rumble, the alt-right YouTube platform. But it looks like there's not enough money in the kitty unless somebody wants to make the machine go burr. In the Soviet Union, 1 × 1 = 2. That makes so much sense. Yeah, Lysenko math. That's what we're using. We're using Lysenko's math. Zizek also has the courage to admit his Stalinism. I have never heard Zizek talk about Stalin. Oh, that's right. He eats 2 hot dogs at once. He eats hot dogs two-handed. He's a man of the dogs, yes.
Izzy Sanchi.
Oh
Super
my
chatted
god.
$5. Another
Yo!
vote.
Chat. That makes this 19 plus 17, which is 36. 36 is more than 32. Unless somebody's really wanting that Rumble, and like a lot of people voted. This is the weird thing. A lot of people voted for Rumble, the alt-right YouTube platform. However, only $3 got put behind it. That does not even beat out the Vox Populi, which, wait. No, even if I add the $3, look, if I go 32 plus 3 equals 35, 36 is still greater. Let's make sure this is like all of my 36 greater than 35. Even if I absolutely give like maximum amount of oh my god, chat, this math is so messy, isn't it? Isn't Vox Populi a faction from BioShock? It sounds like it. Going once. 36 is greater than 35. Going twice. 36 is still greater than 35. Going 3 times. Wait, I gotta put that $10 here on that just to make sure that our records are all correct. And I think the records are correct. I'm not opposed to seeing Muscle Mommy instead of Rumble. I don't know why people voted for Rumble. Anybody want to make a case for Rumble? Like, I've already made a case for Stalin eating hot dogs. We've seen a case for Zizek. Look, the only thing in Stalin's favor is like on the real is that he killed a lot of Nazis, and I think that's pretty cool. Like, Stalin's probably got the record. Like, if we were gonna do the vote by like who has killed the most Nazis, it would probably, we'd be watching a Stalin video right now. We'd be watching the glory of Stalin and how the Soviet Union created the glizzy and sent it into space before America could could invent their hot dog and send that into space, right? But we're not counting up like who killed the most Nazis today. We're counting up who can stop the steal, who can start the steal, and it looks like Izzy has successfully stolen the video away from Rumble. Should definitely play BioShock Infinite. Go with the horny option. It's got to be more fun. What is the horny option? Oh, this is the horny option. Yeah, that's another reason to do this. That's another reason to do this. I'm looking for going once, going twice. Yeah, I don't think we see any. Do we see any arguments? Yo, Izzy, you successfully stole the election. Congratulations. You and Joe Biden like now have something in common. And it's that you both enjoy foot-long glizzies with Joseph Stalin. That's what we're doing. Okay, so Gokunaru. We gotta find this. It's Gokunaru talking about what is oh, it's this one? Shakespeare, is it this one? You gotta help me out here, Shakespeare. I'm so bad at math. I have no confidence in my math. That's live. These are videos. Okay, well, we gotta celebrate the come on. Shakespeare, certainly it's not this 3 hour and 45-minute video that you want me to watch, right? That's me. Oh my god, we got it going way too fast.
Oh, woken from a dream. What could it all mean? Reflections of my code, flashing on the screen. Opinions that I hold, never get old. Ripping, reinforced, underlined and bold. Algorithm shape of mine, I let them peer inside. Washing out the rain, all for his own gain. I am we are the, copy stealing body. Manufacturers of true personality.
This beat goes hard. Where's Shakespeare? Oh, it's in shorts chat. Okay. Here we go. Here we go, chat. This is the video.
Okay. All right, let's get into the fucking juice pits. Let's get greasy, bro.
We're gonna get greasy.
What? Aside from, you know,
Okay, so what are we actually looking at, right? I've been memeing so hard. Even my math has turned into memes, right? I feel like I didn't do any good math. I feel like it was all memes. It feels like I was all memeing, all meme and no math. But regardless, right? Was Noah Samson right about think before you sleep? Noah Samson, if you remember correctly, made a video about think before you sleep, and the video is called Think Before You Dox. Now, some people took that as Noah Samson accusing Think Before You Sleep of doxing Illymation, which did not happen and was not a claim that Noah Samson was making. Noah Samson's real concern was that, like, by lying about Illymation, by deceptively showing different clips from Illymation's video, that essentially Think Before You Sleep was making it more likely for Illymation to get doxxed, making it more likely for Illymation to get harassed, right? That was Noah Samson's actual accusation. The rest is clickbait. The rest is memes. It's just memes, and you can't be mad at memes any more than you can be mad at the glizzy, right? You can't. It's a delicious, meal. It's got all of the vitamins and minerals necessary for a healthy body, right there down in its sweaty hot dog skin, right? You can't be mad at it. So just like that, you can't be mad at Gokunar, or you can't be mad at Noah Samson. For calling sleep, think before you sleep, think before you dox. Think before you lie about a content creator and sick your parasocial fans, your parasocial incel fans on her, right? So it kind of looks like, right? And this would go along with another meme, the meme being that Gokunaru is based, that Gokunaru is actually based and is making the right call here. And essentially inviting a lot of scrutiny from the rest of the commentary community, because this is not an easy take to have. This was not a common take. A lot of the commentary community was very much on the side of think before you sleep, and just looks at Noah Samson and calls Noah Samson like a cuck with a mullet, right? Gokunaru is breaking from the pack, making his own, giving his own take. And let's see what it is.
me wearing this Akatsuki thing, we have got a drama to talk about today. And that drama is between Think Before You Sleep and Noah Samson, with a woman named Illy Animation.
Sandwiched in the middle.
Kind of in between.
Like in between the hot dog buns, right?
A little bit, okay? So here's the basic timeline.
Illymation is the glizzy in this hot dog.
Of events, all right? I'm going to give you a quick speed run. Illy Animation is a woman who basically is like, picture Jaden Animations, okay? Very similar type vibe. Kind of, yeah, content focused on like more of a kid audience, or more of like a, I guess you could say...
Wait, who said bipolar?
A safe space type audience. Except the thing...
Oh, this is a chatter. I'm sorry. This is a chatter. You're confused by the chat? You're not confused by the streamer? I feel like, especially right now, especially today, I am the most confusing streamer you could possibly have. We're confusing Vosh fans about my political ideology. We're confusing commentary fans about Noah Samson, right? I just feel like
that she kind of more...
I feel like if anybody's causing confusion in this situation, it's me. I got to take responsibility for it, chat. I got to take accountability and say that I'm fucking confusing. My math is confusing. Look at this math. 36 is greater than 35. How the fuck did I get that? By adding 17 to 19, $17 more than the $15 that was donated to Vox Populi. So it gets 17 plus the 19. What's the 19 even from? 19% average, 32% average plus 3. $3 gets donated here, not bigger than the $15. Oh my God, chat, I'm confusing. Is this confusing to anybody else? Is anybody else confused here? Because you have every right to be confused. The only thing I'm not confused about is the fact that 36 is greater than 35, and that means we watch Gokunaru.
Like more frames herself as like a nerd or whatever.
I seem normal, so the chat's confusing. I'm normal.
Is the vibe that I get. I need to dial myself in because this is a lot to unpack. Okay, I'm about to sum.
It's a lot to unpack. A lot of glizzies.
Approximately 2.5 hours worth of content. Okay, but I'm gonna do my best to do it justice. Now, our woman Illy. Okay, I believe her name is Alyssa. She basically started out by uploading this video called Perks of Being the Fat Kid, okay? This was 4 months ago, around December of last year, 2023. And yeah.
And if you want to watch my take on this, right? It's in one of my previous VODs, right? Go to my live, go to nocommentchick, and wait, can we find me through this? Can we find, is there a way to find me? Here's Vault 22. Yeah, so if you're looking for my coverage of the Illymation versus Illymation and Noah Samson versus, here it is, right here. Illymation drama is out of control. And I was right, it is out of control. We got Noah Samson, we got Destiny, we got Turkey Tom, and we got this this incel in a mask, and that's Think Before You Sleep. That's how my thumbnail artist decided to do Think Before You Sleep. So that, you know, think before you cross Illymation, because you might just get a thumbnail with you as with a mask on.
The video came out, it was positively received. Her fans seemed, to not have a problem with it, whatever. And then about 2 months later, a channel by the name of Think Before You Sleep, who is a channel that's kind of, it reminds me a lot of Harmful Opinions, if you remember that guy.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
He doesn't really show his face.
Ho just got called out. Do we remember Harmful Opinions? Harmful Opinions was involved in the cart posting drama, and Harmful Opinions, actually kind of came out looking good. Now, look, I've heard a lot of stuff about Harmful Opinions since then, and I don't know exactly what to believe, but it's pretty scary. Pretty glad not to be dealing with a content creator like Harmful Opinions. Pretty glad not to have a nocommentchick video being reacted to by Harmful Opinions, but in that case, like, Harmful Opinions was just dunking on Alec Gunter. And after all the weird allegations that Alec Gunter made about card posting, and then the weird stuff that Alec Gunter said about wanting to do things to Lyric's ass, and combined with the fact that he thought that Lyrics looked like he was underage, was 14 years old, right? I mean, we were here for a little dunking on Alec Gunter. We were here for that.
Basically just gives a very, I guess you could say, formalistic, like logic-based analysis or whatever with his voiceover. He like reacts to a clip, whatever, and then just kind of, gives his breakdown or his opinion. He uploads a video called A Fat Acceptance Cartoon. Okay, that's right here. And so you can see basically the way that it's framed is effectively that this woman, Illy, her animation was giving, I would say his claim was that this animation was giving kids an impression that it doesn't matter what you eat. You know, your diet, you don't need to count calories. You don't need to, you know, be too careful with what you eat. Basically, he was
basically accusing Illymation of selling obesity as a lifestyle. Like that is my summation of what he said. It was pretty disingenuous.
Was giving really bad advice to kids. Okay, now I'm gonna give you a breakdown of both of their videos. Okay, I'm gonna go a little.
I will say I think that Harmful Opinions is probably a little bit more entertaining than Think Before You Sleep. Think Before You Sleep is just an annoying incel. Harmful Opinions is iffy.
Nerd mode, a little bit fucking nerd emoji, and kind of like react to both. But effectively, just taking that situation aside for a second, what then happens is that this Illy animation woman hears from a friend of hers that this video by Think Before You Sleep is like super critical. It's like making her, you know, it's making fun of her appearance, all this stuff. And the Illy animation woman decides to post on her Tumblr page, which has like very minimal followers. But it's still, you know, one of her.
Yeah, Harmful Opinions has made me laugh before. I don't think that Think Before You Sleep even could make me laugh.
Legit social media sites. Basically, she decides to say, okay, I've reported this video and you guys should not watch this video and you should report it as well. Okay, she was basically saying, is equating.
Wait, what has Cardpost been doing lately, Shakespeare?
Before You Sleep's video to harassment, okay?
Just the video where he calls the Keffals the Keffals video by Motahar a nothing burger.
This is Think Before You Sleep's initial community post about this, but it basically shows the screenshots of Illy, you know, making these statements on Tumblr. Since his video went live, I've been getting hate comment bombed on my Fat Kid video, on other vids on my channel, as well as on Twitter and Insta, sad face. I submitted reports, but it takes a while for a human review.
This is the video on, oh yeah, you weren't here, anti-corporatist, but this poll got stolen, right? Straight up jacked by Izzy. This was just like an absolute like, right, you know how like the Trumpies are worried about the 2020 election. Oh my god, that had nothing, any of their allegations have got nothing on this deal. This was like, you know, murder by numbers, right? This was a sick hit, and it was stolen right out from under the voters by the carefully crafted donation strategy, right? And that's what can happen. Right, it's very. We do have the we do have the Vox Populi, which is like our own Stop the Steal, for the vote, to try to keep it so that the popular vote wins. But actually, that wouldn't be good for the Trump people either. Trump would have lost the popular vote. I don't know, chat. Nothing that I'm saying is making sense. The only thing that makes sense to me is that 36 is greater than 35. This adds up to 36 under Gokunaru. The Rumble, the alt-right YouTube platform, adds up to 35, and 36 is greater than 35. So therefore, we're going with the Muay Thai muscle mommy coming from behind, coming out of nowhere. Izzy absolutely stealing this today's content away.
YouTube. I chatted with a help desk person today in the live chat help section, and she was very helpful.
I feel like Izzy probably has a future in lobbying. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I just have to sit tight. However, if you or anyone else reading this comes across this video, please report it for cyberbullying.
Izzy says I'm a corrupt capitalist.
Hopefully, with enough reports from different people, it'll get taken care of sooner. And please do not send hate to him. It'll only make things worse. I just want this to be over. Somebody in her Tumblr basically asks, did you see this total creep who did a takedown of your fat...
Wait, did we miss something?
And unfortunately, I just have to sit tight. However, if you or anyone else reading this comes across this video, please report it for...
Okay. Let me reread this. In case anything happens, I thought I would let everyone know what's up. Thanks to a viewer, it has come to my attention that earlier today, Elisa, is this Think Before You Sleep writing this? Elisa from the channel Illymation started a flagging campaign. Okay, so this is Think Before You Sleep saying, I got a flagging campaign against me, right? So here's the flagging campaign. Since his video went live, she's talking about Think Before You Sleep's video, right? Mischaracterizing what she said. I've been getting hate comment bombed on my Fat Kid video. This is a video where like it's called "The Perks of Being a Fat Kid," right? It's in defense of loving your body, no matter what, you know, no matter whether it conforms to what you're told is your body is supposed to look like. You love your body anyway. That's what Illymation was saying on other vids on my channel, as well as on Twitter and Insta. I submitted reports, but it takes a while for human review on YouTube. I chatted with a help desk person today in live chat to help in the live chat help section, and she was very helpful. Unfortunately, I just have to sit tight. However, right, this is the part that's in question. This is the part that's highlighted. If you or anyone else reading this comes across this video, the Think Before You Sleep's video about, you know, accusing Illymation of what, like promoting obesity as a lifestyle, I guess, please report it for cyberbullying. Hopefully, with enough reports from different people, it'll get taken care of sooner.
Cyberbullying. Hopefully, with enough reports from different people, it'll get taken care of sooner. And please do not send hate to him. It'll only make things worse. I just want this to be over. Somebody in her Tumblr basically asks, did you see this total creep who did a takedown of your fat kid animation? It's the exact sort of insane you'd expect from someone mad at the idea of weight isn't actually the only
Wait, where's the thing? It'll only make things worse.
Sad face. Creep who did a takedown of your it'll get taken care of sooner. And please do not send hate to him.
Okay, so yeah, it'll only make things worse if you try to. So Illymation's making sure to tell her community, do not like engage with the haters. Don't try to hate bomb his video. She's got like 3 million. Is that right? She's got like more than 1 million subs. You know, she's bigger than Think Before You Sleep. Maybe not by that much, but still bigger. But she's not asking for people to like ride for her and to, you know, take the fight over to Think Before You Sleep's channel. But she is saying, yeah, you know, like I think that this violates community standards. And asking people to flag it. Or to report it.
Make things worse. I just want this to be over. Somebody in her Tumblr basically asks, did you see this total creep who did a takedown of your fat kid animation? It's the exact sort of insane you'd expect from someone mad at the idea of weight isn't actually the only thing that matters in life. Her reply, yes, sad face. I didn't watch it. A friend did though and gave me a rundown. I advise others not to watch the video or his channel either. Do not engage. Don't give him a single...
So in other words, she doesn't want somebody to... She doesn't want his channel getting boosted based on her viewers like watching, giving him watch time.
Second of watch time or ad revenue. And so basically, the way that this was interpreted by Think Before You Sleep was that this was an attempt by Illymation to corral support to mass flag his channel, right? To report that video, and eventually, obviously, the goal of that would be to get a strike on his channel, get the video removed, and yeah, his like, you know, consequences would be reflected on his channel, right? Now, what happens after that? Well, Think Before You Sleep releases a video called Woke YouTuber is Trying to Deplatform Me. Okay? Now.
Oh my god, Afroponics says my ears just draining nonstop. Afroponics, I've ruined a pillow like that.
This video got
not just the pillowcase, the pillow.
1 million views. Made the rounds. I remembered seeing it in my recommended, even though I don't watch Think Before You Sleep. And it's a cool thumbnail and whatever.
I was silly and I just fell asleep like that, but
yeah, this is basically.
Yeah, it is sucky.
What ends up happening, okay? And so he frames it as like, this person is trying to deplatform me, okay? She's trying to ruin my livelihood, all this. He definitely paints it in a way that is more extreme than how she states it, you know what I mean? Where it's like, she wasn't doing like a
Wait, does it turn out that being a tanky doesn't have anything to do with hot dogs?
You know, campaign to deplatform him. But yes, in reality, it's clear, you know, even if this was like a private Discord or whatever, in the commentary community, this shit just doesn't fly, you know what I mean? And I think, to be honest, I think that's usually for good reason, just because, you know, if Illy is admitting...
in the commentary community, if people were to flag videos based on, you know, just being upset by them, being upset by their, you know, favorite content creator being criticized, then yeah, basically like it's like a nuclear war, right? This is an escalation. I will say that, like, right, flagging somebody's video is an escalation. Now, it's different than what happened to me when somebody went after my channel, right? We had the sysadmin from Vosh's network, from the White Leaf network, going to YouTube and and making like 3 claims that I was in violation of intellectual property or copyright or whatever, which if YouTube were to take that seriously, and these were, you know, she was mad that I was reacting to these videos, right? So that was the claim. You reacting to the video is the same as you re-uploading the video. It's obviously not. Obviously, if somebody wants to watch Xander Hall yap about whatever, they're going to watch Xander Hall. If somebody wants to watch me yap about Xander Hall yapping about whatever, they're going to watch me. It's not competing with the video. There's no argument that can be made, right? So I really did have somebody come for my channel, come for my income, try to take me down, try to deprive me of my income. So all the things that Think Before You Sleep is claiming happened to him, I actually had happened to me. And it wasn't done with one, with somebody saying you should flag this video, right? Which would have gotten me exactly 1 strike if it had been successful. It was done with 3 claims, 3, I think, illegitimate copyright claims made against my channel. And YouTube wasn't buying it. YouTube was not buying what Vosh's sysadmin was selling, luckily, and they just told me they sent me the messages, the messages that Vosh's sysadmin had sent them. So I've lived this. I think that what Think Before You Sleep is experiencing is a little different than somebody trying to take his channel down, which is what he's claiming. Now, that being said, Gokunaru is right that in the commentary community, calls to action about flagging are generally not done. I can think of only one situation in which it was done and it was considered appropriate, and that is, the Sneeko video where he pantomimed SA against Chad. And Sneeko was actually kicked off the platform for that. But I think most people agree that that was appropriate, right? You can't fucking, pantomime SA against another creator and think that you're going to get away with it. In this case, what Think Before You Sleep was doing was misrepresenting Illumination's content. And that resulted in a massive wave of harassment towards Illumation. Illumation thought this was cyberbullying, right? I haven't looked into YouTube's terms of service enough to know like what constitutes cyberbullying. Like what is the minimum standard?
To not having watched the video.
Hopefully Gokunaru has.
Because that's what she said. That a friend basically interpreted it for her and that she is encouraging people to not watch it. Well, she's basing it, she's basically saying this is cyberbullying because his fans are coming after me, right? Yeah, I mean, you should probably watch the video to determine if it's actually cyberbullying. But obviously, Illy Animation is not like a commentary YouTuber. She's not somebody who really probably ever has to engage with this side of the...
Oh, that was a cuss word.
Whatever. However, after this video was made by Think Before You Sleep, tragically, some idiots in Think Before You Sleep's audience,
We need a Skibbity NCC?
Despite, obviously...
To go with Skibbity Biden?
Before You Sleep not...
Hitler's language.
Like, calling this on, but effectively some fucking forum decided to dox Illy, and she basically apparently had to move out of her apartment, cancel a 10K lease or some shit, basically.
Yeah, general public, this was a long time ago, and it failed. It failed. I'm still here. I didn't get taken down. YouTube did not. YouTube told her exactly where she should shove those complaints, and it's somewhere where the sun does not shine.
Life for a bit because she was getting death threats, all this stuff, and what ends up happening? Think Before You Sleep uploads another video about it, basically talking about the...
Wait, I see you, Bad Lefty.
Friend who informed Illy about all this. That video doesn't really matter too much to me. However, after all this time, Noah Sampson comes out and releases this video.
Amelia says, think before you shit.
Titled Think Before You Dox, okay? Now, here's the weird thing about this drama, okay? I don't know how to put this without really walking everything through, but this is me giving you an overview before I get nice and nerdy, okay? Noah Sampson does have a pretty good, rebuttal or response to Think Before You Sleep, okay? He does point out some things that definitely make me, raise an eyebrow, whatever.
It makes you think.
The part that I'm skeptical
before you sleep
about, and that most of the commentary community, is up in arms and very,
Oh, wait. Okay, so the first video is called Think Before You Dox. Second video is called Think Before You Lie.
Skeptical about, which they should be, is that Noah doesn't actually seem to kind of push back at all toward Illy, or like the idea that this video was cyberbullying or harassment. And although he does not state that Think Before You Sleep doxed Illy, he kind of does spell out that she was doxed due to the cascading effects of the way that Think Before You Sleep framed his video, right? He used sensationalized language, all this shit. And yeah, at the end of the day, this is something that we're going to get, again, nerdy about, but I am always extremely skeptical of bringing in the teacher, YouTube, whatever, to mediate these kinds of situations. However, as a result of Noah's video, most likely, Think Think Before You Sleeps.
Look, if you have a situation where a video that you make on somebody else results in them getting harassment, that's bad. Now, you're not necessarily responsible for that, particularly if you gave those warnings. If you know, and look, there's ways that people do this with like a tongue-in-cheek, or they're not really serious about that. They say don't harass anybody, but they really mean do harass them. Yeah, that's possible too. But you know, like, look, I don't necessarily blame every you know, hate campaign that started is not necessarily the fault of the creator on the other side of it. That being said, if the hate comes from a misrepresentation, a distortion of what the other content creator did, then yeah, I'd say there is some responsibility. There is some culpability there.
Video on Illy Animation was taken down by YouTube and then eventually restored, surprisingly. Probably because, yes, he doesn't, you know, verbatim, he doesn't break like the community guidelines. You know, it seems pretty obviously within YouTube's guidelines.
Okay, so Gokunaru is saying that this doesn't constitute cyberbullying, which I think is against community standards, against community guidelines or whatever, right? So I guess we, you know, unless somebody wants to bring me evidence otherwise, this doesn't, what Think Before You Sleep has done maybe doesn't quite rise to the level of cyberbullying then.
And then finally, Think Before You Lie was uploaded by Noah Samson, which again, we are going to slightly touch on.
Again, thank you, mods, for dealing with the bullshit that you're having to deal with in Shorts chat.
There's a lot to go over, but effectively, this is Noah preemptively responding to Think Before You Sleep's forum post, okay, about Noah's video, right? And so, yeah, basically Noah, like Think Before You Sleep released a community post going through and explaining, you know, some of the bullshit in Noah's video, or some of the alleged bullshit, whatever you'd say. And yeah, I mean, Noah just responded to it. He was like, okay, fuck you. Before you make a fucking 10-hour video about this, let me just respond to it. So that's pretty much where we are at, okay? Basically, it's a little bit of a mess, okay?
It's a little bit messy, isn't it?
Now, let's properly unpack this mess. Let's fucking see how we feel about it, okay? Let's provide our own
Shakespeare, is Gokunaru streaming on Twitch here?
opinions. And yeah, doxing is illegal, Michael Kunn claims. I've seen a lot of people saying that it actually isn't. It does, I think, depend on where you live, but apparently in the US it's not illegal, right? Because it's like a free speech kind of thing, right? If you're just using technically publicly available knowledge. Yeah.
Well, people will also say if it's publicly available that it's not doxing.
I don't think they just post. I'm not pro doxing. I'm not, but I don't think it's illegal, right? So it's tough. It's tough to, I guess, legislate or whatever. But let's start with Illy's original video. Okay, this is something that is going to. I mean, look, I'm not going to cap her. In my opinion,
Who is the commentator we are watching right now? This is Gokunaru. Gokunaru is a kind of fan of favorite video essayist. He has done like a takedown piece on Ethan Klein, specifically for Ethan using vulnerable people for content. Let's just say, like, if you've ever seen the some of the people that Ethan brings on, you know, there's an allegation that he is bringing them on to make fun of them, right? And especially going back to the early days of H3. That's what Gokunaru's video was about. It got taken down. It violated community standards because there was a bizarre simulation of of Ethan being like assassinated in his video, which is definitely something that is against the community guidelines. I think he released a different version of the video without that, and it was okay. It didn't get taken down. He more recently he's done a video on Sneeko. We saw the this like this song is like a this is like the song from it, right? From the Absolute Annihilation of Sneeko. So people loved the Absolute Annihilation of Sneeko. And Gokunaru does, you know, commentary. He does, you know, kind of similar content to me. The only difference I'd say is maybe his is with less of an emphasis on politics.
Her video wasn't that fucking.
Although there is a political component, I will say, to the annihilation of Sneeko.
Outrageous. Okay. It's just not like, this is very typical shit that I would expect to see on a kid's channel, more or less.
The muscle mommy thing won. Yeah. The steal is in. The steal is in. Izzy was able to steal the vote. So for those wanting the Rumble video, better luck next time.
He is correct. Think Before You Sleep is correct that the video is ideological, right? But that's everything. That's a lot of fucking things. But anyway, let's break it down though. So the perks of being a fat kid. Basically, it's framed initially. She tells a story about when she was a kid. She dealt with, being mocked for being fat. Okay.
Hi, my name is Alyssa.
Wait up. Sorry, Alyssa. She dealt with, the kind of slight discrimination that would occur because of that, basically. Like teachers, she describes like teachers treating her worse than thin kids, right? So this is like kind of her building a framework of like, there is kind of systemic fucking discrimination that goes on toward fat kids specifically. The framing of the video is, it is like one of these kind of self-love things where it's like, hey man, you shouldn't hate yourself just because everyone in the world outside is telling you to hate yourself. And in my mind, it does come off pretty wholesome, but we'll walk through it here. Okay, here we go. So yeah, so basically, yes, she goes over being picked on. She shows like receipts, which is crazy.
Nematode of Knowledge says doxing itself isn't illegal in America, but it usually leads to illegal activity. Yeah. So swatting somebody would definitely be like what we were just talking about with Keffals. That's definitely illegal. And
she was like fucking 11 years old getting picked on for being chubby.
But obviously, regardless of the legality, like doxing is fucked up.
And this is pretty much the vibe of the video, is her talking about her experience, and then now like her experience when she was a kid, and then her experience now that she's an adult. Okay. And throughout the story of the animation, she has these like devil's advocate characters that honestly, like, it's funny because they basically say
what Think Before You Sleep says. Yeah.
Pre-say what stuff that Think Before You Sleep ends up saying. But here we go. Let's watch.
Grades, hanging out with their friends, and seeing the Timothy Chalamet Willy Wonka movie.
So her argument here is basically that kids should not need to be calorie counting. They shouldn't need to stress about their diet. It's funny because her little character here actually does kind of summarize more or less Think Before You Sleep's basic angle, which is like, listen, lady, you are teaching fat acceptance to kids, and this can lead to them dying due to overeating and basically, fucking gorging themselves. You can ruin their lives, right? Obviously, at the end of the day, people do know that, being fucking... Yeah, see, here's the thing, right? Because I don't know what Think Before You Sleep's angle exactly is. I don't know what his experience is in life. But being thin does not equal, isn't always better. Now,
yeah, there we go.
I'm not saying anything crazy, but what I mean is like, the goal should be to be active, right? Like that would be my opinion, at least. Like your goal should be to be active. Right?
Yeah, we can show health effects based on a certain amount of activity, right? That it's better to be active than it is to be sedentary. In fact, I'm sitting right now. Some would say that sitting is the new smoking. That's why most of the time on stream, I am standing up. Sometimes on stream, I am on a trampoline, right? I try to live an active lifestyle as much as I can. I don't nearly do nearly the job that I used to do, but this is this part is true. This part is true. As far as what Think Before You Sleep kind of implies here is that any excess weight, any weight that puts you into overweight territory on BMI is unhealthy. And that's not true. BMI is a terrible metric for individuals. BMI was never supposed to be used for individuals. What is BMI for? It's for studies. If you take a cohort, if you take a group of people, you will have some people that are bodybuilders. They are going to be overweight or obese according to BMI standards, right? But you're also going to have some skinny fat people, some people that, that essentially don't have a lot of muscle mass, but also don't weigh very much according to their height, who are going to kind of counteract that. So right, you'll be in a population, in a cohort BMI works for sort of as like a measure, you know, to correlate with things, right? When you're talking about for an individual, it doesn't, because there's, like I said, tons of individuals whose BMI are either too low or too high, who actually are don't have a problem in like either direction, and it's not the whole picture. Also, when we look at the graph that correlates like weight, or let's not say weight, let's get away from weight and use a metric that a lot of fitness people like to talk about, which is body composition, right? Your lean muscle versus your body fat versus other, you know, things in your body, right? Your body composition, right? When we look at a graph of it, right? Yeah, we do see on the high end of things, right, with a great ratio, a higher ratio of fat to lean muscle, we do see more health problems, but we don't really see that rise until you're like sort of well into like, you know, the higher ranges of obesity, right? So in other words, the effect of excess body fat on your health is overstated. There is an effect there. It's just not what we think it is. And also, there's an effect of having like too low a ratio, right? We see health, and we never talk about these health effects over here on the other side of it, of actually being maybe too lean, right? So our understanding as a population, as a society, of the effects of body composition on health are distorted, right? And it's in no small part due to this sort of body image that we're supposed to uphold, what we're told is attractive. We tend to map that off onto what's healthy, and that's exactly what If You Think Before You Sleep is trying to do here, right? Illymation is trying to talk about the fact that look, you know, if you're, you know, if you're heavier, if you're skinnier, you know, beating yourself up about it is not going to help. You know, loving yourself, being healthy, being active, getting exercise, you know, trying to eat food that's good for you, without turning it into this moral thing, because that's the big thing that Illymation is pushing back on, the idea that it is immoral of you to have ice cream. So, look, that sounds like a wild thing. We think nobody thinks that, but a lot of us internalize that message, especially when we're young, especially if your parents like drive that home for you and really associate your, you know, being a good child or a bad child with, you know, whether you're like overeating or whatever, right? This is a real issue.
And to eat healthy, okay? That would be more ideal, you know, the lifestyle fucking change, whatever, than making it about, you know, a part of your personality that like, oh, I'm fucking, you know, I'm fucking.
His chair squeaks too, by the way.
Yeah, this is fucking shit, whatever.
You hear that? Squeaky chair.
What I'm basically saying is like.
What I'm basically saying is I'm not the only one with a squeaky chair. I'm
not convinced that being thin is just like automatically an ideal or whatever, right?
Yeah, and Afroponics brings out something else, right? Our standards of beauty are not universal. We act like they are. We act like somebody's a 10 or somebody's a 9 or a 7 or a 4 or whatever objectively, and it's not objective. We don't all agree on this. We all have probably a different idea of what we find attractive in a person.
Right? Like there's people who are, you know, appropriate weight, whatever. And yeah, I mean, they're not healthy. Like they're not healthy at all, right?
Yeah, exactly, Jonathan.
Graze out for blood. You could pick up cigarettes. Yeah, just do.
Shakespeare says, and as I have said before, diet in Greek, the meaning is lifestyle.
Bro, just yo, you want to get a little tip? This is gonna instantly demonetize me. Okay, this is how much I care about you guys. That I'm giving you a pro tip, despite the fact that it's going to literally limit my ad revenue.
Are you gonna limit my ad revenue too?
Just wait. Just smoke meth.
Thanks.
It's not that hard. But anyway.
I thought he was kidding. Stalin had a squeaky chair. Yeah, that proves I'm a tanky. Stalin had a squeaky tank, actually, is what it was. He didn't oil his tank enough. This is like, oh my God, chat. Anyway, thank you for everybody who donated today. On days like today, I really appreciate you supporting the stream. And for those of you who can't support the stream monetarily, just hit that like button. All right, take care of yourself first. If you need that money for yourself, use that money for yourself. I also appreciate likes, but I definitely appreciate everybody who has donated to the stream. This is crowdfunding. This is fan funding, and it kind of rolls right over that monetization. It makes the monetization hurt a lot less. So I already got one video demonetized this week. Hopefully we won't have another one just based on what Gokunaru said. But yeah, he's right. That could actually affect things.
Anyway, this is the thing, right? Nobody's gonna fucking say in reality that being, overweight is a good thing or whatever. It's like a what would you say? Like it's a healthy whatever thing, right? Like I'm talking morbid, right? Like morbidly obese.
Yeah, exactly. That's where the correlation is with negative health effects, right?
What you would say.
But what we tend to, in our mind, we tend to stretch that out and say, well, just any kind of overweight. Hey, people will tell you that like the United States is a overweight society. Maybe just being the average weight, maybe just being like a healthy, maybe that's unhealthy, right? Maybe you should be really skinny. And actually, when you start to go like into the like very low low ratio of body fat to lean muscle, you start to see other health effects arise, right? So so this is the distortion of what's healthy that we just get inculcated with.
And although I understand that in this video there is a little bit of leaning into that, where it's like it's fine if you're a little bit overweight, whatever. At the end of the day, people understand that if you're
sorry, Corpse Modder, we did go over the Demon Mama thing already.
Whatever, morbidly obese or genuinely obese, whatever. It's not like a fucking a very healthy thing like for your longevity, whatever.
Is it Demon Mama who disavowed Keffals, or is it everyone? Let's see. So far, we got Xander Hall. We got Demon Mama. I don't know. Has Vosh said anything? Anybody know?
I agree with what Illy's saying, where it's like, you don't need to make this a moral thing, right? Like, it's not like morally bad to be fat or morally good to be fucking skinny. But the fact of like, it can be unhealthy as fuck to be fat or whatever, and it can be obviously healthier to be skinny. That's kind of true, right? Now, I don't give a fuck if you're fat. And at the end of the day, I do think it matters more how you feel about it, right? And I understand that can be kind of shaped by the people around you, whatever. But in my mind, I
wonder what Gokunaru does for exercise. He kind of has a swimmer's build.
Going to venture to lose a bit of weight, that's cool, that's good. But you can absolutely be like chubby and be healthy. Like, I'm just gonna put it like that. Like, some of my best friends growing up were chubby kids. We didn't fucking bully them for it, but they were chubby kids. Like, they were thick set fucking dwarf looking ass motherfuckers. I don't know what you call it. Ectomorph? No, endomorph. No. Whatever the fat one is.
I don't remember. What is it, Chad? There's ectomorph and there's is endomorph? Like, I don't remember.
I mean, some people do have the genetics where they just fucking put on weight so easily. It's crazy.
We're talking about body image.
But now there
KS.
are communist invading radicals.
We're talking about body image. We're talking about the controversy between Illymation and Think Before You Sleep. And we're talking about Gokunaru's ideal woman. Right, Gokunaru's interest in muscle mommies, in Muay Thai muscle mommies, to be specific.
And at the end of the day, like nowadays, right, like,
is it a hybrid of Goku and Naruto? It could be.
Friends that were thick,
I don't know. If I ever talk to him, I'll ask him.
Hit the gym, basically when they were young or whatever, and as they hit the gym, like this crazy shit happened.
Josh has already banned Keffals. Oh, that's right, from the Discord.
They just became fucking tanks. Do you understand? They just became absolute fucking units. And it's like, yeah, okay, he doesn't have abs. He doesn't have a six-pack, whatever. He's not fucking lean. He's not like that lean, but like you lean out just by kind of a consequence of working out and wanting to
oh yeah, high fructose corn syrup is terrible.
Eat the protein to build the muscle, right? Like, that's kind of the relationship with going to the gym is, in my mind, you work out at the gym, whatever. And then because you think in your head like, oh fuck, I already worked out. I don't want to waste the workout. You eat protein that builds your muscle. Right, because again, if you don't eat,
I used to do this, chat. Every time I'd work out, I would get like a smoothie, with like protein added to it. Right, this whole metabolic window thing, and like I've looked into the research of that. It might work. It's not for sure. Like there's not a lot of real firm research into like the idea that like the idea was like a certain amount of carbs and a certain amount of protein within a certain amount of time of having lifted it. It definitely made me feel better.
Protein after a workout. That's kind of a waste of a workout because your muscles need protein to fucking build. And then,
well, the whole idea is this, that like when you do a workout, especially a strength-based workout, you're going to do damage to your muscle tissue. That sounds bad, right? Except for the fact that the body builds back the muscle tissue stronger. The body notices the damage, and as a result, it tries to build it back with a little bit of extra. Do you want a MS Paint? Oh, you're calling me Female Thor. That's nice. Can I get an MS Paint to explain this? I'll try to see if I can come up with something. I mean, you've seen my math, right? My math is messy. I don't even know what half of these figures. This is bad out. This is not even algebra, chat. This is like just bad math. But
as a result of eating that protein, you know, that's a much more satiating food than.
But thank you for the $2 super chat, Jorge.
Kind of emptier calories, right? Like whatever you would say.
Yeah, it fills in the micro tears. Exactly, AC.
Bread or sugar, whatever. These are kind of emptier calories that don't satiate, right? These are like calories that
and that's where your gains come from.
Make you hungrier almost. You digest them really fast, whatever the fuck the science is. All this to say, basically, is that I don't think that her message is as radical as Think Before You Sleep frames it as, but there's definitely some shit that, like, I see why he's making his video.
But hypothetically, chat, if you were to do that same workout and then to, I don't know, like starve yourself for a while, right? I mean, your body does hold some reserves of protein, right? Actually, amino acid pools is what they're called. Your body does hold some protein in reserve. So, but if you were to really, really like fast for a significant time and do that same workout, you might actually, you know, kind of deplete your muscle mass after a certain amount of time. Now, there is a certain protein sparing effect of carbohydrates. So you know, like depending on like what you eat, you know, like ideally there's some protein there. Carbohydrates will like reduce your need for overall protein due to that protein sparing effect, but and they also both carbohydrates and protein can theoretically put back some glycogen into your muscles, which is the sort of fuel that your muscles store inside themselves, right?
Let's just basically let's let her fucking talk. I think I'm a little bit too in the mood to yap. Let me see what you guys.
Yo, relatable.
Are saying real quick. Good to see you. I'm back from my calculus-induced hibernation. Hell yeah, bro. I'm glad everyone's fucking lining up after going to school. Enough yapping, buddy. We know you looks, Max. Let's get to the videos. Okay, Isaac, thank you. That's actually...
I mean, he's definitely doing his mewing.
Exactly what I was looking for, bro. Thank you. Okay, so this is something that Think Before You Sleep will bring up. Okay, we'll watch his fucking video. Who just bonked my head? Wait up.
Oh, that's cute.
Kyle P. Games. We love the yap. Never worry. Okay, thank you, bro. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying not to yap as much. Let's stick to the facts. Anyway, Gokunar, by the way, check the part where she acknowledges medical restrictions / dietary restrictions, and Think Before You Sleep went out of his way to cut it out just to make her look bad and evil. Grays, thank you for that comment. I am well aware. I have now, so you guys might have seen, I talked to Tom about this. That was just me getting preliminary information. Now I'm fucking a scholar. Not really, but now I'm much better informed. I fucking rewatched the videos twice.
Live to failure to cause autophagy? Yeah, so autophagy is essentially... So people that like that promote fasting, sometimes even intermittent fasting, we'll talk about autophagy. The idea is the body is well, I mean, it literally means eating yourself, right? Autophagy. So the body is theoretically going to break down some of its cellular material and replenish it, right? And recreate it, right? So
twice. Took notes.
There is a lot of research into autophagy at the moment.
No, because I'm a nerd emoji, bro, and that's what we do out here. Okay, the battle of ideas. Anyway, seems YouTube really cut him off after that meth comment. Yo, Michael Kuhn, what are you talking about? Gokunar, are you so talented?
Wait, did his views go down?
I don't care that you're Canadian. Much love from Texas. Thanks. It's just me. Thank you, bro. Think Before You Sleep said he cut that out for video retention. That's cap. That's just cap. That's cope. I don't know. We'll get to it. I know why he would cut that out. Okay. The only good and research commentary streamer. We love our nerd Goku. Okay, let's relax on the glazing, okay? Because I'm already fucking yapping too much and saying shit too liberally. So let's stick to the notes, okay? Let's see. So I've got at 7:40. Right. Okay. So I wanted to make a point of showing you this because it's funny because basically she does have a segment in this video that clearly outlines the grander benefits of going to the gym that aren't just weight loss, right? Because the basic story is that she goes to the gym to lose weight because she went to, an event, she wore a dress and she felt she looked fat in it. She didn't like how she looked. She didn't fit into it properly, whatever. And she's like, fuck, man, I'm this massive YouTuber and I look like shit. I'm going to go to the gym and lose weight. And she gets a personal trainer and basically, she works out for a month, doesn't see progress in the weight department, but she points out all this other, good shit that happens basically. I show you that just to kind of show you, she is not saying going to the gym is bad for you, right? Does that make sense? I just want to make that.
Yeah, there's no anti-health message in this. There's an anti-food morality message with this video, right? That's what she's selling. There's an anti-hating your body message with this video. There's no pro unhealthy foods. There is no anti-healthy foods. There's no anti-exercise. There's nothing that I would call misinformation or irresponsible is really present here.
Because I was trying to understand what is the message she's sending here, and it's she's clearly not anti-gym.
I don't want to defend Big Corn. I just think it's more complex. Well, that's what I'm trying to say is that I don't want people to think that you got to avoid corn. There's not a special bad thing in corn. It's the fact that it gets these subsidies for political reasons, and because of the subsidies, we produce an awful lot of high fructose corn syrup. That's what you want to get out of your diet. That's something that is pretty universally agreed upon as bad, right? But it also goes for any highly refined food products. If you take a food and you refine it down to 1 or 2 macronutrients, and you don't have a lot of micronutrients, you don't have a lot of fiber, you don't have a lot of anything else in it, then yeah, you're generally not doing yourself any favors.
Anti-working out, whatever. Specifically though, she's just kind of being honest with the fact that yeah, she went to the gym, but she didn't see a fucking improvement.
It's more like perverse incentives than big anything, yeah.
Her
Corn Hub is healthy in moderation, I guess so.
Weight, right? As in she didn't lose that much weight. She then goes on to describe basically she continues doing this for 3 months. She starts getting dizzy spells, and that you could interpret as her saying going to the gym was actually a little bit unhealthy for me, whatever. But at the end of the day, it's pretty clear to me that she's not shitting on the gym or whatever. She's just saying for me, this might not be the way to be happy or satisfied. Yeah, this is where she makes basically the claim that she, despite dieting, and apparently it was a triggering diet. I don't really know what that means. I'm assuming it was just no fucking fun, I don't know. She doesn't get specific basically, which is a criticism of Think Before You Sleep. Basically, she made no weight progress, which basically means, oh my god, I'm working out and I'm eating healthy and I'm not losing weight. What the fuck?
Here's what's funny though. You can actually get healthier without losing weight, right? Because what I alluded to before, right, when I kind of shit on the idea of really concentrating on your BMI as being a metric for health, was something like body composition, right? Now, usually people don't really talk about BMI or body composition. What do we talk about when we talk about getting fat or getting skinny? We're talking about weight. We say losing weight, right? But let's just say that you went to the gym and your fat percentage went down and your lean muscle percentage went up, right? So in other words, you're getting those gains, you're losing some fat, but overall it nets at 0. You're not gaining weight, you're not losing weight, but you are improving your body composition. That's it doesn't happen that much, especially when you talk about weightlifters. Generally, what they'll do is cycles of bulking and then cycles of cutting. Right, the bulking is they're adding on both a little bit of fat and some lean muscle, and then cutting is when they are cutting some fat and lean muscle. But hopefully, if they do it right, they're gaining a little bit more muscle overall than and losing a little bit more fat overall. right? But it is possible to like to increase your ratio of lean muscle to fat without changing weight at all. There's also like water weight, right? So for instance, if you start an exercise program and it causes you to concentrate on your hydration more, you're going to be carrying more water weight. Your weight might even go up, but you could still be getting healthier. So it's not even about weight.
So that's something that I think Before You Sleep ends up criticizing, but we'll get to that. But yeah, at 11 minutes, she makes another devil's advocate argument after doing basically a bunch.
Every time I hear somebody say corn, I think they mean porn.
Basically said she did a bunch of tests.
That's what the internet does to you.
To see if there's anything wrong with her body, whatever, because she wasn't losing weight despite dieting and working out, and they didn't find anything wrong with her, right? Now, I don't know. There might be many fucking reasons that someone could have a hard time losing weight.
Yeah, and that's right, general public. Generally, as you age, your fat composition versus your lean muscle composition tends to go up.
Yes, genetic factors, yes, hormonal factors, medication too, if you're taking fucking SSRIs or
cutting for a competition, not for gaining muscle. Yeah, cutting does not generally when somebody's on a cutting cycle, they're losing both body fat and body muscle, but trying to do enough exercise to preserve some of the gains.
Like, this is all stuff that can really fuck with your chemistry, right? Or your metabolism, all this shit.
It's for competition.
So weight loss, I do sympathize. When it comes to weight loss, it's sometimes very confusing. However, the general rule, of calories in, calories out, usually does hold a decent amount of truth, right? But I understand it's a fucking pain in the ass to actually.
There's calories in, there's calories out. It depends on your metabolism. I think what general public referred to earlier was the idea that you are gonna your metabolic rate is going to go down is going to tend to go down as you age. There's a number of other factors like body composition that affect that as well. But
count your calories for a lot of people. But yeah, if that's your goal, usually that'll get you there.
But like, look, while not like the complete picture, calories in, calories out, it is a good estimation, right? Generally, lowering your calories in, increasing your, more so lowering your calories in, because here's the whole thing. As far as the amount of exercise a normal person can do, there's a limit to how many calories that you're going to burn, right? Now, there's some exceptions to this. If you are, I don't know, training for MMA, if you are biking 50 miles a day, you might burn a significant amount of calories. But as far as day in, day out, what's feasible to do, right? There's a limit to how many calories that you can burn. There's a reason that they say abs are made in the kitchen, and what they're talking about is that there's more you can do to affect like your gain or loss of body fat that has to do with your diet than it is. Some people would even say like 80% diet, 20% exercise, 90% diet, 10% exercise, right? The rates vary, but the consensus is generally that like there's more effect in controlling your input than there is in controlling your output, but obviously not at the expense of your health and not at the expense of your well-being, and not with an attitude where you're judging yourself for what you're eating and literally like putting like overlaying like a morality on your diet. Classifying foods as good and evil, right? It's generally not going to be helpful, and neither is like stressing about like obviously we get inculcated with a lot of information about how our body should be, but in general, like more stress about that, and certainly like bullying, right? Somebody is not going to be helpful to their ability to live a healthy life.
Okay, here we go. So this is where she gives the devil's advocate, basically, portion of this. And I'm going to let a lot of this play because this is kind of the meat and potatoes of her video. But yeah, here's the little devil coming in to give the contrarian opinion. These like devil's advocate characters that are basically like, the dissenting opinions, the judgmental opinions, whatever. And then Think Before You Sleep basically embodies them a little bit. But yeah, let's sorry, somebody just donated. Let's go. calories in, calories out is cool, but macros are pretty important too if you are really wanting weight loss. Yeah, I agree. Or muscle growth. Yeah, facts. Yeah, I mean, did somebody bonk my head or did I hallucinate that? Oh shit, that might have been in the video.
You know, it's funny because macros, when we're talking about macros, it's either like a percentage of macros that somebody's going for, and yeah, if you're on like a low carb diet, you know, there'll be like a limit of like the amount of carbs that you know, you're targeting. If you're on a low fat diet, same thing, a limit on the amount of fat that you're targeting. But I think most of the time with macros, what they do is they try to set out like a certain number of grams of a certain macronutrient that you're going to eat. This is particularly true with bodybuilders. But like, I don't know about the I don't know about the macronutrient ratios as a hack. I know there's a lot of people that believe in you know, one, you know, ratio or another. I've seen people have success with a variety of diets.
Losing weight is even weirder when on medication. Facts. I remember being at a healthy weight until I started SSRIs, and it fucked with my metabolism hard. Yeah, that's just an unfortunate fucking reality. Like, bro. Yeah, it's tough. Like, you know what I mean? Like, medication can really fuck with your, you know, the way that your body behaves or whatever. It can make things unpredictable, whatever. But obviously, in certain cases, you just gotta take the medication. So, yeah, I definitely empathize for people who, especially again, if you have like other fucking underlying like health issues, whatever, it's fucking tough to lose weight. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if that's your goal, you know, you should try and see it through, right? In the case of this woman, she did basically 3 months, it seems like, of pretty, at least she's claiming, right? Like pretty extensive working out. She tried.
Wait, I want to get to the Muay Thai part. I want to get to the muscle mommy.
To desire, because fundamentally, at the end of the day, it's all built on lack. It's built on nothing, right? And so, when you experience trauma, when you face the real, when your symbolic order is disturbed, your symbolic and your imaginary order is disturbed, basically, you get a real confrontation with the fact that, first of all, like complete insecurity, right? Like again, you literally gaze into the fucking abyss that's right below your feet. You realize how fragile your existence is, how little it matters or whatever, what little it means, all this shit. And so people who have had extremely traumatic encounters with the real, right? If you were molested, right? Picture that. Picture that you're 7 years old and someone that
where's the
you're interfacing with in the world, the symbolic, and what you are filling in the blanks on, your imaginary. What's the real? That little home that you created that keeps you safe, makes you feel like everything is leading towards something meaningful. Oops, you got hit by a car. That stop sign, it was meant to, the car's supposed to stop, but he didn't. The symbolic order.
Wow, this gets deep. This gets deep.
That reality that you constructed with your imaginary and your symbolic collapsed. Okay? Safe space, right? Being protected or isolated from confrontations with the real, basically just confrontations with, you know, people being harsh or people being dickheads, is limited, okay? Now, I just brought this word in, the real. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, so trauma, right? When you
it does feel like a random Lacanian digression.
Trauma, what do you think of? When you think of a disruptive event, what do you think of? I'll give you an example, a really easy one to understand. You get hit by a fucking car.
Okay, I want to make sure to get to the...
You got hit by a car.
The Muay Thai thing.
Silky. Woman moment. Yeah. Yeah, this kind of a mindset is certainly more acceptable among women, that's true. But to be fair, bro, like, bro, historically or whatever you would say, women, bro, they got fucking put through the ringer in terms of like expectation, body weight, all this shit. Like, again, it's a reaction, bro. But anyway, okay, hopefully this should have fixed the internet problem. The best way to make personal progress is to not set yourself to the standard of others and instead strive to self-improvement and being better than the past you. Hell yeah, Grays, I like what you're saying. Here's what I'll say, okay? Just because I've now started yapping like a fucking moron about all this, let me just put...
Yo, here we go. I found it.
Of like, you gotta be skinny if you're a girl. I'm more of a fan of the muscle mom.
Yes!
I like that shit.
We got it, chat. We got it.
Let's get into this fucking video.
Entire lives that you can't be.
Wait.
Hilarious because the devil's advocate comes in and says exactly
Literally what Think Before You Sleep says.
what Think Before You Sleep ends up
Yeah.
saying, you know what I mean? I like how she chucks the marshmallow at the devil too. Look at this, it's so cute.
Oh, great. Now she's glorifying obesity. I'm not glorifying anything. My point is simple.
I
Don't
guess I was glorifying Stalin earlier
be a to fat people.
by saying that he invented the glizzy.
And don't use, I just care about their health, as
Body neutrality is great. A lot of people don't go to the doctor because they don't want to be criticized for their weight. Yeah.
Just in, asterisks here.
It's like a
Not how
impediment to health.
harassment negatively impacts their mental health, of course. Right. So she's basically quickly addressing like concern trolling or whatever, when people pretend that they give a fuck as a way to legitimize them just shitting on someone, giving whatever, being a dickhead. And she's basically saying, you care about their health, but you don't care about the health consequences that come with, the mental health, whatever consequences that come with being shit on for being fat, whatever. At the end of the day, look, I was not really raised with this fucking like kind of acceptance or safe space kind of mindset, but I do think there is legitimacy to this, right? Like, so how do I put this? Okay, there is a point where reminding someone or telling someone or really laying on thick that someone's fucking fat or that they have health problems can just be detrimental, right? Like, you literally, it's almost like you every time a conversation comes up or like you see them or whatever, you're like stamping the impression. It's like you're stamping on them like an identity, right? It's like, you're fucking fat, you're fucking fat, you're fucking fat, right? And even if
Hey chat, we're nearing the 6 hour mark here. I'm thinking about just like is it okay if we just merge everybody into shorts?
claim is that you want them to just get healthier, it's pretty easy for people. Again, it really depends, but it's like
This is the short stream.
Go about encouraging or discouraging whatever people it really depends on the person, right? Like, it can really fuck with their head, it can really give them a complex, whatever you would say. And I mean, look, there is totally this like guys who or people who were fat and then
Being a streamer comes with a prescription for I wish it came with a prescription for ADHD medication. I've been trying to get on Vyvanse or something like that. Like, I tried with Adderall. Adderall's kind of too much for me. Anyway, this is the link for the short stream. We've got 3 minutes before the regular stream gets to 6 hours. I've got to cut it off before that because this guy had to talk about controlled substances, and YouTube monetization might not like that, but we'll keep on going on the short stream if you want to join us in there. Twitch, you can sit tight where you are, and it's just the YouTube stream. Wait, no. Oh, wait, no. The Twitch stream will start. Okay, let me put it in Twitch too. Okay, everybody into shorts. Everybody into shorts. That's what we're doing. Everybody into shorts. Click on the link. Click on the link. Stream will continue on shorts. I want to watch the rest of this, though. This is actually good. Actually, wait, I think we can. I think we actually can. All right, chat. I am gonna press the button, and I'm gonna cut off the YouTube stream. The YouTube regular stream will end. Click that link for shorts. We'll keep